Section 0 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Blavatsky. Prefaces. Satyat Nasti Paro Dharma. There is no religion higher than truth. This work I dedicate to all true theosophists in every country and of every race, for they called it forth, and for them it was recorded. Preface to the first edition. The writer rather, feels it necessary to apologize for the long delay which has occurred in the appearance of this work. It has been occasioned by ill health and the magnitude of the undertaking. Even the 2 volumes now issued do not complete the scheme, nor do these treat exhaustively of the subjects dealt with in them. A large quantity of material has already been prepared dealing with the history of occultism, as contained in the lives of the great adepts of the Aryan race, and showing the bearing of occult philosophy upon the conduct of life as it is and as it ought to be. Should the present volumes meet with a favorable reception, no effort will be spared to carry out the scheme of the work in its entirety. This scheme, it must be added, was not in contemplation when the preparation of the work was first announced. As originally announced, it was intended that the secret doctrine should be an amended and enlarged version of Isis Unveiled. It was, however, soon found that the explanations which could be added to those already put before the world in the last named and other works dealing with esoteric science were such as to require a different method of treatment, and consequently the present volumes do not contain in all 20 pages extracted from Isis Unveiled. The author does not feel it necessary to ask the indulgence of her readers and critics for the many defects of literary style and the imperfect English which may be found in these pages. She is a foreigner, and her knowledge of the language was acquired late in life. The English tongue is employed because it offers the most widely diffused medium for conveying the truths which it had become her duty to place before the world. These truths are in no sense put forward as a revelation, nor does the author claim the position of a revealer of mystic lore, now made public for the first time in the world's history. For what is contained in this work is to be found scattered through thousands of volumes, embodying the scriptures of the great Asiatic and early European religions, hidden under glyph and symbol and hitherto left unnoticed because of this veil. What is now attempted is to gather the oldest tenets together and to make of them one harmonious and unbroken whole. The sole advantage which the writer has over her predecessors is that she need not resort to personal speculations and theories, for this work is a partial statement of what she herself has been taught by more advanced students, supplemented in a few details only by the results of her own study and observation. The publication of many of the facts herein stated has been rendered necessary by the wild and fanciful speculations in which many theosophists and students of mysticism have indulged during the last few years in their endeavor, as they imagined, to work out a complete system of thought from the few facts previously communicated to them. It is needless to explain that this book is not the secret doctrine in its entirety, but a select number of fragments of its fundamental tenets, special attention being paid to some facts which have been seized upon by various writers and distorted out of all resemblance to the truth. But it is perhaps desirable to state unequivocally that the teachings, however fragmentary and incomplete, contained in these volumes do not belong to the Hindu, the Zoroastrian, the Chaldean, or the Egyptian religion, nor to Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, or Christianity exclusively. The secret doctrine is the essence of all these. Sprung from it in their origins, the various religious schemes are now made to merge back into their original element, out of which every mystery and dogma has grown, developed, and become materialized. It is more than probable that the book will be regarded by a large section of the public as a romance of the wildest kind, for who has ever even heard of the Book of Zion? The writer, therefore, is fully prepared to take all the responsibility for what is contained in this work, and even to face the charge of having invented the whole of it. That it has many shortcomings, she is fully aware. All that she claims for it is that, romantic as it may seem to many, its logical coherence and consistency entitle this new Genesis to rank at any rate on a level with working hypotheses so freely accepted by modern science. Further, it claims consideration not by reason of any appeal to dogmatic authority, but because it closely adheres to nature and follows the laws of uniformity and analogy. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe, to rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, to uncover to some extent the fundamental unity from which they all spring, finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. If this is in any degree accomplished, the writer is content. It is written in the service of humanity, and by humanity in the future generations it must be judged. Its author recognizes no inferior court of appeal. Abuse she is accustomed to. Calumny she is daily acquainted with. At slander she smiles in silent contempt. De minimis non curat lex. H.P.B. London, October 1888. Preface to the third and revised edition. In preparing this edition for the press, we have striven to correct minor points of detail in literary form, without touching at all more important matters. Had H.P. Blavatsky lived to issue the new edition, she would doubtless have corrected and enlarged it to a very considerable extent. That this is not done is one of the many minor losses caused by the one great loss. Awkward phrases, due to imperfect knowledge of English, have been corrected. Most of the quotations have been verified and exact references given, a work involving great labor, as the references in the previous editions were often very loose. A uniform system of transliteration for Sanskrit words has been adopted. Rejecting the form most favored by Western Orientalists as being misleading to the general reader, we have given to the consonants not present in our English alphabet combinations that approximately express their sound values, and we have carefully inserted quantities wherever they occur on the vowels. In a few instances we have incorporated notes in the text, but this has been very sparingly done, and only when they obviously formed part of it. We have added a copious index for the assistance of students, and have bound it separately, so that reference to it may be facilitated. For the great labor in this, we and all students are the debtors of Mr. A. J. Faulding. Annie Besant, G.R.S. Mead, London, 1893. End of section 0, read by Czandra, 2024.
Section 1 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timothy O'Riordan. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena, Petrovna, Blavatsky. Introduction, Part 1. Introductory. Gently to hear, kindly to judge. Shakespeare. Since the appearance of theosophical literature in England, it has become customary to call its teachings esoteric Buddhism. And having become a habit, as an old proverb based on daily experience has it, error runs down an inclined plane while truth has to laboriously climb its way uphill. Old truisms are often the wisest. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias, and decisive opinions are often formed before a thorough examination of a subject from all its aspects has been made. This is said with reference to the prevailing double mistake, A, of limiting theosophy to Buddhism, and B, of confounding the tenets of the religious philosophy preached by Gautama the Buddha with the doctrines broadly outlined in esoteric Buddhism. Anything more erroneous than this could hardly be imagined. It has enabled our enemies to find an effective weapon against theosophy, because, as an eminent Pali scholar very pointedly expressed it, there was in the volume named neither esotericism nor Buddhism. The esoteric truths presented in Mr. Sinnott's work ceased to be esoteric from the moment they were made public. Nor did the book contain the religion of Buddha, but simply a few tenets from a hitherto hidden teaching, which are now explained and supplemented by many more in the present volumes. And even the latter, though giving out many fundamental tenets from the secret doctrine of the East, raise but a small corner of the dark veil. For no one, not even the greatest living adept, would be permitted to, or could even if he would, give out promiscuously to a mocking, unbelieving world that which has been so effectually concealed from it for so long aeons and ages. Esoteric Buddhism was an excellent work with a very unfortunate title, though it meant no more than does the title of this work, The Secret Doctrine. It proved unfortunate because people are always in the habit of judging things by their appearance rather than by their meaning, and because the error has now become so universal that even most of the fellows of the Theosophical Society have fallen victims to the same misconception. From the first, however, protests were raised by Brahmins and others against the title. And in justice to myself, I must add that Esoteric Buddhism was presented to me as a completed volume, and that I was entirely unaware of the manner in which the author intended to spell the word Buddhism, Budhism. This has to be laid directly at the door of those who, having been the first to bring the subject under public notice, neglected to point out the differences between Buddhism, Buddhism, the religious system of ethics preached by the Lord Gautama, and so named from his title of Buddha, Buddha, the enlightened, and Buddhism, Buddhism, from Buddha, Buddha, wisdom or knowledge, vidya, the faculty of cognizing, from the Sanskrit root bud, Budh, to know. We Theosophists of India are ourselves the real culprits, although at the time we did our best to correct the mistake. To avoid this deplorable misnomer was easy. The spelling of the word had only to be altered, and by common consent both pronounced and written Buddhism, Buddhism, instead of Buddhism, Buddhism. Nor is the latter term correctly spelt and pronounced, as it ought to be called in English Buddhism, and its votaries Buddhists. This explanation is absolutely necessary at the beginning of a work like the present. The wisdom religion is the inheritance of all the nations the world over, in spite of the statement made in Esoteric Buddhism that 2 years ago, i.e. in 1883, neither I nor any other European living knew the alphabet of the science, here for the first time put into a scientific shape, etc. This error must have crept in through inadvertence. The present writer knew all that is divulged in Esoteric Buddhism, and much more, many years before it became her duty, in 1880, to impart a small portion of the secret doctrine to 2 European gentlemen, one of whom was the author of Esoteric Buddhism, and surely the present writer has the undoubted, though to her rather equivocal privilege of being a European by birth and education. Moreover, a considerable part of the philosophy expounded by Mr. Sinnett was taught in America, even before Isis Unveiled was published, to 2 Europeans and to my colleague Colonel H.S. Alcott. Of the 3 teachers the latter gentleman has had, the first was a Hungarian initiate, the second an Egyptian, the third a Hindu. As permitted, Colonel Alcott has given out some of this teaching in various ways. If the other 2 have not, it has been simply because they were not allowed, their time for public work having not yet come. But for others it has, and the appearance of Mr. Sinnett's several interesting books is a visible proof of the fact. Moreover, it is above everything important to keep in mind that no theosophical book acquires the least additional value from pretended authority. Adi or Adhi-Buddha, the One, or the First and Supreme Wisdom, is a term used by Aryasanga in his secret treatises, and now by all the mystic northern Buddhists. It is a Sanskrit term, and an appellation given by the earliest Aryans to the unknown deity, the word Brahma not being found in the Vedas and the early works. It means the absolute wisdom, and Adibhuta is translated by Fitz-Edward Hall, the primeval, uncreated cause of all. Aeons of untold duration must have passed before the epithet of Buddha was so humanized, so to speak, as to allow of the term being applied to mortals, and finally appropriated to one whose unparalleled virtues and knowledge caused him to receive the title of the Buddha of wisdom unmoved. Bodha means the innate possession of divine intellect or understanding. Buddha, the acquirement of it by personal efforts and merit, while Buddhi is the faculty of cognizing, the channel through which divine knowledge reaches the ego, the discernment of good and evil, also divine conscience and the spiritual soul, which is the vehicle of Atma. When Buddhi absorbs our egotism, destroys it, with all its vikaras, Avalokiteshvara becomes manifested to us, and Nirvana or Mukti is reached. Mukti being the same as Nirvana, i.e. freedom from the trammels of Maya or illusion. Bodhi is likewise the name of a particular state of trance condition, called Samadhi, during which the subject reaches the culmination of spiritual knowledge. Unwise are those who, in their blind and in our age untimely hatred of Buddhism, and by reaction of Buddhism, deny its esoteric teachings, which are those also of the Brahmans, simply because the name suggests what to them as monotheists are noxious doctrines. Unwise is the correct term to use in their case. For in this age of crass and illogical materialism, the esoteric philosophy alone is calculated to withstand the repeated attacks on all and everything man holds most dear and sacred in his inner spiritual life. The true philosopher, the student of esoteric wisdom, entirely loses sight of personalities, dogmatic beliefs, and special religions. Moreover, esoteric philosophy reconciles all religions, strips every one of its outward human garments, and shows the root of each to be identical with that of every other great religion. It proves the necessity of a divine absolute principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the sun. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity as the absolute and abstract ons. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions, gods created by man in his own image and likeness, a blasphemous and sorry caricature of the ever unknowable. Furthermore, the records we mean to place before the reader embrace the esoteric tenets of the whole world since the beginning of our humanity, and Buddhistic occultism occupies therein only its legitimate place and no more. Indeed, the secret portions of the Dan or Jana, Dhyana, of Gautama's metaphysics, grand as they appear to one unacquainted with the tenets of the wisdom religion of antiquity, are but a very small portion of the whole. The Hindu reformer limited his public teachings to the purely moral and physiological aspect of the wisdom religion, to ethics and man alone. Things unseen and incorporeal, the mysteries of being outside our terrestrial sphere, the great teacher left entirely untouched in his public lectures, reserving the hidden truths for a select circle of his arhats. The latter received their initiation at the famous Saptaparna cave, the Satapani of Mahavasna, near Mount Baibhar, the Webhara of the Pali manuscripts. This cave was in Rajagriha, the ancient capital of Magadha, and was the Cheta cave of Fahian, as is rightly suspected by some archaeologists. Time and human imagination made short work of the purity and philosophy of these teachings, once that they were transplanted from the secret and sacred circle of the Arhats during the course of their work of proselytism into a soil less prepared for metaphysical conceptions than India, i.e., once they were transferred into China, Japan, Siam, and Burma. How the pristine purity of these grand revelations was dealt with may be seen in studying some of the so-called esoteric Buddhist schools of antiquity in their modern garb, not only in China and other Buddhist countries in general, but even in not a few schools of Tibet, which have been left to the care of uninitiated lamas and Mongolian innovators. Thus the reader is asked to bear in mind the very important differences between Orthodox Buddhism, i.e. the public teachings of Gautama the Buddha, and his esoteric Buddhism. His secret doctrine, however, differed in no wise from that of the initiated Brahmins of his day. The Buddha was a child of Aryan soil, a born Hindu, a Kshatriya, and a disciple of the twice-born, the initiated Brahmans or Dvijas. His teachings, therefore, could not be different from their doctrines, for the whole Buddhist reform consisted merely in giving out a portion of that which had been kept secret from every man outside of the enchanted circle of ascetics and temple initiates. Unable, owing to his pledges, to teach all that had been imparted to him, though the Buddha taught a philosophy built upon the groundwork of the true esoteric knowledge, he gave to the world only its outward material body and kept its soul for his elect. Many Chinese scholars among Orientalists have heard of the soul doctrine. None seem to have understood its real meaning and importance. That doctrine was preserved secretly, too secretly perhaps, within the sanctuary. The mystery that shrouded its chief dogma and aspiration, nirvana, has so tried and irritated the curiosity of those scholars who have studied it, that, unable to solve it logically and satisfactorily by untying its Gordian knot, they have cut it through by declaring that nirvana means absolute annihilation. Toward the end of the first quarter of this century, a distinct class of literature appeared in the world, which with every year became more defined in its tendency. Being based, soi-disant, on the scholarly researches of Sanskritists and Orientalists in general, it was considered scientific. Hindu, Egyptian, and other ancient religions, myths and emblems were made to yield anything the symbologist wanted them to yield, and thus often the rude outward form was given out in place of the inner meaning. Works most remarkable for their ingenious deductions and speculations, Circolo Vicioso, foregone conclusions generally taking the place of premises in the syllogisms of more than one Sanskrit and Pali scholar, appeared rapidly in succession, overflooding the libraries with dissertations on phallic and sexual worship rather than on real symbology, and each contradicting the other. This is the true reason, perhaps, why the outline of a few fundamental truths from the secret doctrine of the archaic ages is now permitted to see the light, after long millenniums of the most profound silence and secrecy. I say advisedly a few truths, because that which must remain unsaid could not be contained in 100 such volumes, nor could it be imparted to the present generations of Sadducees. But even the little that is now given is better than complete silence upon these vital truths. The world of today, in its mad career towards the unknown, which the physicist is too ready to confound with the unknowable whenever the problem eludes his grasp, is rapidly progressing on the reverse plane to that of spirituality. It has now become a vast arena, a true valley of discord and of eternal strife, a necropolis wherein lie buried the highest and most holy aspirations of our spirit soul. That soul becomes with every new generation more paralyzed and atrophied. The amiable infidels and accomplished profligates of society, spoken of by Greeley, care little for the revival of the dead sciences of the past. But there is a fair minority of earnest students who are entitled to learn the few truths that may be given to them now, and now much more than 10 years ago, when Isis Unveiled appeared, or even when the later attempts to explain the mysteries of esoteric science were published. One of the greatest and perhaps the most serious objection to the correctness and reliability of the whole work will be the preliminary stanzas. How can the statements contained in them be verified? True, though a great portion of the Sanskrit, Chinese and Mongolian works quoted in the present volumes is known to some Orientalists, yet the chief work, that one from which the stanzas are given, is not in the possession of European libraries. The Book of Zayan, or Zan, is utterly unknown to our philologists, or at any rate was never heard of by them under its present name. This is, of course, a great drawback to those who follow the methods of research prescribed by official science. But to students of occultism, and to every genuine occultist, this will be of little moment. The main body of the doctrines given, however, is found scattered throughout hundreds and thousands of Sanskrit manuscripts, some already translated, disfigured in their interpretations as usual, others still waiting their turn. Every scholar, therefore, has an opportunity of verifying the statements herein made, and of checking most of the quotations. A few new facts, new to the profane Orientalist only, and passages quoted from the Commentaries will be found difficult to trace. Several of the teachings also have hitherto been transmitted orally, yet even these in every instance are hinted at in the almost countless volumes of Brahmanical, Chinese and Tibetan temple literature. However it may be, and whatsoever is in store for the writer through malevolent criticism, one fact is quite certain. The members of several esoteric schools, the seat of which is beyond the Himalayas, and whose ramifications may be found in China, Japan, India, Tibet, and even in Syria, and also South America, claim to have in their possession the sum total of sacred and philosophical works in manuscripts and print, all the works, in fact, that have ever been written, in whatever language or character, since the art of writing began, from the ideographic hieroglyphs down to the alphabet of Kamdus and the Devanagari. It has been constantly claimed that ever since the destruction of the Alexandrian library, every work of a character that might lead the profane to the ultimate discovery and comprehension of some of the mysteries of the secret science, owing to the combined efforts of the members of these brotherhoods, has been diligently searched for. It is added, moreover, by those who know, that once found all such works were destroyed, save 3 copies of each, which were preserved and safely stored away. In India, the last of these precious manuscripts were secured and hidden during the reign of the Emperor Akbar. Professor Max Muller shows that no bribes or threats of Akbar could extort the original text of the Vedas from the Brahmins, and yet boasts that European Orientalists have it. That Europe has the complete text is exceedingly doubtful, and the future may have very disagreeable surprises in store for the Orientalists. It is maintained, furthermore, that every sacred book of this kind, the text of which was not sufficiently veiled in symbolism, or which had any direct references to the ancient mysteries, was first carefully copied in cryptographic characters, such as to defy the art of the best and cleverest paleographer, and then destroyed to the last copy. During Akbar's reign, some fanatical courtiers, displeased at the emperor's sinful prying into the religions of the infidels, themselves helped the Brahmins to conceal their manuscripts. Such was Badaoni, who had an undisguised horror of Akbar's mania for idolatrous religions. Badaoni, in his Muntakab at-Tawarik, writes, "As they, the Shramana and Brahmins, surpass other learned men in their treatises on morals and on physical and religious sciences, and reach a high degree in their knowledge of the future, in spiritual power and human perfection, they brought proofs based on reason and testimony, and inculcated their doctrine so firmly that no man could now raise a doubt in his majesty, even if mountains were to crumble to dust, or the heavens were to tear asunder. His majesty relished inquiries into the sex of these infidels, who cannot be counted, so numerous they are, and who have no end of revealed books." This work was kept secret and was not published till the reign of Jahangir. Moreover, in all the large and wealthy lamasseries, there are subterranean crypts and cave libraries cut in the rock, whenever the Gonpa and the Lakhang were situated in the mountains. Beyond the western Saidam, in the solitary passes of Kuen-Lun, there are several such hiding places. Along the ridge of Altian Tag, whose soil no European foot has ever trodden so far, there exists a certain hamlet lost in a deep gorge. It is a small cluster of houses, a hamlet rather than a monastery, with a poor-looking temple in it, and one old lama, a hermit, living nearby to watch it. Pilgrims say that the subterranean galleries and halls under it contain a collection of books, the number of which, according to the accounts given, is too large to find room even in the British Museum. According to the same tradition, the now desolate regions of the waterless land of Tarim, a veritable wilderness in the heart of Turkestan, were in days of old covered with flourishing and wealthy cities. At present, a few verdant oases only relieve its dread solitude. One such, carpeting the sepulchre of a vast city buried under the sandy soil of the desert, belongs to no one, but is often visited by Mongolians and Buddhists. The tradition also speaks of immense subterranean abodes, of large corridors filled with tiles and cylinders. It may be an idle rumour, and it may be an actual fact. All this will very likely provoke a smile of doubt, but before the reader rejects the truthfulness of the reports, let him pause and reflect over the following well-known facts. The collective researches of Orientalists, and especially of late years the labours of students of comparative philology and the science of religion, have enabled them to ascertain that an incalculable number of manuscripts, and even of printed works known to have existed, are now to be no more found. They have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind them. Were they works of no importance, they might, in the natural course of time, have been left to perish, and their very names would have been obliterated from human memory. But this is not so, for, as now ascertained, most of them contain the true keys to works still extant and now entirely incomprehensible for the greater portion of their readers, without these additional volumes of commentaries and explanations. Such, for instance, are the works of Lao Tzu, the predecessor of Confucius. He is said to have written 930 books on ethics and religion, and 70 on magic, 1,000 in all. His great work, however, the Tao Te Ching, the heart of his doctrine, and the sacred scripture that Lao Tzu has in it, as Stanislas Julian shows, only about 5,000 words, hardly a dozen pages. Yet Professor Max Muller finds that the text is unintelligible without commentaries, so that M. Julian had to consult more than 60 commentators for the purpose of his translation, the earliest going back as far as the year 163 BC, and not earlier, as we see. During the 4 centuries and a half that preceded this earliest of the commentators, there was ample time to veil the true Lao Tzu doctrine from all but his initiated priests. The Japanese, among whom are now to be found the most learned of the priests and followers of Lao Tzu, simply laugh at the blunders and hypotheses of European Chinese scholars. And tradition affirms that the commentaries to which our Western sinologues have access are not the real occult records, but intentional veils, and that the true commentaries, as well as almost all the texts, have long disappeared from the eyes of the profane. Of the works of Confucius we read, if we turn to China, we find that the religion of Confucius is founded on the 5 King and the 4 Shu books, in themselves of considerable extent and surrounded by voluminous commentaries, without which even the most learned scholars would not venture to fathom the depth of their sacred canon. But they have not fathomed it, and this is the complaint of the Confucianists, as a very learned member of that body in Paris complained in 1881. If our scholars turn to the ancient literature of the Semitic religions, to the scriptures of Chaldea, the elder sister and instructress, if not the fountainhead of the Mosaic Bible, the basis and starting point of Christianity, what do they find? To perpetuate the memory of the ancient religions of Babylon, to record the vast cycle of astronomical observations of the Chaldean Magi, to justify the tradition of their splendid and preeminently occult literature, what now remains? Only a few fragments, which are said to be by Berosus. These, however, are almost valueless, even as a clue to the character of what has disappeared, for they pass through the hands of His Reverence the Bishop of Caesarea, that self-constituted censor and editor of the sacred records of other men's religions. and they doubtless to this day bear the mark of his eminently veracious and trustworthy hand. For what is the history of this treatise on the once grand religion of Babylon? It was written in Greek for Alexander the Great by Berosus, a priest of the temple of Belus, from the astronomical and chronological records preserved by the priests of that temple, records covering a period of 200,000 years, and is now lost. In the 1st century BC, Alexander Polyster made a series of extracts from it, which are also lost. Eusebius, 270 to 340 AD, used these extracts in writing his Chronicon. The points of resemblance, almost of identity, between the Jewish and the Chaldean scriptures made the latter most dangerous to Eusebius in his role of defender and champion of the new faith, which had adopted the former scriptures and together with them an absurd chronology. Now it is pretty certain that Eusebius did not spare the Egyptian synchronistic tables of Manetho, so much so that Bunsen charges him with mutilating history most unscrupulously, and Socrates, a historian of the 5th century, and Syncellus, vice-patriarch of Constantinople in the beginning of the 8th, denounce him as the most daring and desperate forger. Is it likely then that he dealt more tenderly with the Chaldean records, which were already menacing the new religion, so rashly accepted? So that, with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis. A few facts that were contained in the Beroesian history are given later on, and may throw great light on the true origin of the fallen angels, personified by Bel and the dragon. Turning now to the oldest specimen of Aryan literature, the Rig Veda. The student, if he strictly follows in this data furnished by the Orientalists themselves, will find that although the Rig Veda contains only about 10,580 verses, or 1,028 hymns, yet in spite of the Brahmanas and the mass of glosses and commentaries, it is not understood correctly to this day. Why is this so? Evidently because the Brahmanas, the scholastic and oldest treatises on the primitive hymns, themselves require a key, which the Orientalists have failed to secure. What again do the scholars say of Buddhist literature? Do they possess it in its completeness? Assuredly not. Notwithstanding the 325 volumes of the Kanjur and Tanjur of the northern Buddhists, each volume, we are told, weighing from 4 to 5 pounds, nothing in truth is known of the real Lamaism. Yet the sacred canon is said in the Sadharmalankara to contain 29,368,000 letters, or, exclusive of treatises and commentaries, 5 or 6 times the amount of the matter contained in the Bible, which, as Professor Max Muller states, rejoices only 3,567,180 letters. Notwithstanding, then, these 325 volumes, in reality there are 333, the Kanjur comprising 108 and the Tanjur 225 volumes. The translators, instead of supplying us with correct versions, have interwoven them with their own commentaries, for the purpose of justifying the dogmas of their several schools. Moreover, according to a tradition preserved by the Buddhist schools, both of the south and the north, the sacred Buddhist canon comprised originally 80,000 or 84,000 tracts, but most of them were lost, so that there remained but 6,000, as the professor tells his audience. Lost, as usual, for Europeans. But who can be quite sure that they are likewise lost for Buddhists and Brahmins? Considering the reverence of the Buddhists for every line written upon Buddha and the good law, the loss of nearly 76,000 tracts does seem miraculous. Had it been vice versa, everyone acquainted with the natural course of events would subscribe to the statement that of these 76,000, 5,000 or 6,000 treatises might have been destroyed during the persecutions in and emigrations from India. But as it is well ascertained that the Buddhist arhats began the religious exodus for the purpose of propagating the new faith beyond Kashmir and the Himalayas, as early as the year 300 before our era, and reached China in the year 61 AD, when Kashyapa, at the invitation of the Emperor Ming-Ti, went there to acquaint the Son of Heaven with the tenets of Buddhism. It does seem strange to hear the Orientalists speaking of such a loss as though it were really possible. They do not seem to allow for one moment the possibility that the text may be lost only for the West and for themselves, or that the Asiatic people should have unparalleled boldness to keep their most sacred records out of the reach of foreigners, thus refusing to deliver them to the profanation and misuse even of races so vastly superior to themselves. Judging by the expressed regrets and numerous confessions of almost every one of the Orientalists, the public may feel sufficiently sure that A. that the students of ancient religions have indeed very few data upon which to build such final conclusions as they generally do about the old faiths, and B. that such lack of data does not in the least prevent them from dogmatizing. One would imagine that, thanks to the numerous records of the Egyptian theogony and mysteries preserved in the classics and in a number of ancient writers, the rites and dogmas of pharaonic Egypt at least ought to be well understood, better at any rate than the two abstruse philosophies and pantheism of India, of whose religion and language Europe had hardly any idea before the beginning of the present century. Along the Nile and on the face of the whole country there stand to this hour yearly and daily exhumed, ever fresh relics, which eloquently tell their own history. Still it is not so. The learned Oxford philologist himself confesses the truth by saying, "We see still standing the pyramids and the ruins of temples and labyrinths, their walls covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions and with strange pictures of gods and goddesses. On rolls of papyrus, which seem to defy the ravages of time, we have even fragments of what may be called the sacred books of the Egyptians." Yet though much has been deciphered in the ancient records of the mysterious race, the mainspring of the religion of Egypt and the original intention of a ceremonial worship are far from being fully disclosed to us. Here again the mysterious hieroglyphic documents remain, but the keys by which alone they become intelligible have disappeared. In fact, so little acquainted are our greatest Egyptologists with the funerary rites of the Egyptians and the outward marks of the difference of sex on the mummies, that it has led to the most ludicrous mistakes. Only a year or two ago, one of this kind was discovered at Bulak, Cairo. The mummy of what was considered to be the wife of an unimportant pharaoh has, thanks to an inscription found and an amulet hung around its neck, turned out to be that of Sesostris, the greatest king of Egypt. Nevertheless, having found that there is a natural connection between language and religion, and that there was a common Aryan religion before the separation of the Aryan race, a common Semitic religion before the separation of the Semitic race, and a common Turanic religion before the separation of the Chinese and other tribes belonging to the Turanian class, having in fact discovered only 3 ancient centres of religion and 3 centres of language, and though as entirely ignorant of those primitive religions and languages as of their origin, the professor does not hesitate to declare that a truly historical basis for a scientific treatment of the principal religions of the world has been gained. A scientific treatment of a subject is no guarantee for its historical basis, and with such scarcity of data on hand, no philologist, even among the most eminent, is justified in giving out his own conclusions for historical facts. No doubt the eminent Orientalist has thoroughly proved to the world's satisfaction that, according to the phonetic rules of Grimm's law, Odin and Buddha are 2 different personages, quite distinct from each other, and has proved it scientifically. When, however, he takes the opportunity of saying in the same breath that Odin was worshipped as the supreme deity during a period long anterior to the age of the Veda and of Homer, he has not the slightest historical basis for it, but makes history and fact subservient to his own conclusions, which may be very scientific in the sight of Oriental scholars, but yet very wide of the mark of actual truth. The conflicting views of the various eminent philologists and Orientalists, from Martin Haug down to Professor Max Muller himself, on the subject of chronology, in the case of the Vedas, are an evident proof that the statement has no historical basis to stand upon, internal evidence being very often a jack-o'-lantern instead of a safe beacon to follow. Nor has the science of modern comparative mythology any better argument to bring forward to crush the contention of those learned writers who have insisted for the last century or so that there must have been fragments of a primeval revelation granted to the ancestors of the whole race of mankind, preserved in the temples of Greece and Italy. For this is what all the Eastern initiates and pandits have been proclaiming to the world from time to time. And while a prominent Sinhalese priest assured the writer that it was well known that the most important tracts belonging to the Buddhist sacred canon were stored away in countries and places inaccessible to the European pandits, the late Swami Dayanand Saraswati, the greatest Sanskritist of his day in India, assured some members of the Theosophical Society of the same fact with regard to ancient Brahmanical works. When told that Professor Max Muller had declared to the audiences of his lectures that the theory that there was a primeval, preternatural revelation granted to the fathers of the human race finds but few supporters at present, the holy and learned man laughed. His answer was suggestive. If Mr. Mox Muller, as he pronounced the name, were a Brahman and came with me, I might take him to a Gupa cave, a secret crypt, near Okhi Math, in the Himalayas, where he would soon find out that what crossed the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, from India to Europe were only the bits of rejected copies of some passages from our sacred books. There was a primeval revelation, and it still exists, nor will it ever be lost to the world, but will reappear, though the Mlekchas will of course have to wait. Questioned further on the point, he would say no more. This was at Meerut in 1880. No doubt the mystification played by the Brahmans upon Colonel Wilford and Sir William Jones in the last century at Calcutta was cruel, but it had been well deserved, and no one was more to blame in the affair than the missionaries and Colonel Wilford himself. The former, on the testimony of Sir William Jones himself, were silly enough to maintain that the Hindus were even now almost Christians, because their Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesha were no other than the Christian Trinity. It was a good lesson. It made the Oriental scholars doubly cautious, but perchance it has also made some of them too shy, and, in its reaction, has caused the pendulum of foregone conclusions to swing too much the other way. For that first supply from the Brahmanical market, in answer to the demand of Colonel Wilford, has now created an evident necessity and desire in the Orientalists to declare nearly every archaic Sanskrit manuscript so modern as to give the missionaries full justification for availing themselves of their opportunity. That they do so, and to the full extent of their mental powers, is shown by the absurd attempts of late to prove that the whole Puranic story about Krishna was plagiarized by the Brahmans from the Bible. But the facts cited by the Oxford professor in his lectures concerning the now famous interpolations, for the benefit and later on to the sorrow of Colonel Wilford, do not at all interfere with the conclusions to which one who studies the secret doctrine must unavoidably come. For if the results show that neither the New nor even the Old Testament borrowed anything from the more ancient religion of the Brahmins and Buddhists, it does not follow that the Jews have not borrowed all they knew from the Chaldean records, the latter being mutilated later on by Eusebius. As to the Chaldeans, they assuredly got their primitive learning from the Brahmins. For Rawlinson shows an undeniably Vedic influence in the early mythology of Babylon, and Colonel Vance Kennedy has long ago justly declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit and Brahman learning. But all such proofs must lose their value in the presence of the latest theory worked out by Professor Max Muller. What it is everyone knows. The code of phonetic laws has now become a universal solvent for every identification and connection between the gods of many nations. Thus, though the mother of Mercury, Buddha, Thoth, Hermes, etc., was Maya, the mother of Gautama Buddha, also Maya and the mother of Jesus, likewise Maya, illusion, for Mary is Mare, the sea, the great illusion symbolically. Yet these three characters have no connection, nor can they have any, since Bopp has laid down his code of phonetic laws. End of section 1. Read by Timothy O'Riordan, Sligo, Ireland, the 11th of April 2024.
Section 2 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Introduction, Part 2. In their efforts to collect together the many skeins of unwritten history, it is a bold step for our Orientalists to deny a priori everything that does not dovetail with their special conclusions. Thus, while new discoveries are daily made of great arts and sciences, having existed far back in the night of time, yet even the knowledge of writing is refused to some of the most ancient nations, and they are credited with barbarism instead of culture. Nevertheless, traces of an immense civilization, even in Central Asia, are still to be found. This civilization is undeniably prehistoric, and how can there be civilization without a literature in some form, without annals or chronicles? Common sense alone ought to supplement the broken links in the history of departed nations. The gigantic and unbroken wall of the mountains that hem in the whole tableland of Tibet, from the upper course of the river Huanghe down to the Karakoram hills, witnessed a civilization during millenniums of years, and should have strange secrets to tell mankind. The eastern and central portions of these regions, the Nanshan and the Altan Tag, were once upon a time covered with cities that could well vie with Babylon. A whole geological period has swept over the land since those cities breathed their last, as the mounds of shifting sand and the sterile and now dead soil of the immense central plains of the basins of Tarim testify. The borderlands alone are superficially known to the traveller. Within those tablelands of sand there is water, and fresh oases are found blooming there, wherein no European foot has ever yet ventured or trodden the now treacherous soil. Among these verdant oases there are some which are entirely inaccessible even to the profane native traveller. Hurricanes may tear up the sands and sweep whole plains away. They are powerless to destroy that which is beyond their reach. Built deep in the bowels of the earth, the subterranean stores are secure, and as their entrances are concealed, there is little fear that anyone would discover them, even should several armies invade the sandy wastes where not a pool, not a bush, not a house is seen, and the mountain ranges form a rugged screen round the parched flats of the dry desert. But there is no need to send the reader across the desert when the same proofs of ancient civilizations are found even in comparatively populated regions of the same country. The oasis of the Chechen, for instance, situated about 4,000 feet above the level of the river Czandra, is now surrounded in every direction by the ruins of archaic towns and cities. There, some 3,000 human beings represent the relics of about 100 extinct nations and races, the very names of which are now unknown to our ethnologists. An anthropologist would feel more than embarrassed to class, divide, and subdivide them. The more so as the respective descendants of all these antediluvian races and tribes themselves know as little of their forefathers as if they had fallen from the moon. When questioned about their origin, they reply that they know not whence their fathers had come, but had heard that their first or earliest men were ruled by the great genii of these deserts. This may be put down to ignorance and superstition, yet in view of the teachings of the secret doctrine, the answer may be based upon primeval tradition. Alone the tribe of Khorasan claims to have come from what is now known as Afghanistan, long before the days of Alexander, and brings legendary lore to that effect in corroboration. The Russian traveller, Colonel, now General, Przewalski, found quite close to the oasis of Chechen the ruins of two enormous cities, the oldest of which, according to local tradition, was destroyed 3,000 years ago by a hero and giant, and the other by Mongolians in the 10th century of our era. The emplacement of the two cities is now covered, owing to shifting sands and the desert wind, with strange and heterogeneous relics, with broken china and kitchen utensils and human bones. The natives often find copper and gold coins, melted silver ingots, diamonds and turquoises, and what is the most remarkable, broken glass. Coffins of some undecaying wood or material also within which beautifully preserved embalmed bodies are found. The male mummies are all extremely tall, powerfully built men, with long wavy hair. A vault was found with 12 dead men sitting in it. Another time, in a separate coffin, a young girl was discovered by us. Her eyes were closed with golden discs, and the jaws held firm by a golden circlet running from under the chin across the top of the head. Clad in a narrow woolen garment, her bosom was covered with golden stars, feet being left naked. To this, the famous traveller adds that all along their way on the river Chechen, they heard legends about 23 towns buried ages ago by the shifting sands of the deserts. The same tradition exists on the Lob Nor and in the oasis of Kuria. The traces of such civilization and these and like traditions give us the right to credit other legendary lore, warranted by well-educated and learned natives of India and Mongolia, who speak of immense libraries reclaimed from the sand, together with various relics of ancient magic lore, which have all been safely stowed away. To recapitulate, the secret doctrine was the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Proofs of its diffusion, authentic records of its history, a complete chain of documents showing its character and presence in every land, together with the teaching of all its great adepts, exist to this day in the secret crypts of libraries belonging to the occult fraternity. This statement is rendered more credible by a consideration of the following facts. The tradition of the thousands of ancient parchments saved when the Alexandrian library was destroyed, the thousands of Sanskrit works which disappeared in India in the reign of Akbar, the universal tradition in China and Japan that the true ancient texts with the commentaries which alone make them comprehensible, amounting to many thousands of volumes, have long passed out of the reach of profane hands. Disappearance of the vast sacred and occult literature of Babylon, the loss of those keys which alone could solve the thousand riddles of the Egyptian hieroglyphic records, the tradition in India that the real secret commentaries, which alone make the Vedas intelligible, though no longer visible to profane eyes, still remain for the initiate, hidden in secret caves and crypts, and an identical belief among the Buddhists with regard to their secret books. The occultists assert that all these exist, safe from Western spoliating hands, to reappear in some more enlightened age, for which, in the words of the late Swami Dayanand Saraswati, the Mlechas, outcasts, savages, those beyond the pale of Aryan civilization, will have to wait. For it is not the fault of the initiates that these documents are now lost to the profane, nor was their policy dictated by selfishness or any desire to monopolize the life-giving sacred law. There were portions of the secret science that for incalculable ages had to remain concealed from the profane gaze, but this was because the imparting to the unprepared multitude secrets of such tremendous importance was equivalent to giving a child a lighted candle in a powder magazine. The answer to a question which has frequently arisen in the minds of students when meeting with statements such as this may well be outlined here. We can understand, they say, the necessity for concealing from the herd such secrets as the Vril or the rock-destroying force, discovered by J.W. Keeley of Philadelphia, but we cannot understand how any danger could arise from the revelation of such a purely philosophical doctrine, for instance, as the evolution of the planetary chains. The danger was that such doctrines as the planetary chain or the 7 races at once give a clue to the sevenfold nature of man, for each principle is correlated to a plane, a planet, and a race, and the human principles are, on every plane, correlated to sevenfold occult forces, those of the higher planes being of tremendous power. so that any septenary division at once gives a clue to tremendous occult powers, the abuse of which would cause incalculable evil to humanity, a clue which is perhaps no clue to the present generation, especially to Westerners, protected as they are by their very blindness and ignorant materialistic belief in the occult, but a clue which would, nevertheless, have been very real in the early centuries of the Christian era, to people fully convinced of the reality of occultism, and entering a cycle of degradation which made them rife for abuse of occult powers and sorcery of the worst description. The documents were concealed, it is true, but the knowledge itself and its actual existence was never made a secret of by the hierophants of the temples, wherein the mysteries have ever been made a discipline and stimulus to virtue. This is very old news, and was repeatedly made known by the great adepts from Pythagoras and Plato down to the Neoplatonists. It was the new religion of the Nazarenes that wrought a change for the worse in the policy of centuries. Moreover, there is a well-known fact, a very curious one, corroborated to the writer by a reverend gentleman attached for years to a Russian embassy, that there are several documents in the St. Petersburg imperial libraries to show that, even so late as the days when Freemasonry and secret societies of mystics flourished without hindrance in Russia, namely at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, more than one Russian mystic traveled to Tibet via the Ural Mountains in search of knowledge and initiation in the unknown crypts of Central Asia, and more than one returned years later with a rich store of information, such as could never have been given him anywhere in Europe. Several cases could be cited and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the late initiates referred to. Let anyone look over the annals and history of Freemasonry in the archives of the Russian metropolis, and he will assure himself of the fact above stated. This is a corroboration of what has been stated many times before, unfortunately too indiscreetly. Instead of benefiting humanity, the virulent charges of deliberate invention and imposture with a purpose hurled at those who asserted a veritable, even if a little known fact, have only generated bad karma for the slanderers. But now the mischief is done, and truth should no longer be denied, whatever the consequences. Is Theosophy a new religion, we are asked? By no means. It is not a religion, nor is its philosophy new, for, as already stated, it is as old as thinking man. Its tenets are not now published for the first time, but have been cautiously given out to and taught by more than one European initiate, especially by the late Ragon. More than one great scholar has stated that there never was a religious founder, whether Aryan, Semitic, or Turanian, who had invented a new religion or revealed a new truth. These founders were all transmitters, not original teachers. They were the authors of new forms and interpretations, while the truths upon which their teachings were based were as old as mankind. Thus, out of the many truths revealed orally to man in the beginning, preserved and perpetuated in the Advaita of the temples, through initiation, during the mysteries, and by personal transmission, they selected one or more of such grand verities, actualities visible only to the eye of the real sage and seer, and revealed them to the masses. Thus every nation received in its turn some of the said truths, under the veil of its own local and special symbolism, which, as time went on, developed into a more or less philosophical cultus, a pantheon in mythical disguise. Therefore is Confucius, a very ancient legislator in historical chronology, though a very modern sage in the world's history shown by Dr. Legge, to be emphatically a transmitter, not a maker, as he himself says. I only hand on. I cannot create new things. I believe in the ancients, and therefore I love them. The writer loves them too, and therefore believes in these ancients, and the modern heirs to their wisdom. And believing in both, she now transmits that which she has received and learnt herself to all those who will accept it. As to those who may reject her testimony, the great majority she will bear them no malice, for they will be as right in their way in denying as she is right in hers in affirming, since they look at truth from two entirely different standpoints. Agreeably with the rules of critical scholarship, the Orientalist has to reject a priori whatever evidence he cannot fully verify for himself. And how can a Western scholar accept on hearsay that which he knows nothing about? Indeed, that which is given in these volumes is selected from oral as much as from written teachings. This first installment of the esoteric doctrines is based upon stanzas, which are the records of a people unknown to ethnology. They are written, it is claimed, in a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects with which philology is acquainted, are said to emanate from a source repudiated by science, to wit, occultism, and finally they are offered through an agency incessantly discredited before the world by all those who hate unwelcome truths, or have some special hobby of their own to defend. Therefore the rejection of these teachings may be expected, and must be expected beforehand. No one styling himself a scholar in whatever department of exact science will permit himself to regard these teachings seriously. They will be derided and rejected a priori in this century, but only in this one. For in the 20th century of our era, scholars will begin to recognize that the secret doctrine has neither been invented nor exaggerated, but on the contrary, simply outlined, and finally that its teachings antedate the Vedas. This is no pretension to prophecy, but simply a statement based on the knowledge of facts. Every century, an attempt is being made to show the world that occultism is no vain superstition. Once the door is permitted to remain a little ajar, it will be opened wider with every new century. The times are ripe for a more serious knowledge than hitherto permitted, though still even now very limited. For have not even the Vedas been derided, rejected, and called a modern forgery, even so recently as 50 years ago? Was not Sanskrit proclaimed at one time the progeny of and a dialect derived from the Greek, according to Lempriere and other scholars? About 1820, as Professor Max Müller tells us, the sacred books of the Brahmins, of the Magians, and of the Buddhists were all but unknown. Their very existence was doubted, and there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda, of the Zendavesta, of the Buddhist Tripitaka. And now the Vedas are proved to be the work of the highest antiquity, whose preservation amounts almost to a marvel. The same will be said of the secret archaic doctrine when undeniable proofs are given of its existence and records, but it will be centuries before much more is given from it. Speaking of the keys to the zodiacal mysteries as being almost lost to the world, it was remarked by the writer some 10 years ago in Isis Unveiled that the said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will give it but one turn, and thereby allow the profane one glimpse into the mystery. Happy he who understands the whole. The same may be said of the whole esoteric system. One turn of the key and no more was given in Isis Unveiled. Much more is explained in these volumes. In those days the writer hardly knew the language in which the work was written, and the disclosure of many things freely spoken about now was forbidden. In century the 20th, some disciple, more informed and far better fitted, may be sent by the masters of wisdom to give final and irrefutable proofs that there exists a science called Gupta Vidya, and that like the once mysterious sources of the Nile, the source of all religions and philosophies now made known to the world has been for many ages forgotten and lost to men, but it is at last found. Such a work as this has to be introduced with no simple preface, but with a volume rather, one that would give facts, not mere disquisitions, since the secret doctrine is not a treatise or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. It would be worse than useless to publish in these pages even those portions of the esoteric teachings that have now escaped from confinement, unless the genuineness and authenticity, or at any rate the probability of the existence of such teachings, were first established. Such statements as will now be made have to be shown as warranted by various authorities, such as ancient philosophers, classic writers, and even certain learned church fathers, some of whom knew these doctrines because they had studied them, had seen and read works written upon them, and some of whom had even been personally initiated into the ancient mysteries, during the performance of which the arcane doctrines were allegorically enacted. The writer will have to give historical and trustworthy names, and to cite well-known authors, ancient and modern, of recognized ability, good judgment, and truthfulness, as also to name some of the famous proficients in the secret arts and science, together with the mysteries of the latter, as they are divulged or rather partially presented before the public in their strange archaic form. How is this to be done? What is the best way for achieving such an object? Has been the ever-recurring question. To make our plan clearer, an illustration may be attempted. When a tourist, coming from a well-explored country, suddenly reaches the borderland of a terra incognita, hedged in and shut out from view by a formidable barrier of impassable rocks, he may still refuse to acknowledge himself baffled in his exploratory plans. Ingress beyond is forbidden, but if he cannot visit the mysterious region personally, he may still find a means of examining it from as short a distance as can be arrived at. Helped by his knowledge of the landscapes left behind, he can get a general and pretty correct idea of the transmural view, if he will only climb to the loftiest summit of the altitudes in front of him. Once there, he can gaze at it at his leisure, comparing that which he dimly perceives with that which he has just left below, now that he is, thanks to his own efforts, beyond the line of the mists and the cloud-capped cliffs. Such a point of preliminary observation cannot in these 2 volumes be offered to those who would like to get a more correct understanding of the mysteries of the pre-archaic periods given in the texts. But if the reader has patience and will glance at the present state of beliefs and creeds in Europe, compare and check it with what is known to history of the ages directly preceding and following the Christian era, then he will find all this in a future volume of the present work. In the latter volume, a brief recapitulation will be made of all the principal adepts known to history, and the downfall of the mysteries will be described, after which began the disappearance and the systematic and final elimination from the memory of men of the real nature of initiation and the sacred science. From that time its teachings became occult, and magic sailed but too often under the venerable but frequently misleading name of Hermetic philosophy. As real occultism had been prevalent among the mystics during the centuries that preceded our era, so magic, or rather sorcery, with its occult arts, followed the beginning of Christianity. However great and zealous the fanatical efforts during these early centuries to obliterate every trace of the mental and intellectual labors of the pagans, they were a failure. But the same spirit of the dark demon of bigotry and intolerance has ever since systematically perverted every bright page written in the pre-Christian periods. Even history, in her uncertain records, has preserved enough of that which has survived to throw an impartial light upon the whole. Let then the reader tarry a little while with the writer on the spot of observation selected. He is asked to give all his attention to that millennium of the pre-Christian and the post-Christian periods, divided by the year 1 of the Nativity. This event, whether historically correct or not, has nevertheless been made to serve as a first signal for the erection of manifold bulwarks against any possible return of or even a glimpse into the hated religions of the past, hated and dreaded, because throwing such a vivid light in the novel and intentionally veiled interpretation of what is now known as the New Dispensation. However superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed. Hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige of that ancient wisdom, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands, perhaps millions of MSS burnt, of monuments with their too indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols pulverized to dust, of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming about among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and mountain, valley and highland, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar, scroll or parchment they could lay their hands on, if only it bore the symbol of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith. And he will then see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirit of fanaticism of early and medieval Christianity and of Islam has loved from the first to dwell in darkness and ignorance, and both have made the sun like blood, the earth a tomb, the tomb a hell, and hell itself a murkier gloom. Both creeds have won their proselytes at the point of the sword. Both have built their churches on heaven-kissing hecatombs of human victims. Over the gateway of century 1 of our era, the ominous words, "the karma of Israel," fatally glowed. Over the portals of our own, the future seer may discern other words that will point to the karma for cunningly made-up history, for events purposely perverted, and for great characters slandered by posterity, mangled out of recognition between the two cars of Jagannatha, bigotry and materialism, one accepting too much, the other denying all. Wise is he who holds to the golden midpoint, who believes in the eternal justice of things, says Faizi Dewan, the witness to the wonderful speeches of a free thinker who belongs to 1,000 sects. In the assembly of the day of resurrection, when past things shall be forgiven, the sins of the Kaaba will be forgiven for the sake of the dust of Christian churches. To this, Professor Max Muller replies, "The sins of Islam are as worthless as the dust of Christianity." On the day of resurrection, both Mohammedans and Christians will see the vanity of their religious doctrines. Men fight about religion on earth. In heaven they shall find out that there is only one true religion, the worship of God's Spirit. In other words, there is no religion or law higher than truth. Satyat Nasti Paro Dharma, the motto of the Maharaja of Benares, adopted by the Theosophical Society. As already said in the preface, the secret doctrine is not a version of Isis Unveiled as originally intended. It is rather a volume explanatory of the latter, and, though entirely independent of the earlier work, an indispensable corollary to it. Much of what was in the former work could hardly be understood by theosophists in those days. The secret doctrine will now throw light on many a problem left unsolved in the first work, especially on the opening pages which have never been understood, as it was concerned simply with the philosophies within historical times and the respective symbolism of the fallen nations. Only a hurried glance could be thrown at the panorama of occultism in the 2 volumes of Isis. In the present work, detailed cosmogony and the evolution of the 4 races that preceded our 5th race, humanity, are given, and now 2 large volumes explain that which was stated only on the first page of Isis Unveiled alone, and in a few allusions scattered hither and thither throughout that work. Nor could the vast catalogue of the archaic sciences be attempted in the present volumes before we have disposed of such tremendous problems as cosmic and planetary evolution and the gradual development of the mysterious humanities and races that preceded our Adamic humanity. Therefore, the present attempt to elucidate some mysteries of the esoteric philosophy has in truth nothing to do with the earlier work. The writer must be allowed to illustrate what is said by an instance. Volume 1 of Isis begins with a reference to an old book, so very old that our modern antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning, the Siprad Zenyuta, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy, until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. This very old book is the original work from which the many volumes of Kyuti were compiled, not only the latter and the Siprad Zenyuta, but even the Sefer Yetzirah, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to the patriarch Abraham, the Shu King, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thoth Hermes, the Puranas in India, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and the Pentateuch itself, are all derived from the one small parent volume. Tradition says it was taken down in Censar, the secret sacerdotal tongue from the words of divine beings, who dictated it to the sons of light in Central Asia at the very beginning of our 5th race. For there was a time when its language, the Censar, was known to the initiates of every nation when the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis, who inherited it in their turn from the sages of the third race, the Manushis, who learnt it direct from the Devas of the second and first races. The illustration spoken of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races and of our fourth and fifth race, humanity, in the Vaivasvata Manvantara, or round, each round being composed of the yugas of the 7 periods of humanity, 4 of which are now passed in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. This illustration is symbolic, as every one can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races, from the first down to our own 5th race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga just 4,989 years ago, at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. But there exists another book. None of its possessors regard it as very ancient, as it was born with and is only as old as the Black Age, namely about 5,000 years. In about 9 years hence, the first cycle of the first 5 millenniums, that began with the great cycle of the Kali Yuga, will end, and then the last prophecy contained in that book, the first volume of the prophetic record for the Black Age, will be accomplished. We have not long to wait, and many of us will witness the dawn of the new cycle, at the end of which not a few accounts will be settled and squared between the races. Volume 2 of the Prophecies is nearly ready, having been in preparation since the time of Buddha's grand successor, Shankaracharya. One more important point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval universal wisdom, at any rate for Christian Kabbalists and students. The teachings were at least partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained on purely historical grounds that Origen, Synesius, and even Clemens Alexandrinus had themselves been initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school, that of the Gnostics under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the secret schools, though by no means all, were preserved in the Vatican, and have since become part and parcel of the mysteries, in the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church, such as the now materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for the great persecutions set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, Masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of this supreme struggle that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence, the vista into the far distant past, beyond the deluge and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly shut out by every fair and unfair means from the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record upon which hands could be laid destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every requisite evidence of the actual existence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological and political cataclysms to tell the story, and every survival shows evidence that the now secret wisdom was once the one fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source, from which were fed all the streamlets, the later religions of all nations, from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and finishing with the Neoplatonists and Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein converge for the last time the bright rays of light streaming from the aeons of times gone by, unobscured by the hand of bigotry and fanaticism. This accounts for the necessity under which the writer has laboured of ever explaining the facts given from the hoariest past by evidence gathered from the historical period, even at the risk of being once more charged with a lack of method and system. No other means was at hand. The public must be made acquainted with the efforts of many world adepts, of initiated poets and writers in the classics of every age, to preserve in the records of humanity the knowledge at least of the existence of such a philosophy, if not actually of its tenets. The initiates of 1888 would indeed remain incomprehensible, and even a seemingly impossible myth were not, like initiates, shown to have lived in every other age of history. This could be done only by naming chapter and verse where mention may be found of these great characters, who were preceded and followed by a long and interminable line of other famous antediluvian and post-diluvian masters in the arts. Thus only could it be shown on semi-traditional and semi-historical authority that occult knowledge and the powers it confers on man are not altogether fictions, but that they are as old as the world itself. To my judges, past and future, therefore, whether they are serious literary critics or those howling dervishes in literature who judge a book according to the popularity or unpopularity of the author's name, who, hardly glancing at its contents, fasten like lethal bacilli on the weakest points of the body, I have nothing to say. Nor shall I condescend to notice those crack-brained slanderers, fortunately very few in number, who, hoping to attract public attention by throwing discredit on every writer whose name is better known than their own, foam and bark at their very shadows. These, having first maintained for years that the doctrines taught in the Theosophist, and which culminated in esoteric Buddhism, have been all invented by the present writer, having finally turned around and denounced Isis Unveiled and the rest as a plagiarism from Eliphas Levi, Paracelsus, and Mirabile Dictu, Buddhism and Brahmanism. As well charged Renan from having stolen his Vida Jesus from the Gospels, and Max Muller his Sacred Books of the East, or his chips, from the philosophies of the Brahmins and of Gautama the Buddha. But to the public in general and the readers of the secret doctrine, I may repeat what I have stated all along, and which I now clothe in the words of Montaigne. Gentlemen, I have here made only a nosegay of culled flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them. Pull the string to pieces and cut it up in shreds, if you will. As for the nosegay of facts, you will never be able to make away with these. You can only ignore them and no more. We may close with a parting word concerning this first volume. In an introduction prefacing chapters dealing chiefly with cosmogony, certain subjects brought forward may be deemed out of place, but one more consideration added to those already given has led me to touch upon them. Every reader will inevitably judge the statements made from the standpoint of his own knowledge, experience, and consciousness, basing his judgment on what he has already learned. This fact the writer is constantly obliged to bear in mind. Hence, also the frequent references in this first volume to matters which, properly speaking, belong to a later part of the work, but which could not be passed by in silence, lest the reader should look upon it as a fairy tale indeed, a fiction of some modern brain. Thus, the past shall help to realize the present, and the latter to better appreciate the past. The errors of the day must be explained and swept away. Yet it is more than probable, nay, in the present case it amounts to certitude, that once more the testimony of long ages and of history will fail to impress any but the very intuitional, which is equal to saying the very few. But in this, as in all like cases, the true and the faithful may console themselves by presenting the sceptical modern Sadducee with the mathematical proof and memorial of his obdurate obstinacy and bigotry. There still exists somewhere in the archives of the French Academy the famous law of probabilities worked out by certain mathematicians for the benefit of skeptics by an algebraical process. It runs thus: if two persons give their evidence to a fact and thus impart to it each of them 5/6 of certitude, that fact will have then 35/36 of certitude, i.e. its probability will bear to its improbability the ratio of 35:1. If three such evidences are joined together, the certitude will become 215/216. If three such evidences are joined together, the certitude will become 215/216. The agreement of 10 persons giving each a half of certitude will produce 1023 1024, etc., etc. The occultist may remain satisfied with such certitude and care for no more. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Proem, pages from a prehistoric record. Part 1. An archaic manuscript, a collection of palm leaves made impermeable to water, fire, and air by some specific and unknown process, is before the writer's eye. On the first page is an immaculate white disk within a dull black ground. On the following page, the same disk but with the central point. The first, the student knows, represents cosmos in eternity, before the reawakening of still slumbering energy, the emanation of the world in later systems. The point in the hitherto immaculate disk, space and eternity in pralaya, denotes the dawn of differentiation. It is the point in the mundane egg, the germ within it which will become the universe, the all, the boundless periodical cosmos, a germ which is latent and active, periodically and by turns. The one circle is divine unity from which all proceeds, whither all returns. Its circumference, a forcibly limited symbol in view of the limitation of the human mind, indicates the abstract, ever incognizable presence, and its plane, the universal soul, although the two are one. Only the face of the disk being white and the surrounding ground black clearly shows that its plane is the soul knowledge, dim and hazy though it still is, that is attainable by man. It is on this plane that the manvantaric manifestations begin, for it is in this soul that slumbers during the pralaya the divine thought, wherein lies concealed the plan of every future cosmogony and theogony. It is the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being, unconscious yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable yet the one self-existing reality, truly a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Its one absolute attribute, which is itself, eternal, ceaseless motion, is called in esoteric parlance the great breath, which is the perpetual motion of the universe, in the sense of limitless, ever-present space. That which is motionless cannot be divine, but then there is nothing in fact and reality absolutely motionless within the universal soul. Almost 5 centuries B.C., Leucippus, the instructor of Democritus, maintained that space was eternally filled with atoms actuated by a ceaseless motion, which in due course of time, as they aggregated, generated rotary motion, through mutual collisions producing lateral movements. Epicurus and Lucretius taught the same doctrine, adding, however, to the lateral motion of the atoms the idea of affinity, an occult teaching. From the beginning of man's inheritance, from the first appearance of the architects of the globe he lives on, the unrevealed deity was recognized and considered under its only philosophical aspect, universal motion, the thrill of the creative breath in nature. Occultism sums up the one existence thus, quote, "Deity is an arcane, living or moving fire, and the eternal witnesses to this unseen presence are light, heat, moisture." End quote. This trinity, including and being the cause of every phenomenon in nature, intracosmic motion is eternal and ceaseless. Cosmic motion, the visible or that which is subject to perception, is finite and periodical. As an eternal abstraction, it is the ever-present. As a manifestation, it is finite, both in the coming direction and the opposite, the two being the alpha and omega of successive reconstructions. Cosmos, the noumenon, has naught to do with the causal relations of the phenomenal world. It is only with reference to the intracosmic soul, the ideal cosmos in the immutable divine thought, that we may say, it never had a beginning, nor will it have an end. With regard to its body or cosmic organization, though it cannot be said that it had a first or will ever have a last construction, yet at each new manvantara, its organization may be regarded as the first and the last of its kind, as it evolves every time on a higher plane. A few years ago only, it was stated that, quote, the esoteric doctrine, like Buddhism and Brahmanism and even Kabbalism, teaches that the one infinite unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the days and the nights of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate only upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theologians and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers which have worked out the visible universe, and which becomes with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the male Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Swabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator, but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from without inwardly, and from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor from the secret books, which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series, which had no beginning and will have no end. End quote. This passage will be explained as far as is possible in the present work, though it contains nothing new to the Orientalist as it now stands. Its esoteric interpretation may contain a good deal which has hitherto remained entirely unknown to the Western student. The first illustration is a plain disk, circle. The second, in the archaic symbol, shows a disk with a point in it, circle with dot. The first differentiation in the periodical manifestations of the ever-eternal nature, sexless and infinite. Aditi, in that, or potential space, within abstract space. In its third stage, the point is transformed into a diameter, circle with line. It now symbolizes a divine, immaculate Mother Nature, within the all-embracing absolute infinitude. When the horizontal diameter is crossed by a vertical one, circle with cross, it becomes the mundane cross. Humanity has reached its third root race. It is the sign for the origin of human life. When the circumference disappears and leaves only the cross, it is a sign that the fall of man into matter is accomplished. and the fourth race begins. The cross within a circle symbolizes pure pantheism. When the cross is left uninscribed, it becomes phallic. It had the same and yet other meanings as a tau inscribed within a circle with lines, tau, or as a Thor's hammer, the so-called Jaina cross, or swastika within a circle with swastika. By the third symbol, the circle divided in two by a horizontal diameter was meant the first manifestation of creative nature, still passive because feminine. The first shadowy perception of man connected with procreation is feminine, because man knows his mother more than his father. Hence female deities were more sacred than male. Nature is therefore feminine, and to a degree objective and tangible, and the spirit principle which fructifies it is concealed. By adding to the horizontal line in the circle a perpendicular, the tau was formed. T, the oldest form of the letter. It was the glyph of the third root race to the day of its symbolical fall, that is, when the separation of sexes by natural evolution took place, when the figure became circle with vertical line, or sexless life modified or separated, a double glyph or symbol. With the sub-races of our fifth race, it became in symbology the sak, and in Hebrew nkabva, of the first formed races. Then it changed into the Egyptian emblem of life, Ankh, and still later into the sign of Venus, female symbol. Then comes the swastika, Thor's hammer, now the Hermetic cross, entirely separated from its circle, thus becoming purely phallic. The esoteric symbol of Kali Yuga is the five-pointed star reversed, with its 2 points, horns, turned heavenward. Thus, five-pointed star, the sign of human sorcery, a position every occultist will recognize as one of the left hand, and used in ceremonial magic. It is hoped that during the perusal of this work, the erroneous ideas of the public in general with regard to pantheism will be modified. It is wrong and unjust to regard the Buddhists and Advaitin occultists as atheists. If not all of them philosophers, they are at any rate all logicians, their objections and arguments being based on strict reasoning. Indeed, if the Parabrahman of the Hindus may be taken as a representative of the hidden and nameless deities of other nations, this absolute principle will be found to be the prototype from which all the others were copied. Parabrahman is not God, because it is not a God. It is that which is supreme and not supreme, Paravara. It is supreme as cause, not supreme as effect. Parabrahman is simply as a secondless reality, the all-inclusive cosmos, or rather the infinite cosmic space, in the highest spiritual sense, of course. Brahman, neuter, being the unchanging, pure, free, undecaying supreme root, the one true existence, Paramartika, and the absolute Chit and Chaitanya, intelligence, consciousness, cannot be a cognizer, for that can have no subject of cognition. Can the flame be called the essence of fire? This essence is the life and light of the universe. The visible fire and flame are destruction, death, and evil. Fire and flame destroy the body of an arhat. Their essence makes him immortal. The knowledge of the absolute spirit, like the effulgence of the sun or like heat in fire, is naught else than the absolute essence itself, says Shankaracharya. It is the spirit of the fire, not fire itself. Therefore the attributes of the latter, heat or flame, are not the attributes of the spirit, but of that of which the spirit is the unconscious cause. Is not the above sentence the true keynote of later Rosicrucian philosophy? Parabrahman is, in short, the collective aggregate of cosmos in its infinity and eternity, the that and this to which distributive aggregates cannot be applied. In the beginning, this was the self, one only, and the great Shankaracharya explains that this refers to the universe, Jagat, the words in the beginning meaning before the reproduction of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, when the pantheists echo the Upanishads, which state as in the secret doctrine, that this cannot create, They do not deny a creator, or rather a collective aggregate of creators. They simply refuse very logically to attribute creation, and especially formation, something finite, to an infinite principle. With them, Para-Brahman is a passive, because an absolute, cause, the unconditioned mukta. It is only limited omniscience and omnipotence that are refused to the latter, because these are still attributes reflected in man's perceptions, and because Para-Brahman, being the supreme all, the ever invisible spirit and soul of nature, changeless and eternal, can have no attributes, the term absoluteness very naturally precluding any idea of the finite or conditioned from being connected with it. And if the Vedantins postulate attributes as belonging simply to its emanation, calling it Ishvara plus Maya, and avidya, agnosticism and nescience rather than ignorance, it is difficult to find any atheism in this conception, since there can be neither two infinites nor two absolutes in a universe supposed to be boundless. This self-existence can hardly be conceived of as creating personally. To the senses and in the perceptions of finite beings, that is non-being, in the sense that it is the one beingness, for in this all lies concealed its co-eternal and coeval emanation or inherent radiation, which, becoming periodically Brahma, the male-female potency, expands itself into the manifested universe. Narayana, moving on the abstract waters of space, is transformed into the waters of concrete substance moved by him, who now becomes the manifested word or logos. The orthodox Brahmans, those who rise the most against the pantheists and Advaitins, calling them atheists, are forced, if Manu is any authority in this matter, to accept the death of Brahma, the creator, at the expiration of every age of this deity, 100 divine years, a period which in our years requires 15 figures to express. Yet no philosopher among them will view this death in any other sense than as a temporary disappearance from the manifested plane of existence, or as a periodical rest. The occultists are therefore at one with the Advaita Vedantin philosophers as to the above tenet. They show on philosophical grounds the impossibility of accepting the idea of the absolute all creating or even evolving the golden egg, into which it is said to enter in order to transform itself into Brahma, the creator, who later expands himself into the gods and all the visible universe. They say that absolute unity cannot pass to infinity, for infinity presupposes the limitless extension of something, and the duration of that something, and the one all, like space, which is its only mental and physical representation on this earth, or our plane of existence, is neither an object of nor a subject to perception. If one could suppose the eternal infinite all, the omnipresent unity, instead of being in eternity, becoming through periodical manifestation a manifold universe or a multiple personality, that unity would cease to be one. Locke's idea that pure space is capable of neither resistance nor motion is incorrect. Space is neither a limitless void nor a conditioned fullness, but both. Being, on the plane of absolute abstraction, the ever incognizable deity which is void only to finite minds, and on that of myavic perception, the plenum, the absolute container of all that is, whether manifested or unmanifested, it is therefore that absolute all. There is no difference between the Christian apostles, "In him we live and move and have our being," and the Hindu rishis, "The universe lives in, proceeds from, and will return to Brahma." For Brahman, neuter, the unmanifested, is that universe in abscondito, and Brahma, the manifested, is the Logos, made male-female in the symbolical orthodox dogmas, the god of the apostle initiate and of the rishi being both the unseen and the visible space. Space is called, in esoteric symbolism, the seven-skinned eternal Mother-Father. From its undifferentiated to its differentiated surface, it is composed of 7 layers. End of section 3, read by Czandra. Section 4 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Proem, Part 2. What is that which was, is, and will be, whether there's a universe or not, whether there be gods or none? Asks the esoteric Censar Catechism, and the answer made is space. It is not the one unknown, ever-present God in nature, or nature in abscondito, that is rejected, but the God of human dogma and his humanized word. Man, in his infinite conceit and inherent pride and vanity, shaped it himself with his sacrilegious hand out of the material he found in his own small brain fabric, and forced it upon his fellows as a direct revelation from the one unrevealed space. The occultist accepts revelation as coming from divine, yet still finite beings, the manifested lives, never from the unmanifestable one life, from those entities called primordial man, Dhyani Buddhas or Dhyan Chohans, the Rishi Prajapati of the Hindus, the Elohim or sons of God of the Jews, the planetary spirits of all nations who have become gods for men. The occultist who regards the Adi Shakti, the direct emanation of Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of that, and the female aspect of the creative cause, Brahma, in her akashic form of the universal soul, as philosophically a Maya and cause of human Maya. But this view does not prevent him from believing in its existence so long as it lasts, to wit, for one Maha Manvantara, nor from applying Akasha, the radiation of Mula Prakriti, to practical purposes, connected as this world soul is with all natural phenomena known or unknown to science. The oldest religions of the world, exoterically, for the esoteric root or foundation is one, are the Indian, the Mazdean, and the Egyptian. Next comes the Chaldean, the outcome of these, now entirely lost to the world, except in its disfigured Sabaeanism, as at present rendered by the archaeologists. Then, passing over a number of religions that will be mentioned later, comes the Jewish, esoterically following in the line of Babylonian magism, as in the Kabbalah; exoterically, a collection of allegorical legends, as in Genesis and the Pentateuch. Read by the light of the Zohar, the 4 initial chapters of Genesis are the fragment of a highly philosophical page in the world's cosmogony. Left in their symbolical disguise, they are a nursery tale, an ugly thorn in the side of science and logic, an evident effect of karma. To let them serve as a prologue to Christianity was a cruel revenge on the part of the rabbis, who knew better what their Pentateuch meant. It was a silent protest against their spoliation, and the Jews have now certainly the better of their traditional persecutors. The above-named exoteric creeds will be explained in the light of the universal doctrine as we proceed. The occult catechism contains the following questions and answers. What is it that ever is? Space, the eternal anupadika, parentless. What is it that ever was? The germ in the root. What is it that is ever coming and going? The great breath. Then there are 3 eternals? No, the 3 are one. That which ever is one. That which ever was is one. That which is ever being and becoming is also one, and this is space. Explain, O Lanu, disciple. The one is an unbroken circle, ring with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere. The one is the boundless plane of the circle, manifesting a diameter only during the Manvantaric periods. The one is the indivisible point found nowhere, perceived everywhere during these periods. It is the vertical and the horizontal, the father and the mother, the summit and base of the father, the 2 extremities of the mother, reaching in reality nowhere, for the one is the ring, as also the rings that are within that ring. Light in darkness and darkness in light, the breath which is eternal. It proceeds from without inwardly when it is everywhere, and from within outwardly when it is nowhere. That is Maya, one of the centers. It expands and contracts, exhalation and inhalation. When it expands, the mother diffuses and scatters. When it contracts, the mother draws back and ingathers. This produces the periods of evolution and dissolution, Manvantara and Pralaya. The germ is invisible and fiery. The root, the plane of the circle, is cool, but during evolution and Manvantara, her garment is cold and radiant. Hot breath is the father who devours the progeny of the many-faced element, heterogeneous, and leaves the single-faced ones, homogeneous. Cool breath is the mother who conceives, forms, brings forth, and receives them back into her bosom to reform them at the dawn of the day of Brahma or Manvantara. For clearer understanding on the part of the general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmic elements, 4 entirely physical, and a 5th ether, semi-material, which will become visible in the air towards the end of our 4th round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the 5th. The remaining 2 are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. They will, however, appear as presentiments during the 6th and 7th races of this round, and will be fully known in the 6th and 7th rounds, respectively. These 7 elements, with their numberless sub-elements, which are far more numerous than those known to science, are simply conditional modifications and aspects of the one and only element. This latter is not ether, not even akasha, but the source of these. The 5th element, now quite freely advocated by science, is not the ether hypothesized by Sir Isaac Newton, though he calls it by that name, having probably associated it in his mind with ether, the father-mother of antiquity. As Newton intuitionally says, quote, "Nature is a perpetual circulatory worker, generating fluids out of solids, fixed things out of volatile, and volatile out of fixed, subtle out of gross, and gross out of subtle. Thus, perhaps, may all things be originated from ether." End quote. The reader has to bear in mind that the stanzas treat only of the cosmogony of our own planetary system and of what is visible around it after a solar pralaya. The secret teachings with regard to the evolution of the universal cosmos cannot be given, since they could not be understood even by the highest minds in this age, and there seem to be very few initiates, even among the greatest, who are allowed to speculate upon this subject. Moreover, the teachers say openly that not even the highest Dhyani Chohans have ever penetrated the mysteries beyond those boundaries that separate the milliards of solar systems from the central sun, as it is called. Therefore, that which is given relates only to our visible cosmos after a night of Brahma. Before the reader proceeds to the consideration of the stanzas from the Book of Zayan, which form the basis of the present work, it is absolutely necessary that he should be made acquainted with the few fundamental conceptions which underlie and pervade the entire system of thought to which his attention is invited. These basic ideas are few in number, but on their clear apprehension depends the understanding of all that follows. Therefore, no apology is required for asking the reader to make himself familiar with these first, before entering on the perusal of the work itself. The secret doctrine, then, establishes 3 fundamental propositions. 1. An omnipresent, eternal, boundless, and immutable principle, on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception and can only be dwarfed by any human expression or similitude. It is beyond the range and reach of thought, in the words of the Mandukya, unthinkable and unspeakable. To render these ideas clearer to the general reader, let him set out with the postulate that there is one absolute reality which antecedes all manifested conditioned being. This infinite and eternal cause, dimly formulated in the unconscious and unknowable of current European philosophy, is the rootless root of all that was, is, or ever shall be. It is, of course, devoid of all attributes, and is essentially without any relation to manifested finite being. It is beingness rather than being, sat in Sanskrit, and is beyond all thought or speculation. This beingness is symbolized in the secret doctrine under two aspects. On the one hand, absolute abstract space, representing bare subjectivity, the one thing which no human mind can either exclude from any conception or conceive of by itself. On the other, absolute abstract motion, representing unconditioned consciousness. Even our Western thinkers have shown that consciousness is inconceivable to us apart from change, and motion best symbolizes change, its essential characteristic. This latter aspect of the one reality is also symbolized by the term the great breath, a symbol sufficiently graphic to need no further elucidation. Thus, then, the first fundamental axiom of the secret doctrine is this metaphysical one, absolute beingness, symbolized by finite intelligence as the theological Trinity. It may, however, assist the student if a few further explanations are here given. Herbert Spencer has of late so far modified his agnosticism as to assert that the nature of the first cause, which the occultist more logically derives from the causeless cause, the eternal and the unknowable, may be essentially the same as that of the consciousness which wells up within us. In short, that the impersonal reality pervading the cosmos is the pure noumenon of thought. This advance on his part brings him very near to the esoteric and Vedantin tenet. Parabrahman, the one reality, the absolute, is the field of absolute consciousness. That is, that essence which is out of all relation to conditioned existence, and of which conscious existence is a conditioned symbol. But once that we pass in thought from this to us absolute negation, duality supervenes in the contrast of spirit or consciousness and matter, subject and object. Spirit or consciousness and matter are, however, to be regarded not as independent realities, but as the two symbols or aspects of the absolute, Parabrahman, which constitute the basis of conditioned being, whether subjective or objective. Considering this metaphysical triad as the root from which proceeds all manifestation, the great breath assumes the character of pre-cosmic ideation. It is the fons et origo of force and of all individual consciousness, and supplies the guiding intelligence in the vast scheme of cosmic evolution. On the other hand, pre-cosmic root substance, mula prakriti, is that aspect of the absolute which underlies all the objective planes of nature. Just as pre-cosmic ideation is the root of all individual consciousness, so pre-cosmic substance is the substratum of matter in the various grades of its differentiation. Hence it will be apparent that the contrast of these two aspects of the absolute is essential to the existence of the manifested universe. Apart from cosmic substance, cosmic ideation could not manifest as individual consciousness, since it is only through a vehicle, upadi, of matter that consciousness wells up as I am I, a physical basis being necessary to focus a ray of the universal mind at a certain stage of complexity. Again, apart from cosmic ideation, cosmic substance would remain an empty abstraction, and no emergence of consciousness could ensue. The manifested universe, therefore, is pervaded by duality, which is, as it were, the very essence of its existence as manifestation. But just as the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are but aspects of the one unity in which they're synthesized, so in the manifested universe there is that which links spirit to matter, subject to object. This something, at present unknown to Western speculation, is called by occultists Fohat. It is the bridge by which the ideas existing in the divine thought are impressed on cosmic substance as the laws of nature. Fohat is thus the dynamic energy of cosmic ideation, or, regarded from the other side, it is the intelligent medium, the guiding power of all manifestation, the thought divine, transmitted and made manifest through the Tian Chohans, the architects of the visible world. Thus, from spirit or cosmic ideation comes our consciousness, from cosmic substance the several vehicles in which that consciousness is individualized and attains to self, or reflective consciousness, while Fohat, in its various manifestations, is the mysterious link between mind and matter, the animating principle electrifying every atom into life. The following summary will afford a clearer idea to the reader. 1. Absoluteness, the Parabrahman of the Vedantins, or the one reality, Sat, which is, as Hegel says, both absolute being and non-being. 2. The first Logos, the impersonal and, in philosophy, unmanifested Logos, the precursor of the manifested. This is the first cause, the unconscious of European pantheists. 3. The second Logos, spirit matter, life, the spirit of the universe, Purusha and Prakriti. 4. The third Logos, cosmic ideation, Mahat, or intelligence, the universal world soul, the cosmic noumenon of matter, the basis of the intelligent operations in and of nature, also called Mahabuddhi. The one reality, its dual aspects in the conditioned universe. Further, the secret doctrine affirms, too, the eternity of the universe in toto as a boundless plane, periodically the playground of numberless universes, incessantly manifesting and disappearing, called the manifesting stars and the sparks of eternity. The eternity of the pilgrim is like a wink of the eye of self-existence, as the Book of Daizan puts it. The appearance and disappearance of worlds is like a regular tidal ebb of flux and reflux. This second assertion of the secret doctrine is the absolute universality of that law of periodicity, of flux and reflux, ebb and flow, which physical science has observed and recorded in all departments of nature. An alternation such as that of day and night, life and death, sleeping and waking, is a fact so common, so perfectly universal and without exception, that it is easy to comprehend that in it we see one of the absolutely fundamental laws of the universe. Moreover, the secret doctrine teaches 3. The fundamental identity of all souls with the universal Oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root, and the obligatory pilgrimage for every soul, a spark of the former, through the cycle of incarnation or necessity, in accordance with cyclic and karmic law during the whole term. In other words, no purely spiritual Buddhi, divine soul, can have an independent conscious existence before the spark which issued from the pure essence of the universal sixth principle, or the Oversoul, has A. passed through every fundamental form of the phenomenal world of that Manvantara, and B. acquired individuality, first by natural impulse and then by self-induced and self-devised efforts checked by its karma, thus ascending through all the degrees of intelligence, from the lowest to the highest manas, from mineral and plant up to the holiest archangel, Dhyani Buddha. The pivotal doctrine of the esoteric philosophy admits no privileges or special gifts in man, save those won by his own ego through personal effort and merit throughout a long series of metempsychoses and reincarnations. This is why the Hindus say that the universe is Brahman and Brahma, for Brahman is in every atom of the universe, the six principles in nature being all the outcome, the variously differentiated aspects of the seventh and one, the only reality in the universe, whether cosmic or microcosmic, and also why the permutations, psychic, spiritual, and physical on the plane of manifestation and form of the sixth, Brahma, the vehicle of Brahman, are viewed by metaphysical antiphrasis as elusive and mayavic. For although the root of every atom individually and of every form collectively is that seventh principle or the one reality, still in its manifested phenomenal and temporary appearance it is no better than an evanescent illusion of our senses. In its absoluteness, the one principle, under its two aspects, Para-Brahman and Mula-Prakriti, is sexless, unconditioned and eternal. Its periodical manvantaric emanation or primal radiation is also one androgynous, and phenomenally finite. When the radiation radiates, in its turn, all its radiations are also androgynous, to become male and female principles in their lower aspects. After pralaya, whether the great or minor pralaya, the latter leaving the worlds in statu quo, the first that reawakens to active life is the plastic akasha, father-mother, the spirit and soul of ether, or the plane of the circle. Space is called the mother before its cosmic activity, and father-mother at the first stage of reawakening. In the Kabbalah, it is also father-mother-son. But whereas in the Eastern doctrine these are the seventh principle of the manifested universe, or its Atma Buddhi Manas, spirit, soul, intelligence, the triad branching off and dividing into 7 cosmical and 7 human principles, in the Western Kabbalah of the Christian mystics, it is the triad or trinity, and with their occultists, the male-female Jehovah, Yahava. In this lies the whole difference between the esoteric and the Christian trinities. The mystics and the philosophers, the Eastern and Western pantheists, synthesize their pre-genetic triad in the pure divine abstraction. The Orthodox anthropomorphize it. Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Shankara, the 3 hypostases of the manifesting spirit of the Supreme Spirit, by which the title Prithivi, the earth, greets Vishnu in his first avatara, are the purely metaphysical abstract qualities of formation, preservation, and destruction, and are the 3 divine avashtas, hypostases, of that which does not perish with created things. Achyuta, a name of Vishnu, whereas the Orthodox Christian separates his personal creative deity into 3 personages of the Trinity, and admits of no higher deity. The latter in occultism is the abstract triangle, with the Orthodox the perfect cube. The creative God or the aggregate gods are regarded by the Eastern philosopher as Pranti Darshanata, false appearances, something conceived of by reason of erroneous appearances as a material form, and explained as arising from the illusive conception of the egotistic personal and human soul, lower 5th principle. It is beautifully expressed in a revised translation in Fitz-Edward Hall's notes to Wilson's translation of the Vishnu Purana. Quote, that Brahma in its totality has essentially the aspect of Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, Mula Prakriti, and also the aspect of spirit and the aspect of time. Spirit, O twice born, is the leading aspect of the Supreme Brahma. The next is a 2-fold aspect. Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, and time is the last. Kronos is shown in the Orphic theogony as also being a generated god or agent. At this stage of the reawakening of the universe, the sacred symbolism represents it as a perfect circle with the point root in the center. This sign was universal, therefore we find it in the Kabbalah also. The Western Kabbalah, however, now in the hands of Christian mystics, ignores it altogether, though it is plainly shown in the Zohar. These sectarians begin at the end, and give as the symbol of pregenetic cosmos, cross, calling it the union of the rose and cross, the great mystery of occult generation, from whence the name Rosicrucian, rose cross. This may be seen from one of the most important and best known of their symbols, one which has never been hitherto understood even by modern mystics. It is that of the pelican tearing open its breast to feed its 7 little ones, the real creed of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, and a direct outcome from the Eastern secret doctrine. Brahman, neuter, is called Kalahamsa, meaning, as explained by Western Orientalists, the eternal swan or goose, and so is Brahma, the creator. A great mistake is thus brought under notice. It is Brahman, neuter, which ought to be referred to as Hamsa Vahana, that which uses the swan as its vehicle, and not Brahma, the creator, who is the real Kalahamsa, while Brahman, neuter, is Hamsa and Ahamsa, as will be explained in the commentaries. Let it be understood that the terms Brahma and Para-Brahman are not used here because they belong to our esoteric nomenclature, but simply because they are more familiar to the students in the West. Both are the perfect equivalents of our 1, 3, and 7 vowel terms, which stand for the One All and the One All in All. Such are the basic conceptions on which the secret doctrine rests. It would not be in place here to enter upon any defense or proof of their inherent reasonableness, nor can I pause to show how they are, in fact, contained, though too often under a misleading guise, in every system of thought or philosophy worthy of the name. Once that the reader has gained a clear comprehension of them and realized the light which they throw on every problem of life, they will need no further justification in his eyes, because their truth will be to him as evident as the sun in heaven. I pass on, therefore, to the subject matter of the stanzas as given in this volume, adding a skeleton outline of them in the hope of thereby rendering the task of the student more easy, by placing before him in a few words the general conception therein explained. The history of cosmic evolution, as traced in the stanzas, is, so to say, the abstract algebraical formula of that evolution. Hence the student must not expect to find there an account of all the stages and transformations which intervene between the first beginnings of universal evolution and our present state. To give such an account would be as impossible as it would be incomprehensible to men who cannot grasp the nature of even the plane of existence, next to that to which for the moment their consciousness is limited. The stanzas, therefore, give an abstract formula which can be applied, mutatis mutandis, to all evolution, to that of our tiny earth, to that of the chain of planets of which the earth forms one, to the solar universe to which the chain belongs, and so on, in an ascending scale, till the mind reels and is exhausted in the effort. The 7 stanzas given in this volume represent the 7 terms of this abstract formula. They refer to and describe the 7 great stages of the evolutionary process, which are spoken of in the Puranas as the 7 creations and in the Bible as the days of creation. Stanza 1 describes the state of the One All during Pralaya, before the first flutter of reawakening manifestation. A moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized. To describe it is impossible. Nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for since it is a state of absoluteness per se, it can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Hence that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all those most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive, as the remotest limits attainable by their power of conception. Stanza 2 describes a stage which to a Western mind is so nearly identical with that mentioned in stanza 1 that to express the idea of its difference would require a treatise in itself. Hence it must be left to the intuition and the higher faculties of the reader to grasp, as far as he can, the meaning of the allegorical phrases used. Indeed, it must be remembered that all these stanzas appeal to the inner faculties rather than to the ordinary comprehension of the physical brain. Stanza 3 describes the reawakening of the universe to life after Pralaya. It depicts the emergence of the monads from their state of absorption within the One, the earliest and highest stage in the formation of worlds, the term monad being one which may apply equally to the vastest solar system or the tiniest atom. Stanza 4 shows the differentiation of the germ of the universe into the septenary hierarchy of conscious divine powers, which are the active manifestations of the one supreme energy. They are the framers, shapers, and ultimately the creators of all the manifested universe, in the only sense in which the name creator is intelligible. They inform and guide it. They are the intelligent beings who adjust and control evolution, embodying in themselves those manifestations of the one law which we know as the laws of nature. Generically, they are known as the Dhyan Chohans, though each of the various groups has its own designation in the secret doctrine. This stage of evolution is spoken of in Hindu mythology as the creation of the gods. Stanza 5 describes the process of world formation. First diffused cosmic matter, then the fiery whirlwind, the first stage in the formation of a nebula. This nebula condenses and, after passing through various transformations, forms a solar universe, a planetary chain, or a single planet as the case may be. Stanza 6 indicates the subsequent stages in the formation of a world and brings the evolution of such a world down to its fourth great period, corresponding to the period in which we are now living. Stanza 7 continues the history, tracing the descent of life down to the appearance of man, and thus closes the first book of the secret doctrine. The development of man from his first appearance on this earth and in this round to the state in which we now find him will form the subject of Book 2. The stanzas which form the thesis of every section are given throughout in their modern translated version, as it would be worse than useless to make the subject still more difficult by introducing the archaic phraseology of the original with its puzzling style and words. Extracts are given from the Chinese, Tibetan, and Sanskrit translations of the original censor commentaries and glosses on the Book of Dzyan, now rendered for the first time into a European language. It is almost unnecessary to state that only portions of the 7 stanzas are here given. Were they published complete, they would remain incomprehensible to all, save a few high occultists. Nor is there any need to assure the reader that no more than most of the profane does the writer, or rather the humble recorder, understand those forbidden passages. To facilitate the reading, and to avoid the too frequent reference to footnotes, it was thought best to blend together texts and glosses using the Sanskrit and Tibetan proper names whenever these could not be avoided, in preference to giving the originals, the more so as the said terms are all accepted synonyms, the latter only being used between a master and his chelas, or disciples. Thus, were one to translate into English using only the substantives and technical terms as employed in one of the Tibetan and censor versions, Shloka 1 would read as follows. Toag in Sikyu slept 7 korlo, Sotmanas Siba, all Nyung bosom, Conch hog not, Tian kam not, Ha chohan not, Tenbrel tungni not, Dharmakaya ceased, Gentang not become, Barnang and Sha in Govanyadij, alone Toong Yisin in night of Sun Chan, and Yongrub Paranishpana, etc., etc. This would sound like pure abracadabra. As this work is written for the instruction of students of occultism and not for the benefit of philologists, we may well avoid such foreign terms wherever it is possible to do so. The untranslatable terms alone, incomprehensible unless their meanings are explained, are left, but all such terms are rendered in their Sanskrit form. Needless to remind the reader that these are in almost every case the late developments of the latter language, and pertain to the 5th root race. Sanskrit, as now known, was not spoken by the Atlanteans, and most of the philosophical terms used in the systems of the India of the post-Mahabharatan period are not found in the Vedas, nor are they to be met with in the original stanzas, but only their equivalents. The reader who is not a theosophist is once more invited to regard all that follows as a fairy tale if he likes, as best as one of the yet unproven speculations of dreamers, and, at the worst, as an additional hypothesis to the many scientific hypotheses, past, present, and future, some exploded, others still lingering. It is not in any sense less scientific than are many of the so-called scientific theories, and it is in every case more philosophical and probable. In view of the abundant comments and explanations required, the references to the footnotes are marked in the usual way, while the sentences to be commented upon are marked with letters. Additional matter will be found in the chapters on symbolism, which are often more full of information than the commentaries. End of section 4, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Section 5 of the Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. 7 stanzas, Part 1, stanzas 0 to 3. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas from the Book of Zion, with commentaries. Nor aught, nor naught existed. Yon bright sky was not, nor heaven's broad roof outstretched above. What covered all? What sheltered? What concealed? Was it the water's fathomless abyss? There was no death, yet there was not immortal. There was no confine betwixt day and night. The only one breathed breathless by itself. Other than it, there nothing since has been. Darkness there was, and all at first was veiled, in gloom profound, an ocean without light. The germ that still lay covered in the husk, burst forth, one nature from the fervent heat. Who knows the secret? Who proclaimed it here? Whence this manifold creation sprang? The gods themselves came later into being. Who knows from whence this great creation sprang? That, whence all this great creation came, whether its will created or was mute, the Most High Seer that is in highest heaven, he knows it, or perchance even he knows not. Gazing into eternity, ere the foundations of the earth were laid. Thou wert, and when the subterranean flame shall burst its prison and devour the frame, thou shalt be still as thou wert before, and know no change, when time shall be no more. O endless thought, divine eternity. Rig Veda, Colebrook. 7 stanzas from the Book of Zion. Stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahi to contain it. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother, and Son were once more one, and the Son had not yet awakened for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in Puranishpana, to be outbreathed by that which is and yet is not. Naught was. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being. The one being. 8. Alone, the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence, which is sensed by the opened eye of Dangma. 9. But where was Dangma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha, and the great wheel was Anupadaka? Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? In the unknown darkness, in their ahi paranishpana, the producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Devamatri and Svabhavat rested in the bliss of non-being. 2. Where was silence? Where are the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. 3. The hour had not yet struck. The ray had not yet flashed into the germ. The Matripadma had not yet swollen. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. 5. The 7 were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was father, mother, Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. 6. These two are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe, and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. 4. The 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Oyahu is one. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire, and heat, and motion. Darkness vanished, and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. 7. Behold, O Lenu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Oyahu, the younger, the blank. He shines forth as the sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is Chatur, and Chatur takes to itself tree, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the 7, which become the Tridasha, the hosts and the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lenu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the great Mother. 10. Father, mother spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter. And this web is the universe, spun out of the 2 substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts. They embrace infinitude. 12. Then Svabhavat sends Fohat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web. Reflecting the self-existent Lord, like a mirror, each becomes, in turn, a world. End of section 5. Read by Marissa D. 6, Clearwater, Florida, March 23rd, 2024.
Section 6 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. 7 Stanzas, Part 2, Stanzas 4 to 7. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. Learn, there is neither first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number. 2. Learn what we who descend from the primordial seven, we who are born from the primordial flame, have learned from our fathers. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6, and the 5, then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, and the arupa, the rupa, and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy four. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the seven. The sparks of the seven are subject to, and the servants of, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh of the seven. These are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modelers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oi-Ha-Hu. 5. The Oi-Ha-Hu, which is darkness, the boundless, or the no number, Adi Nidana Swabhavat, the circle. 1. The Adi Sanat, the number, for he is one. 2. The voice of the word, Swabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these 3 enclosed within the circle are the sacred 4, and the 10 are the Arupa universe. Then come the suns, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected sun is 1. The suns are countless. Stanza 5. 1. The primordial 7, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Dziu becomes Fohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Fohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks and joins them together. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and 1 in the middle, the central wheel. 4. Fohat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle, the Lipika in the middle wheel. They say, his is good. The first divine world is ready, the first, the second. Then the divine Arupa reflects itself in Chaya Loka, the first garment of Anupadaka. 5. Fohat takes 5 strides, and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies. 6. The Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called Pass Not for those who descend and ascend, who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day. Be with us. Thus were formed the Arupa and the Rupa, from one light, 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tian, Fohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the suns, having called forth from the lower abyss the elusive form of Xian Chan and the 7 elements. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the 7 Laya centers, against which none will prevail to the great day. Be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Xian Chan with the elementary germs. 3. Of the 7, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 sun revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other. 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing life thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one way, some the other way. They're cold, he makes them hot. They're dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Fohat from one twilight to the other during 7 eternities. 5. At the 4th, the suns are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses. 2 obey. The curse is pronounced. They will be born in the 4th, suffer, and cause suffering. This is the first war. 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. 7. Make thy calculations, O Lanu, if thou wouldst learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. Stanza 7. 1. Behold the beginning of sentient, formless life. First the divine, the one from the mother spirit, then the spiritual, the 3 from the 1, the 4 from the 1, and the 5, from which the 3, the 5, and the 7. These are the 3-fold and the 4-fold downward, the mind-born sons of the first Lord, the shining 7. It is they who are thou, I, he, O Lanu, they who watch over thee and thy mother, Bhumi. 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom. Through the countless rays, the life ray, the one, like a thread through many beads. 3. When the 1 becomes 2, the 3-fold appears, and the 3 are 1. And it is our thread, O Lanu, the heart of the man-plant called Saptaparna. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. The wicks are the sparks that draw from the 3-tongued flame shot out by the 7, their flame, the beams and sparks of one moon reflected in the running waves of all the rivers of earth. 5. The spark hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Fohat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. It stops in the first and is a metal and a stone. It passes into the second, and behold, a plant. The plant whirls through 7 changes and becomes a sacred animal. From the combined attributes of these, Manu, the thinker, is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives and the one life. Who completes him? The 5-fold La. And who perfects the last body? Fish, Sin, and Soma. 6. From the firstborn, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. 7. This is thy present wheel, said the flame to the spark. Thou art myself, my image, and my shadow. I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan to the day. Be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and me. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men, who are themselves. Thus ends this portion of the archaic narrative, dark, confused, almost incomprehensible. An attempt will now be made to throw light into this darkness, to make sense out of this apparent nonsense. End of section 6, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Section 7 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries on the 7 stanzas and their terms according to their numeration in stanzas and shlokas. Stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. The parent, space, is the eternal ever-present cause of all, the incomprehensible deity whose invisible robes are the mystic root of all matter and of the universe. Space is the one eternal thing that we can most easily imagine, immovable in its abstraction and uninfluenced by either the presence or absence in it of any objective universe. It is without dimension in every sense and self-existent. Spirit is the first differentiation from that, the causeless cause of both spirit and matter. As taught in the Esoteric Catechism, it is neither limitless void nor conditioned fullness, but both. It was and ever will be. Thus, the robes stand for the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic matter. It is not matter as we know it, but the spiritual essence of matter, and is co-eternal and even one with space in its abstract sense. Root nature is also the source of the subtle, invisible properties in visible matter. It is the soul, so to say, of the one infinite spirit. The Hindus call it Mula Prakriti, and say that it is the primordial substance, which is the basis of the upadhi or vehicle of every phenomenon, whether physical, psychic, or mental. It is the source from which Akasha radiates. By the 7 eternities, aeons or periods are meant. The word eternity, as understood in Christian theology, has no meaning to the Asiatic ear, except in its application to the one existence. Nor is the term sempiternity, the eternal one, in futurity, anything better than a misnomer. Such words do not and cannot exist in philosophical metaphysics, and were unknown till the advent of ecclesiastical Christianity. The 7 eternities mean the 7 periods, or a period answering in its duration to the 7 periods of a manvantara, extending throughout a mahakalpa or great age, 100 years of Brahma, making a total of 3,111,040,000,000,000 of years, each year of Brahma being composed of 360 days, and of the same number of nights of Brahma, reckoning by the Chandrayana or lunar year, and a day of Brahma consisting of 4,320,000,000 of mortal years. These eternities belong to the most secret calculations, in which, in order to arrive at the true total, every figure must be 7x, x varying according to the nature of the cycle in the subjective or real world, and every figure relating to or representing the different cycles from the greatest to the smallest in the objective or unreal world must necessarily be multiples of 7. The key to this cannot be given, for herein lies the mystery of esoteric calculations, and for the purposes of ordinary calculation it has no sense. The number 7, says the Kabbalah, is the great number of the divine mysteries. Number 10 is that of all human knowledge, the Pythagorean decad. 1,000 is the number 10 to the third power, and therefore the number 7,000 is also symbolic. In the secret doctrine, the figure 4 is the male symbol only on the highest plane of abstraction. On the plane of matter, the 3 is the masculine and the 4 the feminine. The upright and the horizontal in the fourth stage of symbolism, when the symbols become the glyphs of the generative powers on the physical plane. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Time is only an illusion produced by the succession of our states of consciousness as we travel through eternal duration, and it does not exist where no consciousness exists in which the illusion can be produced, but lies asleep. The present is only a mathematical line which divides that part of eternal duration which we call the future from that part which we call the past. Nothing on earth has real duration, for nothing remains without change, or the same for the billionth part of a second, and the sensation we have of the actuality of the division of time, known as the present, comes from the blurring of the momentary glimpse or succession of glimpses of things that our senses give us, as those things pass from the region of ideals, which we call the future, to the region of memories that we name the past. In the same way, we experience a sensation of duration in the case of the instantaneous electric spark, by reason of the blurred and continuing impression on the retina. The real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions from its appearance in material form to its disappearance from earth. It is these sum totals that exist from eternity in the future and pass by degrees through matter to exist for eternity in the past. No one would say that a bar of metal dropped into the sea came into existence as it left the air and ceased to exist as it entered the water, and that the bar itself consisted only of that cross-section thereof which at any given moment coincided with the mathematical plane that separates and at the same time joins the atmosphere of the ocean. Even so of persons and things which, dropping out of the to-be into the has-been, out of the future into the past, present momentarily to our senses a cross-section, as it were, of their total selves as they pass through time and space as matter on their way from one eternity to another, and these two eternities constitute that duration in which alone anything has true existence, were our senses but able to cognize it. 3. Universal mind was not, for there was no ahai to contain it. Mind is a name given to the sum of the states of consciousness grouped under thought, will, and feeling. During deep sleep, ideation ceases on the physical plane, and memory is in abeyance. Thus, for the time being, mind is not, because the organ through which the ego manifests ideation and memory on the material plane has temporarily ceased to function. A noumenon can become a phenomenon on any plane of existence only by manifesting on that plane through an appropriate basis or vehicle, and during the long night of rest called pralaya, when all the existences are dissolved, The universal mind remains as a permanent possibility of mental action, or as that abstract absolute thought of which mind is the concrete relative manifestation. The Ahai, Dayan Chohans, are the collective hosts of spiritual beings, the angelic hosts of Christianity, the Elohim and messengers of the Jews, who are the vehicle for the manifestation of the divine or universal thought and will. They are the intelligent forces that give to and enact in nature her laws, while they themselves act according to laws imposed upon them in a similar manner by still higher powers. But they are not the personifications of the powers of nature, as erroneously thought. This hierarchy of spiritual beings through which the universal mind comes into action is like an army, a host, truly by means of which the fighting power of a nation manifests itself, and which is composed of army corps, divisions, brigades, regiments, and so forth, each with its separate individuality or life, and its limited freedom of action and limited responsibilities, each contained in a larger individuality to which its own interests are subservient, and each containing lesser individualities in itself. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not, A. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. B. A. There are 7 paths or ways to the bliss of non-existence, which is absolute being, existence, and consciousness. They were not, because the universe so fair was empty and existed only in the divine thought. B. For it is the 12 nidanas or causes of being. Each is the effect of its antecedent cause, and a cause in its turn to its successor, the sum total of the nidanas being based on the 4 truths, a doctrine especially characteristic of the Hinayana system. They belong to the theory of the stream of catenated law which produces merit and demerit, and finally brings karma into full sway. It is a system based upon the great truth that reincarnation is to be dreaded, as existence in this world entails upon man only suffering, misery, and pain, death itself being unable to deliver man from it, since death is merely the door through which he passes to another life on earth after a little rest on its threshold, devachan. The Hinayana system, or school of the little vehicle, is of very ancient growth, while the Mahayana, or school of the great vehicle, is of a later period, having originated after the death of Buddha. Yet the tenets of the latter are as old as the hills that have contained such schools from time immemorial, and the Hinayana and Mahayana schools both teach the same doctrine in reality. Yana, or vehicle, is a mystic expression, both vehicles inculcating that man may escape the sufferings of rebirth and even the false bliss of devachan by obtaining wisdom and knowledge which alone can dispel the fruits of illusion and ignorance. Maya, or illusion, is an element which enters into all finite things, for everything that exists has only a relative, not an absolute reality, since the appearance which the hidden noumenon assumes for any observer depends upon his power of cognition. To the untrained eye of the savage, a painting is at first an unmeaning confusion of streaks and daubs of colour, while an educated eye sees instantly a face or a landscape. Nothing is permanent except the one hidden absolute existence which contains in itself the noumena of all realities. The existences belonging to every plane of being, up to the highest Dayan Chohans, are comparatively like the shadows cast by a magic lantern on a colourless screen. Nevertheless, all things are relatively real, for the cognizer is also a reflection, and the things cognized are therefore as real to him as himself. Whatever reality things possess must be looked for in them before or after they have passed like a flash through the material world, for we cannot cognize any such existence directly, so long as we have sense instruments which bring only material existence into the field of our consciousness. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to the plane are, for the time being, our only realities. But as we rise in the scale of development, we perceive that in the stages through which we have passed, we mistook shadows for realities, and that the upward progress of the ego is a series of progressive awakenings, each advance bringing with it the idea that now at last we have reached reality, but only when we shall have reached absolute consciousness and blended our own with it shall we be free from the delusions produced by Maya. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all. A, for father, mother, and son were once more one, and the son had not yet awakened for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. B. A. Darkness is father, mother, light, their son. Says an old Eastern proverb, light is inconceivable except as coming from some source which is the cause of it, and as in the case of primordial light, that source is unknown, though so strongly demanded by reason and logic. Therefore it is called darkness by us from an intellectual point of view. As to borrowed or secondary light, whatever its source, it can be only of a temporary Mayavic character. Darkness, then, is the eternal matrix in which the sources of light appear and disappear. Nothing is added to darkness to make of it light, or to light to make it darkness on this our plane. These are interchangeable, and scientifically light is but a mode of darkness and vice versa. Yet both are phenomena of the same noumenon, which is absolute darkness to the scientific mind, and but a grey twilight to the perception of the average mystic, though to that of the spiritual eye of the initiate it is absolute light. How far we discern the light that shines in darkness depends upon our powers of vision. What is light to us is darkness to certain insects, and the eye of the clairvoyant sees illumination where the normal eye perceives only blackness. When the whole universe was plunged in sleep, had returned to its one primordial element, there was neither centre of luminosity nor eye to perceive light, and darkness necessarily filled the boundless all. B. The father and mother are the male and female principles in root nature, the opposite poles that manifest in all things on every plane of cosmos or spirit and substance in a less allegorical aspect, the resultant of which is the universe or the sun. They are once more when in the night of Brahma during Pralaya, all in the objective universe has returned to its one primal and eternal cause, to reappear at the following dawn as it does periodically. Karana, eternal cause, was alone. To put it more plainly, Karana is alone during the nights of Brahma. The previous objective universe has dissolved into its one primal and eternal cause, and is, so to say, held in solution in space, to differentiate again and crystallize out anew at the following Mantvaric dawn, which is the commencement of a new day or new activity of Brahma, the symbol of a universe. In esoteric parlance, Brahma is father, mother, son, or spirit, soul and body at once, each personage being symbolic of an attribute, and each attribute or quality being a graduated efflux of divine breath in its cyclic differentiation, involutionary and evolutionary. In the cosmico-physical sense, it is the universe, the planetary chain, and the earth. In the purely spiritual, the unknown deity, planetary spirit, and man, the sum of the two, the creature of spirit and matter, and a manifestation of them in his periodical appearances on earth during the wheels or the manvataras. 6. The seven sublime lords and the seven truths had ceased to be. A. And the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpana. B. To be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not. Naught was. C. A. The seven sublime lords are the seven creative spirits, the Dayan Chohans, who correspond to the Hebrew Elohim. It is the same hierarchy of angels to which St. Michael, St. Gabriel, and others belong in Christian theogony. Only while St. Michael, for instance, is allowed in dogmatic Latin theology to watch over all the premonitories and gulfs, in the esoteric system the Dhyanis watch successively over one of the rounds and the great root races of our planetary chain. They are, moreover, said to send their bodhisattvas, the human correspondents of the Dhyani Buddhas, during every round and race. Out of the 7 truths and revelations, or rather revealed secrets, 4 only have been handed to us, as we are still in the 4th round, and the world also has had only 4 Buddhas so far. This is a very complicated question, and will receive more ample treatment later on. So far there are only 4 truths and 4 Vedas, say the Buddhists and Hindus. For a similar reason, Irenaeus insisted on the necessity of 4 Gospels. But as every new root race at the head of a round must have its revelation and revealers, the next round will bring the 5th, the following the 6th, and so on. B. Paranishpana is the absolute perfection to which all existences attain at the close of a great period of activity, or Mahamanvantara, and in which they rest during the succeeding period of repose. In Tibetan it is called Yonggrub. Up to the day of the Yogacarya school, the true nature of paranirvana was taught publicly, but since then it has become entirely esoteric, hence so many contradictory interpretations of it. It is only a true idealist who can understand it. Everything has to be viewed as ideal, with the exception of paranirvana, by him who would comprehend that state and acquire a knowledge of how non-ego, voidness and darkness are 3 in 1 and alone self-existent and perfect. It is absolute, however, only in a relative sense, for it must give room to still further absolute perfection, according to a higher standard of excellence in the following period of activity. Just as a perfect flower must cease to be a perfect flower and die in order to grow into a perfect fruit, if such a mode of expression may be permitted. The secret doctrine teaches the progressive development of everything, worlds as well as atoms. And this stupendous development has neither conceivable beginning nor imaginable end. Our universe is only one of an infinite number of universes, all of them sons of necessity, because links in the great cosmic chain of universes, each one standing in relation of an effect as regards its predecessor, and of a cause as regards its successor. The appearance and disappearance of the universe are pictured as an outbreathing and inbreathing of the great breath, which is eternal, and which, being motion, is one of the 3 symbols of the Absolute, abstract space and duration being the other 2. When the great breath is projected, it is called the divine breath, and is regarded as the breathing of the unknowable deity, the one existence, which breathes out a thought, as it were, which becomes the cosmos. So also is it that when the divine breath is inspired, the universe disappears into the bosom of the Great Mother, who then sleeps wrapped in her ever-invisible robes. C. By that which is and yet is not, is meant the great breath itself, which we can only speak of as absolute existence, but cannot picture to our imagination as any form of existence that we can distinguish from non-existence. The 3 periods, the present, the past, and the future, are in esoteric philosophy a compound time, for the 3 are a composite number only in relation to the phenomenal plane, but in the realm of noumena have no abstract validity. As said in the Scriptures, the past time is the present time, as also the future, which, though it has not yet come into existence, still is, according to a precept in the Prasanga Madhyamika teaching. His dogmas have been known ever since it broke away from the purely esoteric schools. Our ideas, in short, on duration and time are all derived from our sensations according to the laws of association. Inextricably bound up with the relativity of human knowledge, they nevertheless can have no existence except in the experience of the individual ego, and perish when its evolutionary march dispels the maya of phenomenal existence. What is time, for instance, but the panoramic succession of our states of consciousness? In the words of a master, I feel irritated at having to use these 3 clumsy words, past, present, and future, miserable concepts of the objective phases of the subjective whole. They are about as ill-adapted for the purpose as an axe for fine carving. One has to acquire paramartha, lest one should become too easy a prey to samvriti, is a philosophical axiom. 7. The causes of existence have been done away with. A. The visible that was and the invisible that is rested in eternal non-being, the one being. B. A. The causes of existence mean not only the physical causes known to science, but the metaphysical causes, the chief of which is the desire to exist, an outcome of nidana and maya. This desire for a sentient life shows itself in everything from an atom to a sun, and is a reflection of the divine thought propelled into objective existence, into a law that the universe should exist. According to esoteric teaching, the real cause of that supposed desire, and of all existence, remains forever hidden, and its first emanations are the most complete abstractions mind can conceive. These abstractions must of necessity be postulated as the cause of the material universe which presents itself to the senses and intellect, must underlie the secondary and subordinate powers of nature which have been anthropomorphized and worshipped as God and gods by the common herd of every age. It is impossible to conceive anything without a cause. The attempt to do so makes the mind a blank. This is virtually the condition to which the mind must come at last when we try to trace back the chain of causes and effects, but both science and religion jump to this condition of blankness much more quickly than is necessary, for they ignore the metaphysical abstractions which are the only conceivable causes of physical concretions. These abstractions become more and more concrete as they approach our plane of existence, until finally they phenomenize in the form of the material universe by a process of conversion of metaphysics into physics, analogous to that by which steam can be condensed into water and water frozen into ice. B. The idea of eternal non-being, which is the one being, will appear a paradox to anyone who does not remember that we limit our idea of being to our present consciousness of existence, making it a specific instead of a generic term. An unborn infant, could it think in our acceptation of that term, would necessarily in a similar manner limit its conception of being to the intrauterine life which alone it knows, and were it to endeavor to express to its consciousness the idea of life after birth, death to it, it would, in the absence of data to go upon, and of faculties to comprehend such data, probably express that life as non-being which is real being. In our case, the one being is the noumenon of all the noumena, which we know must underlie phenomena, and give them whatever shadow of reality they possess, but which we have not the senses or the intellect to cognize at present. The impalpable atoms of gold scattered through the substance of a ton of auriferous quartz may be imperceptible to the naked eye of the miner, yet he knows that they are not only present there, but that they alone give his quartz any appreciable value, and this relation of the gold to the quartz may faintly shadow forth that of the noumenon to the phenomenon. Only the miner knows what the gold will look like when extracted from the quartz, whereas the common mortal can form no conception of the reality of things separated from the maya which veils them, and in which they are hidden. Alone the initiate, rich with lore acquired by numberless generations of his predecessors, directs the eye of Dangmar toward the essence of things on which no maya can have any influence. It is here that the teachings of esoteric philosophy in relation to the nidanas and the Four Truths become of the greatest importance, but they are secret. 8. Alone the one form of existence, A, stretched, boundless, infinite, causeless in dreamless sleep, B, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the open eye of Dangmar. A. The tendency of modern thought is to recur to the archaic idea of a homogeneous basis for apparently widely different things. Heterogeneity developed from homogeneity. Biologists are now searching for their homogeneous protoplasm and chemists for their protyle, while science is looking for the force of which electricity, magnetism, heat, and so forth are the differentiations. The secret doctrine carries this idea into the region of metaphysics and postulates a one form of existence as the basis and source of all things. But perhaps the phrase the one form of existence is not altogether correct. Prabhava Pyaya, the place, or rather plane, whence is the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things, as a commentator says. It is not the mother of the world, as translated by Wilson, for Yagadyoni, as shown by Fitz Edward Hall, is scarcely so much the mother of the world or the womb of the world as the material cause of the world. The Puranic commentators explain it by karana, cause, but esoteric philosophy by the ideal spirit of that cause. In its secondary stage, it is the svabhavat of the Buddhist philosopher, the eternal cause and effect, omnipresent yet abstract, the self-existent plastic essence and the root of all things, viewed in the same dual light as the Vedantin views as Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti, the one under two aspects. It seems indeed extraordinary to find scholars speculating on the possibility of the Vedanta and the Aturam in Mansa, especially having been evoked by the teachings of the Buddhists, whereas, on the contrary, it is Buddhism, the teaching of Gautama Buddha, that was evoked and entirely upreared on the tenets of the secret doctrine, of which a partial sketch is here attempted, and on which also the Upanishads are made to rest. According to the teachings of Sri Shankaracharya, our contention is undeniable. Dreamless sleep is one of the 7 states of consciousness known in Oriental esotericism. In each of these states a different portion of the mind comes into action, or as a Vedantin would express it, the individual is conscious in a different plane of his being. The term dreamless sleep in this case is applied allegorically to the universe to express a condition somewhat analogous to that state of consciousness in man which, not being remembered in a waking state, seems blank, just as the sleep of the mesmerized subject seems to him an unconscious blank when he returns to his normal condition, though he has been talking and acting as a conscious individual would. 9. But where was Dhamma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha? A. And the great wheel was Anupadaka. B. A. Here we have before us the subject of centuries of scholastic disputations. The two terms alaya and Paramartha have been the causes of dividing schools and splitting the truth into more different aspects than any other mystic words. Alaya is the soul of the world, or anima mundi, the oversoul of Emerson, which, according to esoteric teaching, changes its nature periodically. Alaya, though eternal and changeless in its inner essence, on the planes which are unreachable by either men or cosmic gods, dhyana Buddhas, changes during the active life period with respect to the lower planes, ours included. During that time, not only the dhyana Buddhas are one with alaya in soul and essence, but even the man strong in yoga, mystic meditation, is able to merge his soul with it. As Araya Sangha of the Yogacharya school says, this is not nirvana but a condition next to it. Hence the disagreement. Thus, while the Yogacharyas of the Mahayana school say that alaya, Nyingpo and Sang in Tibetan, is the personification of voidness, and yet alaya is the basis of every visible and invisible thing, and that though it is eternal and immutable in its essence, it reflects itself in every object of the universe, like the moon in clear, tranquil water. Other schools dispute this statement. The same for Paramartha. The Yogacharyas interpret the term as that which is also dependent upon other things, Paratantra, and the Madhyamakas say that Paramartha is limited to Paranishpana, or absolute perfection. I.e., in the exposition of these two truths of the four, the former believer maintain that on this plane at any rate there exists only samvriti satya, or relative truth, and the latter teach the existence of paramartha satya, absolute truth. No arhat, O mendicants, can reach absolute knowledge before he becomes one with paranirvana. Parikapilta and Paratantra are his two great enemies. Parikalpitra, in Tibetan, Kuntag, is error, made by those unnameable to realize the emptiness and illusory nature of all, who believe something to exist which does not, e.g. the non-ego, and Paratantra is that, whatever it is which exists only through a dependent or causal connection, and which has to disappear as soon as the cause from which it proceeds is removed, e.g. the flame of a wick. Destroy or extinguish it, and light disappears. Esoteric philosophy teaches that everything lives and is conscious, but not that all life and consciousness are similar to those of human or even animal beings. Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul, and matter in man. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit. And these three are a trinity synthesized by life which pervades them all. The idea of universal life is one of those ancient conceptions which are returning to the human mind in this century as a consequence of its liberation from anthropomorphic theology. Science, it is true, contents itself with tracing or postulating the signs of universal life, but has not yet been bold enough to even whisper anima mundi. The idea of a crystalline life, now familiar to science, would have been scouted half a century ago. Botanists are now searching for the nerves of plants, not that they suppose that plants can feel or think as animals do, but because they believe that some structure, bearing the same relation functionally to plant life that nerves bear to animal life, is necessary to explain vegetable growth and nutrition. It seems hardly possible that science, by the mere use of terms such as force and energy, can disguise from itself much longer the fact that things that have life are living things, whether they be atoms or planets. But what is the belief of the inner esoteric schools, the reader may ask? What are the doctrines taught on this subject by esoteric Buddhists? With them we answer, alaya has a double and even a threefold meaning. In the Yogacarya system of the contemplative Mahayana school, alaya is both the universal soul, anima mundi, and the self of a progressed adept. He who is strong in yoga can introduce at will his alaya by means of meditation into the true nature of existence. The alaya has an absolute eternal existence, says Arya Sangha, the rival of Nagarjuna. In one sense, it is pradhana, which is explained in Vishnu Purana as that which is the unevolved cause, is emphatically called by the most eminent sages pradhana, original base, which is subtile prakriti, viz. That which is eternal, and which at once is or comprehends what is and what is not, or is mere process. The indiscrete cause, which is uniform and both cause and effect, and which those who are acquainted with the first principles call pradhana and prakriti, is the incognizable Brahma, who was before all. Brahma does not put forth evolution itself or create, but only exhibits various aspects of itself, one of which is prakriti, an aspect of pradhana. Prakriti, however, is an incorrect word, and alaya would explain it better. For prakriti is not the uncognizable Brahma. It is a mistake of those who know nothing of the universality of the occult doctrines from the very cradle of the human races, and especially so of those scholars who reject the very idea of a primordial revelation, to teach that anima mundi, the one life or universal soul, was made known only by Anaxagoras, or during his age. This philosopher brought the teaching forward simply to oppose the two materialistic conceptions of Democritus on cosmogeny, based on the esoteric theory of blindly driven atoms. Anaxagoras of Clazomenaea, however, was not its inventor, but only its propagator, as was also Plato. That which is called mundane intelligence, nous, the principle that according to his view is absolutely separated and free from matter and acts with design, was called motion. The one life, or Jivatma in India, ages before the year 500 BC. Only the Aryan philosophers never endow this principle, which with them is infinite, with the finite attribute of thinking. This leads naturally to the supreme spirit of Hegel and the German transcendentalists, a contrast that it may be useful to point out. The schools of Schelling and Fichte have diverged widely from the primitive archaic conceptions of an absolute principle. and have mirrored an aspect only of the basic idea of the Vedanta. Even the Absolutergeist, shadowed forth by von Hartmann in his pessimistic philosophy of the unconscious, while it is perhaps the closest approximation made by European speculation to the Hindu Advaitin doctrines, yet similarly falls far short of the reality. According to Hegel, the unconscious would never have undertaken the vast and laborious task of evolving the universe except in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In this connection, it is to be borne in mind that in designating spirit, a term which the European pantheists use as equivalent to Parabrahman as unconscious, they do not attach to the expression the connotation it usually bears. It is employed in the absence of a better term to symbolize a profound mystery. The absolute consciousness behind phenomena, they tell us, which is only termed unconsciousness in the absence of any element of personality, transcends human conception. Man, unable to form a single concept except in terms of empirical phenomena, is powerless from the very constitution of his being to raise the veil that shrouds the majesty of the Absolute. Only the liberated spirit is able to faintly realize the nature of the source whence it sprung and whither it must eventually return. As the highest Dayan Chohan, however, can but bow in ignorance before the awful mystery of absolute being, and since, even in that culmination of conscious existence, the merging of the individual in the universal consciousness, to use a phrase of Fichte's, the finite cannot conceive the infinite, nor can it apply to it its own standard of mental experiences, how can it be said that the unconscious and the absolute can have even an instinctive impulse or hope of attaining clear self-consciousness? A Vedantin, moreover, would never admit this Hegelian idea, and the occultist would say that it applies perfectly to the awakened Mahat, the universal mind already projected into the phenomenal world as the first aspect of the changeless Absolute, but never to the latter. Spirit and matter, or Purusha and Prakriti, are but the two primeval aspects of the one and secondless, we are taught. The matter-moving nous, the animating soul, immanent in every atom, manifested in man, latent in the stone, has different degrees of power, and this pantheistic idea of a general spirit soul pervading all nature is the oldest of all the philosophical notions. Nor was the Archaeus a discovery either of Paracelsus or of his pupil Van Helmont, for the same Archaeus is Father Aether, the manifested basis and source of the innumerable phenomena of life localized. The whole series of the numberless speculations of this kind are but variations on the same theme, the keynote of which was struck in this primeval revelation. The term anupadaka, parentless, or without progenitors, is a mystical designation having several meanings in our philosophy. By this name, celestial beings, the Dayan Chohans or Dhyani Buddhas, are generally meant. These correspond mystically to the human Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, known as the Manushi, human Buddhas, which latter are also designated Anupadaka, once that their whole personality is merged in their compound sixth and seventh principles, or Atma Buddhai, and they have become the diamond-souled Vajrasattvas, or full Mahatmas. The concealed Lord, Sangai Dagpo, the one merged with the Absolute, can have no parents, since he is self-existent, and one with the universal spirit, Svayambhu, the Svabhavat in its highest aspect. The mystery of the hierarchy of the Anapuddaka is great, its apex being the universal spirit soul and the lower rung of the Manushi Buddha. And even every soul-endowed man is also an Anupadaka in a latent state. Hence, when speaking of the universal in its formless, eternal or absolute condition, before it was fashioned by the builders, the expression, the great wheel, universe, was Anupadaka. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 2. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? A. In the unknown darkness in their Ahi Paranishpana, the producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Devamatri and Svabhavat, rested in the bliss of non-being. B. A. The builders, the sons of Manvantaric dawn, are the real creators of the universe, and in this doctrine, which deals only with our planetary system, they, as the architects of the latter, are also called the watchers of the seven spheres, which exoterically are the seven planets, and esoterically the seven earths, or spheres, globes of our chain also. The opening sentence of stanza 1, when mentioning 7 eternities, applies both to the Mahakalpa, or the great age of Brahma, as well as to the solar pralaya and subsequent resurrection of our planetary system on a higher plane. There are many kinds of pralaya, dissolution of a thing visible, as will be shown elsewhere. B. Paranishpana, remember, is the summum bonum, the absolute, hence the same as paranirvana. Besides being the final state, it is that condition of subjectivity which has no relation to anything but the one absolute truth, Pramamarta Satya, on its own plane. It is that state which leads one to appreciate correctly the full meaning of non-being, which, as explained, is absolute being. Sooner or later, all that now seemingly exists will be in reality and actually in the state of Paranishpana. But there is a great difference between conscious and unconscious being. The condition of Paranishpana, without Paramarta, the self-analyzing consciousness, Swasam Vedana, is no bliss, but simply extinction for 7 eternities. Thus, an iron ball placed under the scorching rays of the sun will get heated through, but will not feel or appreciate the warmth, while a man will. It is only with a mind clear and undarkened by personality, and an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence, merging into and becoming one with the Absolute, and continuing in full possession of Paramarta. 2. Where was silence? Where the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound. A. Naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. B. A. The idea that things can cease to exist and still be is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature, to realize which in the mind, rather than to argue about words, is the important thing. A familiar instance of a similar paradox is afforded by chemical combination. The question whether hydrogen and oxygen cease to exist when they combine to form water is still a moot one, some arguing that since they are found again when the water is decomposed, they must be there all the while, others contending that as they actually turn into something totally different, they must cease to exist as themselves for the time being. But neither side is able to form the faintest conception of the real condition of a thing, which has become something else and yet has not ceased to be itself. Existence, as water for oxygen and hydrogen, may be said to be a state of non-being, which is more real being than their existence as gases, and it may faintly symbolize the condition of the universe when it goes to sleep or ceases to be during the nights of Brahma, to awaken or reappear again when the dawn of the new Manvantara recalls it to what we call existence. B. The breath of the one existence is only used in application to the spiritual aspect of cosmogony by archaic esotericism. In other cases, it is replaced by its equivalent on the material plane, motion. The one eternal element or element-containing vehicle is space, dimensionless in every sense, coexistent with which are endless duration, primordial, hence indestructible matter, and motion, absolute, perpetual motion, which is the breath of the one element. This breath, as seen, can never cease, not even during the pralaic eternities. But the breath of the one existence does not, all the same, apply to the one causeless cause, or the all-beingness, in contradistinction to all being, which is Brahma, or the universe. Brahma, the four-faced god, who, after lifting the earth out of the waters, accomplished the creation, is held to be only the instrumental and not, as clearly implied, the ideal cause. No Orientalist so far seems to have thoroughly comprehended the real sense of the verses in the Puranas that treat of creation. Therein, Brahma is the cause of the potencies that are to be generated subsequently for the work of creation. For instance, in the Vishnu Purana, the translation, quote, "and from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they have become the real cause," end quote, would perhaps be more correctly rendered, quote, "and from it proceed the potencies that will create as they become the real cause on the material plane," end quote. Save that one causeless ideal cause, there is no other to which the universe can be referred. Quote, "Worthiest of ascetics through its potency, that is, through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its inherent or proper nature. If, in the Vedanta and Nyaya, nimitta is the efficient cause as contrasted with upadana, the material cause, and in the Sankhya, pradhana implies the functions of both," end quote. In the esoteric philosophy which reconciles all these systems, and the nearest exponent of which is the Vedanta, as expounded by the Advaita Vedantists, none but the upadana can be speculated upon. That which is, in the minds of the Vaishnavas, Vishisht Advaitas, as the ideal in contradistinction to the real, or Parabrahman and Ishvara, can find no room in published speculations, since the ideal even is a misnomer when applied to that of which no human reason, even that of an adept, can conceive. To know itself or oneself necessitates consciousness and perception to be cognized, both limited faculties in relation to any subject except Parabrahman. Hence, the eternal breath which knows itself not, infinity, cannot comprehend finiteness. The boundless can have no relation to the bounded and the conditioned. In the occult teachings, the unknown and the unknowable mover, or the self-existing, is the absolute divine essence, and thus, being absolute consciousness and absolute motion, to the limited senses of those who describe this indescribable, it is unconsciousness and immovableness. Concrete consciousness cannot be predicated of abstract consciousness, any more than the quality wet can be predicated of water, wetness being its own attribute and the cause of the wet quality in other things. Consciousness implies limitations and qualifications, something to be conscious of, and someone to be conscious of it. But absolute consciousness contains the cognizer, the thing cognized, and the cognition, all three in itself and all three one. No man is conscious of more than that portion of his knowledge which happens to be recalled to his mind at any particular time, yet such is the poverty of language that we have no term to distinguish the knowledge not actively thought of from knowledge we are unable to recall to memory. To forget is synonymous with not to remember. How much greater must be the difficulty of finding terms to describe and to distinguish between abstract metaphysical facts or differences. It must not be forgotten also that we give names to things according to the appearances they assume for ourselves. We call absolute consciousness unconsciousness, because it seems to us that it must necessarily be so, just as we call the absolute darkness, because to our finite understanding it appears quite impenetrable. Yet we recognize fully that our perception of such things does not do them justice. We involuntarily distinguish in our minds, for instance, between unconscious absolute consciousness and unconsciousness, by secretly endowing the former with some indefinite quality that corresponds on a higher plane than our thoughts can reach, with what we know as consciousness in ourselves. But this is not any kind of consciousness that we can manage to distinguish from what appears to us as unconsciousness. 3. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ. A. The Matri Padma had not yet swollen. B. A. the ray of the ever-darkness becomes, as it is emitted, a ray of effulgent light or life, and flashes into the germ, the point in the mundane egg represented by matter in its abstract sense. But the term point must not be understood as applying to any particular point in space, for a germ exists in the center of every atom, and these collectively form the germ, or rather, as no atom can be made visible to our physical eye, the collectivity of these, if the term can be applied to something which is boundless and infinite, forms the noumenon of eternal and indestructible matter. B. One of the symbolical figures for the dual creative power in nature, matter and force on the material plane, is Padma, the water lily of India. The lotus is the product of heat, fire, and water, vapor or ether. Fire standing in every philosophical and religious system, even in Christianity, as a representation of the spirit of deity, the active, male, generative principle, and ether, or the soul of matter, the light of the fire, for the passive female principle from which everything in this universe emanated. Hence, ether or water is the mother, and fire is the father. Sir William Jones, and before him archaic botany, showed that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, with the miniature shape of what one day, as perfect plants, they will become. Nature thus giving us a specimen of the preformation of its production. The seeds of all phanerogamous plants bearing proper flowers containing an embryo plantlet ready formed. This explains the sentence, "The Matri Padma had not yet swollen," the form being usually sacrificed to the inner or root idea in archaic symbology. The lotus or Padma is, moreover, a very ancient and favorite symbol for the cosmos itself, and also for man. The popular reasons given are, firstly, the fact just mentioned that the lotus seed contains within itself a perfect miniature of the future plant, which typifies the fact that the spiritual prototypes of all things exist in the immaterial world before these things become materialized on earth. Secondly, the fact that the lotus plant grows up through the water, having its root in the ilus, or mud, and spreading its flower in the air above. The lotus thus typifies the life of man and also that of the cosmos, for the secret doctrine teaches that the elements of both are the same, and that both are developing in the same direction. The root of the lotus sunk in the mud represents material life. The stalk passing up through the water typifies existence in the astral world, and the flower floating on the water and opening to the sky is emblematical of spiritual being. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall as 3 into 4 into the lap of Maya. The primordial substance had not yet passed out of its precosmic latency into the differentiated objectivity, or even become the, to man so far, invisible protyle of science. But as the hour strikes and it becomes receptive of the phohatic impress of the divine thought, the logos, or the male aspect of the anima mundi, alaya, its heart opens. It differentiates, and the 3, Father, Mother, Son, are transformed into 4. Herein lies the origin of the double mystery of the Trinity and the Immaculate Conception. The first and fundamental dogma of occultism is universal unity or homogeneity under 3 aspects. This leads to a possible conception of deity, which as an absolute unity must remain forever incomprehensible to finite intellects. Quote, "If thou wouldest believe in the power which acts within the root of a plant, or imagine the root concealed under the soul, thou hast to think of its stalk or trunk and of its leaves and flowers. Thou canst not imagine that power independently of these objects. Life can be known only by the tree of life." End quote. The idea of absolute unity would be broken entirely in our conception had we not something concrete before our eyes to contain that unity, and the deity being absolute must be omnipresent, hence not an atom, but contains it within itself. The roots, the trunk, and its many branches are three distinct objects, yet they are one tree. Say the Kabbalists, quote, "The deity is one because it is infinite. It is triple because it is ever manifesting. This manifestation is triple in its aspects, for it requires, as Aristotle has it, three principles for every natural body to become objective: privation, form, and matter." Privation meant, in the mind of the great philosopher, that which the occultists call the prototypes impressed in the astral light, the lowest plane and world of anima mundi. The union of these three principles depends upon a fourth, the life which radiates from the summits of the unreachable to become a universally diffused essence on the manifested planes of existence. And this quaternary, Father, Mother, Son as a unity, and a quaternary as a living manifestation, has been the means of leading to the very archaic idea of Immaculate Conception, now finally crystallized into a dogma of the Christian Church, which has carnalized this metaphysical idea beyond any common sense. For one has but to read the Kabbalah and study its numerical methods of interpretation to find the origin of the dogma. It is purely astronomical, mathematical, and preeminently metaphysical. The male element in nature, personified by the male deities and logoi, Viraj or Brahma, Horus or Osiris, etc., etc., is born through, not from, an immaculate source, personified by the mother. For the abstract deity being sexless and not even a being, but beingness, or life itself, that male having a mother cannot have a father. Let us render this in the mathematical language of the author of The Source of Measures. Speaking of the measure of a man and his numerical Kabbalistic value, he writes that in Genesis 4:1, quote, "It is called the man, even Jehovah, measure, and this is obtained in this way, namely, 113 times 5 equals 565, and the value 565 can be placed under the form of expression 56.5 times 10 equals 565. Here the man number 113 becomes a factor of 56.5 times 10, and the Kabbalistic reading of this last numbered expression is Yod, He, Vau, He, or Yehovah. The expansion of 565 into 56.5 times 10 is purposed to show the emanation of the male, Yod, from the female, Eva, principle, or so to speak, the birth of a male element from an immaculate source, in other words, an immaculate conception." End quote. Thus is repeated on earth the mystery enacted according to the seers on the divine plane. The Son of the Immaculate Celestial Virgin, or the undifferentiated cosmic protyle, matter, in its infinitude, is born again on earth as the son of the terrestrial Eve, our Mother Earth, and becomes humanity as a total, past, present, and future. For Jehovah, or Yod Hevohe, is androgen, or both male and female. Above, the Son is the whole cosmos. Below, he is mankind. The triad, or triangle, becomes tetractys, the sacred Pythagorean number, the perfect square, and a six-faced cube on earth. The macroprosopus, the great face, is now microprosopus, the lesser face, or as the Kabbalists have it, the Ancient of Days descending on Adam Kadmon, whom he uses as his vehicle to manifest through, gets transformed into tetragrammaton. It is now in the lap of Maya, the great illusion, and between itself and the reality has the astral light, the great deceiver of man's limited senses, unless knowledge, through Paramartha Satya, comes to the rescue. 5. The seven were not yet born from the web of life. Darkness alone was father, mother, Swabhavat, and Swabhavat was in darkness. The secret doctrine in the stanzas here given occupies itself chiefly, if not entirely, with our solar system, and especially with our planetary chain. The seven suns, therefore, are the creators of the latter. This teaching will be explained more fully hereafter. Swabhavat, the plastic essence that fills the universe, is the root of all things. Swabhavat is, so to say, the Buddhistic concrete aspect of the abstraction called in Hindu philosophy Mula Prakriti. It is the body of the soul, and that which ether would be to Akasha, the latter being the informing principle of the former. Chinese mystics have made of it the synonym of being. In the Chinese translation of the Ekashloka Shastra of Nagarjuna, the Lung Shu of China, called the Yi Shu Lu Kia Lun, is said that the term being, or subhava, yo in Chinese, means the substance giving substance to itself. It is also explained by him as meaning without action and with action, the nature which has no nature of its own. Swabhava, from which Svabhavat is composed of two words, su, fair, handsome, good, sva, self, and bhava, being or states of being. 6. These two are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. The divine thought does not imply the idea of a divine thinker. The universe, not only past, present, and future, a human and finite idea expressed by finite thought, but in its totality, the Sat, an untranslatable term, absolute being, with the past and future crystallized in an eternal present, is that thought itself, reflected in a secondary or manifested cause. Brahman, neuter, as the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus, is an absolute mystery to the human mind. Brahma, the male-female, the aspect and anthropomorphic reflection of Brahman, is conceivable to the perceptions of blind faith, though rejected by human intellect when it attains its majority. Hence the statement that during the prologue, so to say, of the drama of creation, or the beginning of cosmic evolution, the universe, or the sun, lies still concealed in the divine thought, which had not yet penetrated into the divine bosom. This idea, note well, is at the root and forms the origin of all the allegories about the sons of God, born of immaculate virgins. End of section 8, read by Czandra, in Nova Scotia 2024.
Section 9 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 3, Part 1. 1. The last vibration of the seventh eternity thrills through infinitude. A. The mother swells, expanding from within, without, like the bud of the lotus. B. A. The seemingly paradoxical use of the term seventh eternity, thus dividing the indivisible, is sanctified in esoteric philosophy. The latter divides boundless duration into unconditionally eternal and universal time, kala, and conditioned time, kanda kala. One is the abstraction or nomen of infinite time, the other its phenomenon appearing periodically as the effect of Mahat, the universal intelligence, limited by manvantaric duration. With some schools, Mahat is the firstborn of Pradhana, undifferentiated substance, or the periodical aspect of Mula Prakriti, the root of nature, which Pradhana is called Maya, illusion. In this respect, I believe, esoteric teaching differs from the Vedantin doctrines of both the Advaita and the Vishishtadvaita schools, for it says that while Mula Prakriti, the nomen, is self-existing and without any origin, is, in short, parentless, Anu Pradaka, as one with Brahman, Prakriti, its phenomenon, is periodical and no better than a phantasm of the former. So Mahat, the firstborn of jhana, or gnosis, knowledge, wisdom, or the Logos, is a phantasm reflected from the absolute Nirguna, Para-Brahman, the one reality, devoid of attributes and qualities, while with some Vedantins, Mahat is a manifestation of Prakriti, or matter. B. Therefore, the last vibration of the seventh eternity was foreordained, by no god in particular, but occurred in virtue of the eternal and changeless law, which causes the great periods of activity and rest, so called graphically, and at the same time so poetically, the days and nights of Brahma. The expansion from within, without, of the mother, called elsewhere the waters of space, universal matrix, and so forth, does not allude to an expansion from a small center or focus, but means the development of limitless subjectivity into as limitless objectivity without reference to size or limitation or area. Quote, the ever, to us, invisible and immaterial substance, present in eternity, threw its periodical shadow from its own plane into the lap of Maya. End quote. It implies that this expansion, not being an increase in size, for infinite extension admits of no enlargement, was a change of condition. It expanded like the bud of the lotus. For the lotus plant exists not only as a miniature embryo in its seed, a physical characteristic, but its prototype is present in an ideal form in the astral light from dawn to night during the Manvantaric period, like everything else, as a matter of fact, in this objective universe, from man to mite, from giant trees to the tiniest blades of grass. All this, teaches the hidden science, is but the temporary reflection, the shadow of the eternal ideal prototype in divine thought. The word eternity, note well again, seemingly here only in the sense of eon, as lasting throughout the seemingly interminable, but still limited, cycle of activity, called by us Manvantara. For what is the real esoteric meaning of Manvantara, or rather, a Manu Antara? It means literally between two Manus, of whom there are 14 in every day of Brahma, such a day consisting of 1,000 aggregates of 4 ages, 1,000 great ages, or Maya Yugas. Let us now analyze the word or name Manu. Orientalists in their dictionaries tell us that the term Manu is from the root man, to think, hence the thinking man. But esoterically, every Manu, as an anthropomorphized patron of his special cycle, or round, is but the personified idea of the thought divine, as the Hermetic Pymander. Each of the Manus, therefore, being the special god, the creator and fashioner of all that appears during his own respective cycle of being, or Manvantara. Fohat runs the Manus, or Dayan Shoan's, errands, and causes the ideal prototypes to expand from within, without. That is, to cross gradually, on a descending scale, all the planes, from the noumenal to the lowest phenomenal, to bloom finally on the last into full objectivity, the acme of illusion, or the grossest matter. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe, and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. The Pythagorean monas is also said to dwell in solitude and darkness, like the germ. The idea of the breath of darkness moving over the slumbering waters of life, which is primordial matter, with the latent spirit in it, recalls the first chapter of Genesis. Its original is the Brahmanical Narayana, the mover of the waters, who is the personification of the eternal breath of the unconscious all, or Para-Brahman, of the Eastern occultists. The waters of life, or chaos, The female principle in symbolism are the vacuum, to our mental sight, in which lie the latent spirit and matter. This is what made Democritus assert, after his instructor Leucippus, that the primordial principles of all were atoms and a vacuum, in the sense of space, but not of empty space, for nature abhors a vacuum, according to the Peripatetics and every ancient philosopher. In all cosmogonies, water plays the same important part. It is the base and source of material existence. Scientists, mistaking the word for the thing, understand it by the definite chemical combination of oxygen and hydrogen, thus giving a specific meaning to a term used by occultists in a generic sense, and which is employed in cosmogony with a metaphysical and mystical meaning. Ice is not water, neither is steam, although all three have precisely the same chemical composition. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. The solitary ray dropping into the mother deep may be taken to mean divine thought or intelligence, impregnating chaos. This, however, occurs on the plane of metaphysical abstraction, or rather, the plane whereon that which we call a metaphysical abstraction is a reality. The virgin egg, being in one sense the abstract of all ova, or the power of becoming, developed through fecundation, is eternal and forever the same. And just as the fecundation of an egg takes place before it is dropped, so the non-eternal periodical germ, which later becomes in symbolism the mundane egg, contains in itself, when it emerges from the said symbol, the promise and potency of all the universe. Though the idea per se is, of course, an abstraction, a symbolical mode of expression, it is a true symbol, for it suggests the idea of infinity as an endless circle. It brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from and in boundless space, a universe as shoreless in magnitude, if not as endless in its objective manifestation. The symbol of an egg also expresses the fact, taught in occultism, that the primordial form of everything manifested, from atom to globe, from man to angel, is spheroidal, the sphere being with all nations the emblem of eternity and infinity, a serpent swallowing its tail. To realize the meaning, however, the sphere must be thought of as seen from its center. The field of vision, or of thought, is like a sphere whose radii proceed from oneself in every direction, and extend out into space, opening up boundless vistas all around. It is the symbolical circle of Pascal and the Kabbalists, whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a conception which enters into the compound idea of this emblem. The world egg is, perhaps, one of the most universally adopted symbols, highly suggestive as it is, equally in the spiritual, physiological, and cosmological sense. Therefore, it is found in every world theogony, where it is largely associated with the serpent symbol, the latter being everywhere, in philosophy as in religious symbolism, an emblem of eternity, infinitude, regeneration, and rejuvenation, as well as of wisdom. The mystery of apparent self-generation and evolution through its own creative power, repeating in miniature in the egg, the process of cosmic evolution, both due to heat and moisture, under the efflux of the unseen creative spirit, fully justified the selection of this graphic symbol. The virgin egg is the microcosmic symbol of the macrocosmic prototype, the Virgin Mother, chaos or the primeval deep. The male creator, under whatever name, springs forth from the virgin female, the immaculate root fructified by the ray. Who, if versed in astronomy and natural sciences, can fail to see its suggestiveness? Cosmos, as receptive nature, is an egg fructified, yet left immaculate. For, once regarded as boundless, it could have no other representation than a spheroid. The golden egg was surrounded by 7 natural elements: 4 ready, ether, fire, air, water; 3 secret. This may be found stated in Vishnu Purana, where elements are translated envelopes, and a secret one is added, ahamkara. The original text has no ahamkara. It mentions 7 elements without specifying the last 3. 4. The 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside, A. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life, B. The use of geometrical figures and the frequent allusions to figures in all ancient scriptures, as in the Puranas, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and even the Bible, must be explained. In the Book of Dazan, as in the Kabbalah, there are 2 kinds of numerals to be studied: the figures, often simple blinds, and the sacred numbers, the values of which are all known to the occultists through initiation. The former are but conventional glyphs, the latter the basic symbols of all. That is to say, the one are purely physical, the other purely metaphysical, the two standing in relation to each other as matter stands to spirit, the extreme poles of the one substance. As Balzac, the unconscious occultist of French literature, says somewhere, the number is to mind the same as it is to matter. Quote, an incomprehensible agent, end quote. Perhaps so to the profane, never to the initiated mind. Number is, as the great writer thought, an entity, and at the same time a breath emanating from what he called God and what we call the All, the breath which alone could organize the physical cosmos, where naught obtains its form but through the deity, which is an effect of number. It is instructive to quote Balzac's words upon this subject. Quote, the smallest, as the most immense creations, are they not to be distinguished from each other by their quantities, their qualities, their dimensions, their forces and attributes, all begotten by number? The infinitude of numbers is a fact proven to our mind, but of which no proof can be physically given. The mathematician will tell us that the infinitude of numbers exists, but is not to be demonstrated. God is a number endowed with motion, which is felt but not demonstrated. As unity, it begins the numbers with which it has nothing in common. The existence of numbers depends on unity, which without a single number begets them all. What? Unable either to measure the first abstraction yielded to you by the deity, or to get hold of it, you still hope to subject to your measurements the mystery of the secret sciences which emanate from that deity? And what would you feel were I to plunge you into the abysses of motion, the force which organizes the numbers? What would you think were I to add that motion and number are begotten by the Word, the supreme reason of the seers and prophets, who, in days of old, sensed the mighty breath of God, a witness to which is the Apocalypse? End quote. B. The radiant essence curdles and spreads throughout the depths of space. From an astronomical point of view, this is easy of explanation. It is the Milky Way, the world stuff or primordial matter in its first form. It is more difficult, however, to explain it in a few words, or even lines, from the standpoint of occult science and symbolism, as it is the most complicated of glyphs. Herein are enshrined more than a dozen symbols. To begin with, it contains the whole pantheon of mysterious objects, every one of them having some definite occult meaning, extracted from the Hindu allegorical churning of the ocean by the gods. Besides Amrita, the water of life or immortality, Surhabhi, the cow of plenty, called the fountain of milk and curds, was extracted from this sea of milk. Hence the universal adoration of the cow and bull, one the productive, the other the generative power in nature, symbols connected with both the solar and the cosmic deities. The specific properties for occult purposes of the 14 precious things, being explained only at the fourth initiation, cannot be given here, but the following may be remarked. In the Shatapatha Brahmana, it is stated that the churning of the ocean of milk took place at the Sata Yuga, the first age which immediately followed the deluge. As, however, neither the Rigveda nor Manu, both preceding Vivasvata's deluge, that of the bulk of the fourth race, mention this deluge, it is evident that it is neither the great deluge, nor that which carried away Atlantis, nor even the deluge of Noah, which is here meant. This churning relates to a period before the earth's formation, and is in direct connection with another universal legend, the various and contradictory versions of which culminated in the Christian dogma of the war in heaven and the fall of the angels. The Brahmanas, reproached by the Orientalists with their versions on the same subjects often clashing with each other, are preeminently occult works, hence purposely used as blinds. They are allowed to survive for public use and property only because they were and are absolutely unintelligible to the masses. Otherwise, they would have disappeared from circulation as long ago as the days of Akbar. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Oeahu is one. Oeahu is rendered Father, Mother of the Gods in commentaries, or the six in one, or the septenary root from which all proceeds. All depends upon the accent given to these 7 vowels, which may be pronounced as 1, 3, or even 7 syllables, by adding an E after the final O. This mystic name is given out because, without a thorough mastery of the triple pronunciation, it remains forever ineffectual. Is one refers to the non-separateness of all that lives and has its being, whether in an active or passive state. In one sense, Oeahu is the rootless root of all, hence one with Parabrahman. In another sense, it is a name for the manifested one life, the eternal living unity. The root means, as already explained, pure knowledge, sattva, eternal, nitya, unconditioned reality, or sat, satya, whether we call it Parabrahman or Mula Prakriti, for these are but the 2 symbols of the one. The light is the same omnipresent spiritual ray which has entered and now fecundated the divine egg, and calls cosmic matter to begin its long series of differentiations. The curds are the first differentiation, and probably also refer to that cosmic matter which is supposed to be the origin of the Milky Way, the matter we know. This matter, which, according to the revelation received from the primeval Dhyana Buddhas, is, during the periodical sleep of the universe, of the ultimate tenuity conceivable to the eye of the perfect Bodhisattva. This matter, radiant and cool, becomes, at the first reawakening of the cosmic motion, scattered through space, appearing, when seen from the earth, in clusters and lumps like curds in thin milk. These are the seeds of the future worlds, the star stuff. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. The essence of darkness being absolute light, darkness is taken as the appropriate allegorical representation of the condition of the universe during pralaya, or the term of absolute rest, or non-being as it appears to our finite minds. The fire and heat and motion here spoken of are, of course, not the fire, heat, and motion of physical science, but the underlying abstractions, the noumena, or the soul, of the essence of these material manifestations, the things in themselves, which, as modern science confesses, entirely elude the instruments of the laboratory, and which even the mind cannot grasp, although it can equally as little avoid the conclusion that these underlying essences of things must exist. Fire and water, or father and mother, may be taken here to mean the divine ray and chaos. Chaos, from this union with spirit obtaining sense, shone with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn light, says a fragment of Hermas. Damascius calls it dis, the disposer of all things. According to the Rosicrucian tenets, as handled and explained by the profane for once correctly, if only partially, light and darkness are identical in themselves, being only divisible in the human mind, and, according to Robert Flood, darkness adopted illumination in order to make itself visible. According to the tenets of Eastern occultism, darkness is the one true actuality, the basis and the root of light, without which the latter could never manifest itself, nor even exist. Light is matter, and darkness pure spirit. Darkness, in its radical metaphysical basis, is subjective and absolute light, while the latter, in all its seeming effulgence and glory, is merely a mass of shadows, as it can never be eternal and is simply an illusion or maya. Even in the mind-baffling and science-harassing Genesis, light is created out of darkness, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and not vice versa. In him, in darkness, was life, and the life was the light of men. A day may come when the eyes of men will be opened, and then they may comprehend better than they do now the verse in the Gospel of John that says, "And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not." They will see then that the word darkness does not apply to man's spiritual eyesight, but indeed to darkness, the absolute, that comprehendeth not, cannot cognize transient light, however transcendent to human eyes. Daemon est Deus inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the church, whereas in the Bible, in the book of Job, he is called the Son of God, the bright star of the early morning, Lucifer. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or manvantaric dawn. He has been transformed by the church into Lucifer or Satan because he is higher and older than Jehovah and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 3, Part 2. 7. Behold, O Lanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Oiahu, the younger, the omitted. A. He shines forth as a sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is Chartur, and Chartur takes to itself tree, and the union produces the Sapta. in whom are the seven, which become the Tridasha, the hosts and the multitudes. B. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, C, and the one manifested into the great waters. A. Bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it re-emerges differentiated as the Oeahu, the younger, the new life, to be to the end of the life cycle, the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea, the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo-Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom because, firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the logos, the verbum of the thought divine, and secondly, because in esoteric philosophy, this first manifestation, being the synthesis or the aggregate of universal wisdom, Oeahu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the seven creative hosts, Sephiroth, and is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Oeahu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Chayin is identical with, and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such is an androgynous deity, like the Tetragrammaton and all the logi of antiquity. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized and represented with female attributes, under his female aspect becoming Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, called the divine voice. The latter is the patron deity of Tibet and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. The higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become sons of the father. The logi, like Jupiter or Zeus, son of Cronus Saturn, infinite time, Kala, in their origin were represented as male-female. Zeus is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo was originally bisexual, so is Brahmavak in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally, in St. John's vision in Revelation, the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So also is Tetragrammaton, or Jehovah. But there are two Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism, the first and the second Logos. No religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India, the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus clad in women's clothes and with a ring in its nose. On asking the meaning of this masquerade, we were answered that it was Jesus Maria blended in one, and that it was done by the permission of the padre, as the zealous convert had no money to purchase two statues, or idols, as they very properly were called by a witness, another but non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. B. The dragon of wisdom is the one, the Eka, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, Achad. His name is Achad, say the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the two is derived from the other, linguistically and symbolically. Surely not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with their respective logi. Jehovah, esoterically Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve, and the dragon is an old glyph for the astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally, traces both through the course of natural evolution to pure light condensing gradually into form, and hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took this from the later Zoroastrians, who saw devils or evil in the Hindu devas, and the word evil has become by a double transmutation devil, diabolos, diabol, diavolo, teufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and has always stood for psychical regeneration and immortality. Hence, Hermes calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings, Moses, initiated into the wisdom of Hermes, followed suit in Genesis, the Gnostic serpent with the 7 vowels over its head being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence also the Hindu serpent Sisha or Anatta, the infinite, a name of Vishnu, and his first vahana or vehicle on the primordial waters. Like the logi and the hierarchies of powers, however, these serpents have to be distinguished one from the other. Sisha or Anatta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction, symbolizing infinite time in space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe, whereas the Gnostic Ophis contains the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3, and 7-syllabled Oyahu of the archaic doctrine. That is, the first unmanifested logos, the second manifested, the triangle, concreting into the quaternity or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. Yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of the Kabbalists. Between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter, evil, on the plane of matter. For the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, the name astral light is quite modern, is spirit matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends, until it becomes Maya, or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom, and this formed part of his teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before Mother became Father-Mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitudes alone. The Atrareya Brahmana calls the earth Sarparajina, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist, moved and writhed like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God, moving on chaos, was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters, until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent with its tail in its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as also the earth and man, serpent-like, periodically cast off their old skins to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is surely not a less graceful or more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and the chrysalis from which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the Logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pymander, the oldest and the most spiritual of the logoi of the western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon of light, fire, and flame. Pymander, the thought divine personifies, says, "The light is I. I am the nous, the mind or Manu. I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the Master. It is the thought, Mahat, which is God, the Father. The celestial ocean, the ether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit, for these are not separated, and their union is life." Here we find the unmistakable echo of the archaic secret doctrine, as now expounded. Only the latter does not place at the head of the evolution of life the Father, who comes third and is the Son of the Mother, but the eternal and ceaseless breath of the All. Mahat, understanding, universal mind, thought, and so forth, before it manifests itself as Brahma or Shiva, appears as Vishnu, says the Sakasara. Hence it has several aspects, just as the Logos has. Mahat is called the Lord in the primary creation, and is, in this sense, universal cognition or thought divine. But that Mahat which was first produced is, afterwards, called egoism, when it is born as the feeling itself, I, that is said to be the secondary creation, and the translator, an able and learned Brahmin, not a European Orientalist, explains in a footnote, quote, "That is, when Mahat develops into the feeling of self-consciousness, I, then it assumes the name of egoism," end quote, which, translated into our esoteric phraseology, means when Mahat is transformed into the human manas, or even that of the finite gods, and becomes aramship. Why it is called the Mahat of the secondary creation, or the ninth, the Kamara, in Vishnu Purana, will be explained hereafter. C. The sea of fire is, then, the super-astral, that is, noumenal light, the first radiation from the root Mula Prakriti, undifferentiated cosmic substance, which becomes astral matter. It is also called the fiery serpent, as above described. If the student bears in mind that there is but one universal element, which is infinite, unborn, and undying, and that all the rest, as in the world of phenomena, are but so many various differentiated aspects and transformations, correlations they are now called, of that one, from the macrocosmical down to the microcosmical effects, from superhuman down to human and subhuman beings, the totality, in short, of objective existence, then the first and chief difficulty will disappear, and occult cosmology may be mastered. Thus, in the Egyptian, also as in the Indian theogony, there was a concealed deity, the One, and a creative, androgynous god, Shu being the god of creation, and Osiris, in his original primary form, the god whose name is unknown. All the Kabbalists and occultists, Eastern and Western, recognize A, the identity of Father-Mother with primordial ether, or Akasha, astral light, and B, its homogeneity before the evolution of the sun, cosmically Fohat, for it is cosmic electricity. Fohat hardens and scatters the seven brothers, which means that the primordial electric entity, for the Eastern occultists insist that electricity is an entity, electrifies into life and separates primordial stuff, or pre-genetic matter, into atoms, themselves the source of all life and consciousness. There exists a universal agent, unique of all forms and of life, that is called Od, Ob, and Or, active and passive, positive and negative, like day and night. It is the first light of creation, Eliphas Levi, the first light of primordial Elohim, the atom, male and female, or, scientifically, electricity and life. The ancients represented it by a serpent, for Fohat hisses as he glides hither and thither in zigzags. The Kabbalah figures it with the Hebrew letter Teth, whose symbol is the serpent, which played such a prominent part in the mysteries. Its universal value is 9, for it is the 9th letter of the alphabet, and the 9th door of the 50 portals, or gateways, that lead to the concealed mysteries of being. It is the magical agent par excellence, and designates, in Hermetic philosophy, life infused into primordial matter, the essence that composes all things, and the spirit that determines their form. But there are two secret hermetical operations, one spiritual, the other material, correlative and forever united. As Hermes says, "Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the solid. That which ascends from earth to heaven, and descends again from heaven to earth. It, the subtle light, is the strong force of every force, for it conquers every subtle thing, and penetrates into every solid. Thus was the world formed." It was not Zeno, the founder of the Stoics, alone, who taught that the universe evolves, and its primary substance is transformed from the state of fire into that of air, then into that of water, and so forth. Heraclitus of Ephesus maintained that the one principle that underlies all phenomena in nature is fire. The intelligence that moves the universe is fire, and fire is intelligence. And while Anaximenes said the same of air, and Thales of Miletus, 600 years B.C., of water, the esoteric doctrine reconciles all these philosophers by showing that, though each was right, the system of none was complete. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where was the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. The answer to the first question, suggested by the second, which is the reply of the teacher to the pupil, contains in a single phrase one of the most essential truths of occult philosophy. It indicates the existence of things imperceptible to our physical senses, which are of far greater importance, more real and more permanent, than those that appeal to these senses themselves. Before the Lanu can hope to understand the transcendentally metaphysical problem contained in the first question, he must be able to answer the second, while the very answer he gives to the second will furnish him with the clue to the correct reply to the first. In the Sanskrit commentary on this stanza, the terms used for the concealed and the unrevealed principle are many. In the earliest manuscripts of Indian literature, this unrevealed abstract deity has no name. It is generally called that, Tad in Sanskrit, and means all that is, was, and will be, or that can be so received by the human mind. Among such appellations given, of course, only in esoteric philosophy, as the unfathomable darkness, the whirlwind, and so forth, it is also called the it of the Kalahansa, the Kalahamsa, and even the Kalihansa, black swan. Here the M and the N are convertible, and both sound like the nasal French en or am. As in the Hebrew, so also in the Sanskrit, many a mysterious sacred name conveys to the profane ear no more than some ordinary and often vulgar word, because it is concealed anagrammatically or otherwise. This word Hansa or Hamsa is just such a case. Hamsa is equal to Ahamsa, 3 words meaning I am he. While divided in still another way, it will read So Ham, he is I. In this single word is contained, for him who understands the language of wisdom, the universal mystery, the doctrine of the identity of man's essence with God essence. Hence the glyph of, and the allegory about, Kalihansa or Hamsa, and the name given to Brahman, neuter, later on to the male Brahma, of Hamsa Vahana, he who uses the Hamsa as his vehicle. The same word may be read Kalahamsa, or I am I in the eternity of time, answering to the biblical, or rather Zoroastrian, I am that I am. The same doctrine is found in the Kabbalah, as witness the following extract from an unpublished manuscript by Mr. S. Liddell McGregor Mathers, the learned Kabbalist. The 3 pronouns, hua, ate, ani, he, thou, I, are used to symbolize the ideas of macro-prosopis and micro-prosopis in the Hebrew Kabbalah. Hua, he, is applied to the hidden and concealed macro-prosopis, ate, thou, to micro-prosopis, and ani, I, to the latter when he is represented as speaking. It is to be noted that each of these names consists of 3 letters, of which the letter Aleph, A, forms the conclusion of the first word, Hua, and the commencement of Ata and Ani, as if it were the connecting link between them. But Aleph is the symbol of the unity, and consequently of the unvarying idea of the divine operating through all these. But behind the Aleph, in the name Hua, are the letters Vav and Ket, the symbols of the numbers 6 and 5, the male and the female, the hexagram and the pentagram. And the numbers of these 3 words, Hua, Ate, Ani, are 12, 406, and 61, which are resumed in the key numbers of 3, 10, and 7 by the Kabbalah of the 9 chambers, which is a form of the exegetical rule of Temura. It is useless to attempt to explain the mystery in full. Materialists and the men of modern science will never understand it, since in order to obtain a clear perception of it, one has, first of all, to admit the postulate of a universally diffused, omnipresent, eternal deity in nature. Secondly, to have fathomed the mystery of electricity in its true essence, and thirdly, to credit man with being the septenary symbol, on the terrestrial plane, of the one great unit, the Logos, which is itself the 7-voweled sign, the breath crystallized into the Word. He who believes in all this has also to believe in the multiple combination of the 7 planets of occultism and of the Kabbalah, with the 12 zodiacal signs, and attribute, as we do, to each planet and to each constellation an influence which, in the words of Mr. Ely Starr, a French astrologer, is proper to it, beneficent or maleficent, and this after the planetary spirit which rules it, who, in his turn, is capable of influencing men and things which are found in harmony with him, and with which he has any affinity. For these reasons, and since few believe in the foregoing, all that can now be given is that in both cases the symbol of Hansa, whether I, he, goose, or swan, is an important symbol, representing, among other things, divine wisdom, wisdom in darkness beyond the reach of men. For all exoteric purposes, Hansa, as every Hindu knows, is a fabulous bird which, when, in the allegory, given milk mixed with water for its food, separated the two, drinking the milk and leaving the water, thus showing inherent wisdom, milk standing symbolically for spirit and water for matter. That this allegory is very ancient and dates from the very earliest archaic period is shown by the mention in the Bhagavata Purana of a certain caste named Hamsa or Hansa, which was the one caste par excellence, when far back in the mists of a forgotten past there was among the Hindus only one Veda, one deity, one caste. There is also a range in the Himalayas, described in the old books as being situated north of Mount Meru, called Hamsa, and connected with episodes pertaining to the history of religious mysteries and initiations. As to Kalihansa, being the supposed vehicle of Brahma Prajapati in the esoteric texts and translations of the Orientalists, it is quite a mistake. Brahman, the neuter, is called by them Kalihansa, and Brahma, the male, Hansavahana, because, forsooth, his vehicle is a swan or goose. This is a purely exoteric gloss. Esoterically and logically, if Brahman, the infinite, is all that is described by the Orientalists, and agreeably with the Vedantic texts, is an abstract deity, in no way characterized by the ascription of any human attributes, and at the same time it is maintained that he, or it, is called Kalihansa, then how can it ever become the Vahan of Brahma, the manifested finite God? It is quite the reverse. The swan or goose, Hansa, is the symbol of the male or temporary deity, Brahma, the emanation of the primordial ray, which is made to serve as a Vahan or vehicle for the divine ray, which otherwise could not manifest itself in the universe, being, antiphraistically, itself an emanation of darkness, for our human intellect at any rate. It is Brahma, then, who is Kalihansa, and the ray Hansavahana. As to the strange symbol thus chosen, it is equally suggestive. The true mystic significance being the idea of a universal matrix, figured by the primordial waters of the deep, or the opening for the reception, and subsequently for the issuing, of that one ray, the Logos, which contains in itself the other 7 procreative rays, or powers, the Logoi, or builders. Hence the choice by the Rosicrucians of the aquatic fowl, whether swan or pelican, with 7 young ones, for a symbol, modified and adapted to the religion of every country. Ein Sof is called the fiery soul of the pelican in the Book of Numbers, appearing with every Manvantara as Narayana, or Svayambhuva, the self-existent, and, penetrating into the mundane egg, it emerges from it at the end of the divine incubation as Brahma, or Prajapati, the progenitor of the future universe, into which he expands. He is the Purusha, spirit, but he is also the Prakriti, matter. Therefore it is only after separating itself into 2 halves, Brahmavak, the female, and Brahmaviraj, the male, that Prajapati becomes the male Brahma. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother. It must be remembered that the words light, flame, and fire have been adopted by the translators from the vocabulary of the old fire philosophers in order to render more clearly the meaning of the archaic terms and symbols employed in the original. Otherwise, they would have remained entirely unintelligible to a European reader. To a student of the occult, however, the above terms will be sufficiently clear. All these, light, flame, cold, fire, heat, water, and water of life, are on our plane the progeny, or as a modern physicist would say, the correlations of electricity. Mighty word, and a still mightier symbol. Sacred generator of no less sacred progeny. Of fire, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Of light, the essence of our divine ancestors. Of flame, the soul of things. Electricity, the one life at the upper rung of being, and astral fluid, the athanor of the alchemists, at the lower. God and devil, good and evil. Now, why is light called cold flame? In the order of cosmic evolution, as taught by the occultist, the energy that actuates matter, after its first formation into atoms, is generated on our plane by cosmic heat, and before that period, cosmos, in the sense of dissociated matter, was not. The first primordial matter, eternal and coeval with space, which has neither a beginning nor an end, is neither hot nor cold, but is of its own special nature, says the commentary. Heat and cold are relative qualities, and pertain to the realms of the manifested worlds, which all proceed from the manifested Heil, which, in its absolutely latent aspect, is referred to as the cold virgin, and when awakened to life, as the mother. The ancient Western cosmogonic myths state that at first there was only cold mist, the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Ilis or Hyle, from which crept forth the mundane snake, matter. Primordial matter, then, before it emerges from the plane of the never manifesting and awakens to the thrill of action under the impulse of Hahat, is but a cool radiance, colorless, formless, tasteless, and devoid of every quality and aspect. Even such are her firstborn, the four sons who are one and become seven, the entities by whose qualifications and names the ancient Eastern occultists called the four of the seven primal centers of force, or atoms, that developed later into the great cosmic elements, now divided into the 70 or so sub-elements known to science. The four primal natures of the first Dayan Choans are the so-called, for want of a better term, akashic, ethereal, watery, and fiery. They answer, in the terminology of practical occultism, to the scientific definitions of gases, which, to convey a clear idea to both occultists and laymen, may be defined as parahydrogenic, paraoxygenic, oxyhydrogenic, and ozonic, or perhaps nitrosonic. The latter forces, or gases, in occultism, supersensuous, yet atomic substances, being the most effective and active when energizing on the plane of more grossly differentiated matter. These elements are both electropositive and electronegative. These and many more are probably the missing links of chemistry. They are known by other names in alchemy and to the occultists who practice phenomenal powers. It is by combining and recombining, or dissociating, the elements in a certain way, by means of astral fire, that the greatest phenomena are produced. 10. Father-mother spin a web, whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter, and this web is the universe, spun out of the two substances made in one, which is Suva Bhat. In the Manduka Upanishad it is written, as a spider throws out and retracts its web, as herbs spring up in the ground, so is the universe derived from the undecaying one, Brahma, for the germ of unknown darkness is the material from which all evolves and develops, as the web from the spider, as foam from the water, and so forth. This is only graphic and true if the term Brahma, the creator, is derived from the root brith, to increase or expand. Brahma expands and becomes the universe woven out of his own substance. The same idea has been beautifully expressed by Goethe, who says, "Thus at the roaring loom of time I ply, and weave for God the garment thou seest him by." 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant. Its sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts. They embrace infinitude. The expanding of the universe under the breath of fire is very suggestive in light of the fire mist period, of which modern science speaks so much, and knows in reality so little. Great heat breaks up the compound elements and resolves the heavenly bodies into their primeval one element, explains the commentary. Once disintegrated into its primal constituent, by getting within the attraction and reach of a focus, or center of heat, energy, of which many are carried about to and fro in space, a body, whether alive or dead, will be vaporized and held in the bosom of the mother, until Fohat, gathering a few of the clusters of cosmic matter, nebulae, will, by giving it an impulse, set it in motion anew, develop the required heat, and leave it to follow its own new growth. The expanding and contracting of the web, that is, the world stuff or atoms, express here the pulsatory movement, for it is the regular contraction and expansion of the infinite and shoreless ocean, of that which we may call the noumenon of matter, emanated by Suva Bhavat, which causes the universal vibration of atoms. But it is also suggestive of something else. It shows that the ancients were acquainted with that which is now the puzzle of many scientists, and especially of astronomers, the cause of the first ignition of matter, or world stuff, the paradox of the heat produced by refrigerative contraction, and other such cosmic riddles. For it points unmistakably to a knowledge by the ancients of such phenomena. There is heat internal and heat external in every atom, say the manuscripts. Commentaries, to which the writer has had access, the breath of the Father, Spirit, and the breath or heat of the Mother, matter, and they give explanations which show that the modern theory of the extinction of the solar fires by loss of heat through radiation is erroneous. The assumption is false even on the scientist's own admission. For, as Professor Newcomb points out, by losing heat, a gaseous body contracts, and the heat generated by the contraction exceeds that which it had to lose in order to produce the contraction. This paradox, that a body gets hotter as the shrinking produced by its getting colder is greater, has led to long disputes. The surplus of heat, it is argued, is lost by radiation, and to assume that the temperature is not lowered pari passu with the decrease of volume under a constant pressure is to set at naught the law of Charles. Contraction develops heat, it is true, but contraction, from cooling, is incapable of developing the whole amount of heat at any time existing in the mass, or even of maintaining a body at a constant temperature, and so forth. Professor Winchell tries to reconcile the paradox, only a seeming one in fact, as J. Homer Lane proved, by suggesting something besides heat. May it not be, he asks, simply a repulsion among the molecules, which varies according to some law of the distance? But even this will be found irreconcilable, unless this something besides heat is ticketed causeless heat, the breath of fire, the all-creative force plus absolute intelligence, which physical science is not likely to accept. However it may be, the reading of this stanza, notwithstanding its archaic phraseology, shows it to be more scientific than even modern science. 12. Thin svabavat sends fohat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web. Reflecting the self-existent Lord, like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Fohat hardens the atoms, that is, by infusing energy into them. He scatters the atoms, or primordial matter. He scatters himself while scattering matter into atoms. It is through Fohat that the ideas of the universal mind are impressed upon matter. Some faint idea of the nature of Fohat may be gathered from the appellation cosmic electricity, sometimes applied to it, but in this case, to the commonly known properties of electricity must be added others, including intelligence. It is of interest to note that modern science has come to the conclusion that all celebration and brain activity are attended by electrical phenomena. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 4, Part 1. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. A. Learn there is neither first nor last, for all is one number, issued from no number. B. A. The terms the sons of the fire mist, and the like, require explanation. They are connected with a great primordial and universal mystery, and it is not easy to make it clear. There is a passage in the Bhagavad Gita wherein Krishna, speaking symbolically and esoterically, says, I will state the times, conditions at which devotees departing from this life do so never to return, to be reborn, or to return, to incarnate again. The fire, the flame, the day, the bright, lucky fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing, dying. In these, those who know the Brahman, yogis, go to the Brahman. Smoke, night, the dark, unlucky fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice. Dying in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light, or mansion, the astral light also, and returns, is reborn. These two paths, bright and dark, are said to be eternal in this world, or great kalpa, age. By the one, a man goes never to return. By the other, he comes back. Now these terms fire, flame, day, the bright fortnight, etc., smoke, night, and so on, leading only to the end of the lunar path, are incomprehensible without a knowledge of esotericism. These are all names of various deities which preside over the cosmopsychic powers. We often speak of the hierarchy of flames, of the sons of fire, etc. Shankaracharya, the greatest of the esoteric masters of India, says that fire means a deity, which presides over time, Kala. The able translator of the Bhagavad Gita, Kashinath Trimbak Telang, M.A., of Bombay, confesses he has no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. It seems quite clear, on the contrary, to him who knows the occult doctrine. With these verses, the mystic sense of the solar and lunar symbols are connected. The Pitris are lunar deities and our ancestors because they created the physical man. The Agnishvata, the Kumaras, the 7 mystic sages, are solar deities, though they are Pitris also, and these are the fashioners of the inner man. They are the sons of fire because they are the first beings, called minds in the secret doctrine, evolved from primordial fire. The Lord is a consuming fire. The Lord shall be revealed with his mighty angels in flaming fire. The Holy Ghost descended on the apostles as cloven tongues like as of fire. Vishnu will return on Kalki, the white horse, as the last avatara, amid fire and flames. And Sosiosh, will also descend on a white horse in a tornado of fire. And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him, and his name is called the Word of God, amid flaming fire. Fire is ether in its purest form, and hence is not regarded as matter, but is the unity of ether, the second manifested deity, in its universality. But there are two fires, and a distinction is made between them in the occult teachings. The first, or the purely formless and invisible fire, concealed in the central spiritual sun, is spoken of as triple, metaphysically, while the fire of the manifested cosmos is septenary, throughout both the universe and our solar system. The fire of knowledge burns up all action on the plane of illusion, says the commentary. Therefore, those who have acquired it and are emancipated are called fires. Speaking of the seven senses, symbolized as hotris or priests, Narada says in Anugita, quote, "Thus these seven senses, smell and taste and color and sound, etc., are the causes of emancipation," end quote. And the translator adds, quote, "It is from these seven from which the self is to be emancipated. I, in the sentence, I am, devoid of qualities, must mean the self, not the Brahmana who speaks." End quote. B. The expression all is one number, issued from no number, relates again to that universal and philosophical tenet just explained in the commentary on Shloka 4 of stanza 3. That which is absolute is of course no number, but in its later significance it has an application both in space and in time. It means that not only every increment of time is part of a larger increment, up to the most indefinitely prolonged duration conceivable by the human intellect, but also that no manifested thing can be thought of except as part of a whole, the total aggregate being the one manifested universe that issues from the unmanifested or absolute, called non-being or no number, to distinguish it from being or the one number. 2. Learn what we, who descend from the primordial seven, we who are born from the primordial flame, have learnt from our fathers. This is explained in Book 2, and the term primordial flame corroborates what is said in the first paragraph of the preceding commentary on stanza 4. The distinction between the primordial and the subsequent seven builders is that the former are the ray and direct emanation of the first sacred four, the tetractys, that is, the eternally self-existent one, eternal in essence, note well, not in manifestation, and distinct from the universal one, latent during pralaya and active during manvantara. The primordial proceed from father-mother, spirit Hail or Ilos, whereas the other manifested quaternary and the seven proceed from the mother alone. It is the latter who is the Immaculate Virgin Mother, who is overshadowed, not impregnated by the universal mystery, when she emerges from her state of laya, or undifferentiated condition. In reality they are of course all one, but their aspects on the various planes of being are different. The first primordial are the highest beings on the scale of existence. They are the archangels of Christianity, those who refuse to create, or rather to multiply, as did Michael in the latter system, and as did the eldest mind-born sons of Brahma, Vedas. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprang in space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, A. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total, B. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, C. The arupa, the rupa, and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, D. And the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy four, A. This relates to the sacred science of the numerals, so sacred indeed and so important in the study of occultism that the subject can hardly be skimmed even in such a large work as the present. It is on the hierarchies and the correct numbers of these beings, invisible to us except upon very rare occasions, that the mystery of the whole universe is built. The Kumaras, for instance, are called the four, though in reality 7 in number, because the Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara are the chief Vaidhatra, their patronymic name, who sprang from the fourfold mystery. To make the whole clearer, we have to turn for our illustrations to tenets more familiar to some of our readers, namely the Brahmanical. According to Manu, Hiranyagarbha is Brahma, the first male, formed by the undiscernible causeless cause in a golden egg resplendent as the sun, as states the Hindu classical dictionary. Hiranyagarbha meaning the golden, or rather the effulgent, womb or egg. The meaning tallies awkwardly with the epithet male. Surely the esoteric meaning of the sentence is clear enough. In the Rig Veda it is said, quote, that the one Lord of all beings, the one animating principle of gods and men, unquote, arose in the beginning in the golden womb, Hiranyagarbha, which is the mundane egg or sphere of our universe. That being is surely androgynous, and the allegory of Brahma separating into two and creating in one of his halves, the female Vat, himself as Viraj, is a proof of it. The one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, give the number 1065, the value of the firstborn. Later on, the male and female Brahma Prajapati, who answers to the numbers 7 and 14 and 21 respectively. The Prajapati, like the Sephiroth, are only 7, including the synthetic Sephirah of the triad from which they spring. Thus from Hiranyagarbha, or Prajapati, the triune, the primeval Vedic Trimurti, Agni, Vayu, and Surya, emanate the other 7, or again 10, if we separate the first 3 which exist in 1, and 1 in 3, all, moreover, being comprehended within that one supreme Parama, called Guya, or secret, and Sarvatman, the Supersoul. The 7 lords of being lie concealed in Sarvatman, like thoughts in one brain. So with the Sephiroth, they are either 7 when counting from the upper triad, headed by Kether, or 10 exoterically. In the Mahabharata, the Prajapati are 21 in number, or 10, 6, and 5, 1065, thrice 7. B. The 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5. In their total, twice 7 represent 31,415, the numerical hierarchy of the Dhyan Shohans of various orders and of the inner or circumscribed world. Placed on the boundary of the great circle, past naught, called also the Dhyanipasha, the rope of the angels, the rope that hedges off the phenomenal from the noumenal cosmos, which does not fall within the range of our present objective consciousness. This number, when not enlarged by permutation and expansion, is ever 31415, anagrammatically and kabbalistically, being both the number of the circle and the mystic swastika, the twice 7, once more, for whatever way the 2 sets of figures are counted, when added separately, one figure after another, whether crossways from right or from left, they will always yield 14. Mathematically, they represent the well-known mathematical formula that the ratio of the diameter of a circle to the circumference is as 1 to 3.1415, or the value of pi, as it is called. This set of figures must have the same meaning, since the 1 to 3.14159, and again 1 to 3.1415927, are worked out in the secret calculations to express the various cycles and ages of the firstborn, or 311,040,000,000,000 with fractions, and yield the same 1.3415 by a process we are not concerned with at present. And it may be shown that Mr. Ralston Skinner, the author of The Source of Measures, reads the Hebrew word alhim in the same number values, by omitting as said the ciphers and by permutation 13514, since Aleph A is 1, Lamet 1 is 3, 30, Hot is 5, Yod is 1, 10, and Mem is 4, 40, and anagrammatically 31415 as explained by him. Thus, while in the metaphysical world, the circle with one central point in it has no number and is called Anupadaka, parentless and numberless, for it can fall under no calculation. In the manifested world, the mundane egg or circle is circumscribed within the groups called the line, the triangle, the pentagram, the second line, and the square, or 1, 3, 5, 1, 4. And when the point has generated a line and thus becomes a diameter which stands for the androgynous logos, then the figures become 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, or a triangle, a line, a square, a second line, and a pentagram. Quote, when the son separates from the mother, he becomes the father. End quote. The diameter standing for nature, or the feminine principle. Therefore it is said, quote, in the world of being, the one point fructifies the line, the virgin matrix of cosmos, the egg-shaped zero, and the Immaculate Mother gives birth to the form that combines all forms. End quote. Prajapati is called the first procreating male and his mother's husband. This gives the keynote to all the later divine sons from Immaculate Mothers. It is strongly corroborated by the significant fact that Anna, the name of the mother of the Virgin Mary, now represented by the Roman Catholic Church as having given birth to her daughter in an immaculate way, Mary conceived without sin, is derived from the Chaldean Anna, heaven or astral light, anima mundi, whence Anaitya, Devi Durga, the wife of Shiva, is also called Annapurna, and Kanya, the Virgin, Uma Kanya being her esoteric name and meaning the Virgin of Light, astral light in one of its multitudinous aspects. C. The Devas, Pitris, Rishis, the Suras and the Asuras, the Daityas and Adityas, the Danavas and Gandharvas, etc., etc., have all their synonyms in our secret doctrine as well as in the Kabbalah and Hebrew angelology. But it is useless to give their ancient names, as it would only create confusion. Many of these may be now also found even in the Christian hierarchy of divine and celestial powers. All those thrones and dominions, virtues and principalities, cherubs, seraphs, and demons, the various denizens of the sidereal world, are the modern copies of archaic prototypes. The very symbolism in their names, when transliterated and arranged in Greek and Latin, are sufficient to show it, as will be proved in several cases further on. D. The sacred animals are found in the Bible as well as in the Kabbalah, and they have their meaning, a very profound one too, on the page of the Origins of Life. In the Sefer Yetzirah, it is stated that, quote, God engraved in the Holy Four the throne of his glory, the Ophanim, the wheels of world spheres, the seraphim, and the sacred animals as ministering angels, and from these, air, water, and fire or ether, he formed his habitation. End quote. The following is the literal translation from the 9th and 10th sections. 10 numbers without what? 1. The Spirit of the living God, who liveth in eternities, voice and spirit and word, and this is the Holy Spirit. 2. Air out of spirit, he designed and hewed therewith 22 letters of foundation, 3 mothers and 7 double and 12 single, and 1 spirit out of them. 3. Water out of spirit, he designed and hewed with them the barren and the void, mud and earth. He designed them as a flower bed, hewed them as a wall, covered them as a paving. 4. Fire out of water, he designed and hewed therewith the throne of glory and the wheels, and the seraphim and the holy animals as ministering angels, and of the 3 he founded his dwelling, as it is said, he makes his angels spirits and his servants fiery flames. The words founded his dwelling show clearly that in the Kabbalah, as in India, the deity was considered as the universe, and was not, in his origin, the extra-cosmic God he now is. Thus was the world made through 3 seraphim, Sefer, Safar, and Sipur, or through number, numbers, and numbered. With the astronomical key, these sacred animals become the signs of the zodiac. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the 7. The sparks of the 7 are subject to and the servants of the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th of the 7. A. These are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modelers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oihahu. be. A. This shloka gives again a brief analysis of the hierarchies of the Dhyan Chohans, called Devas, gods in India, or the conscious intelligent powers in nature. To this hierarchy correspond the actual types into which humanity may be divided. For humanity as a whole is in reality a materialized, though as yet imperfect expression thereof. The army of the voice is a term closely connected with the mystery of sound and speech, as an effect and corollary of the cause, divine thought. As beautifully expressed by P. Christian, the learned author of Histoire de la Magie and L'Homme Rouge des Tuileries, the words spoken by as well as the name of every individual largely determine his future fate. Why? Because, when our soul, mind, creates or evokes a thought, the representative sign of that thought is self-engraved upon the astral fluid, which is the receptacle and, so to say, the mirror of all the manifestations of being. The sign expresses the thing is the hidden or occult virtue of the sign. To pronounce a word is to evoke a thought and make it present. The magnetic potency of human speech is the commencement of every manifestation in the occult world. To utter a name is not only to define a being, an entity, but to place it under and condemn it through the emission of the word, verbum, to the influence of one or more occult potencies. Things are, for every one of us, that which it, the word, makes them while naming them. The word, verbum, or the speech of every man is quite unconsciously to himself a blessing or a curse. This is why our present ignorance about the properties and attributes of the idea, as well as about the attributes and properties of matter, is often fatal to us. Yes, names and words are either beneficent or maleficent. They are, in a certain sense, either venomous or health-giving, according to the hidden influences attached by supreme wisdom to their elements, that is to say, to the letters which compose them and the numbers correlative to these letters. This is strictly true as an esoteric teaching accepted by all the Eastern schools of occultism. In the Sanskrit, as also in the Hebrew and all other alphabets, every letter has its occult meaning and its rationale. It is a cause and an effect of a preceding cause, and a combination of these very often produces the most magical effect. The vowels especially contain the most occult and formidable potencies. The mantras, magical rather than religious invocations esoterically, are chanted by the Brahmins, and so are the rest of the Vedas and other scriptures. The army of the voice is the prototype of the host of the Logos, or the word of the Sefer Yetzirah, called in the secret doctrine the one number issued from no number, the one eternal principle. The esoteric theogony begins with the one manifested, therefore not eternal in its presence and being, if eternal in its essence. The number of the numbers, and numbered, the latter proceeding from the voice, the feminine Vah, of the 100 forms, Shata Rupa, or nature. It is from this number, 10, or creative nature, the mother, the occult cipher or 0, ever procreating and multiplying in union with the unit 1, or the spirit of life, that the whole universe proceeds. In the Anugita, a conversation is given between a Brahmana and his wife on the origin of speech and its occult properties. The wife asks how speech came into existence and which was prior to the other, speech or mind. The Brahmana tells her that the apana, inspirational breath, becoming Lord, changes that intelligence which does not understand speech or words into the state of apana, and thus opens the mind. Thereupon he tells her a story, a dialogue between speech and mind. Both went to the self of being, that is, to the individual higher self, as Nilakanta thinks, to Prajapati, according to the commentator Arjuna Mishra, and asked him to destroy their doubts and decide which of them preceded and was superior to the other. To this the Lord said, "Mind is superior." But speech answered the self of being by saying, "I verily yield you your desires," meaning that by speech he acquired what he desired. Thereupon again the self told her that there are two minds, the movable and the immovable. The immovable is with me, he said. The movable is in your dominion, that is, of speech, on the plane of matter. To that you are superior. But inasmuch, O beautiful one, as you came personally to speak to me in the way you did, that is, proudly, therefore, O Sarasvati, you shall never speak after hard exhalation. The goddess speech, Sarasvati, a later form or aspect of Vah, the goddess also of secret learning or esoteric wisdom, verily dwelt always between the prana and the apana. But, O noble one, going with the apana wind, vital air, though impelled without the prana expirational breath, she ran up to Prajapati, Brahma, saying, Be pleased, O venerable sir. Then the prana appeared again nourishing speech, and therefore speech never speaks after hard exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of these two, the noiseless is the superior to the noisy speech. The speech, which is produced in the body by means of the prana, and which then goes, is transformed into apana, and then becoming assimilated with the udana, physical organs of speech, then finally dwells in the samana, at the navel in the form of sound, as the material cause of all words, says Arjuna Mishra. So speech formerly spoke. Hence the mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess speech by reason of her being movable. The above allegory is at the root of the occult law, which prescribes silence upon the knowledge of certain secret and invisible things, perceptible only to the spiritual mind, the sixth sense, and which cannot be expressed by noisy or uttered speech. This chapter of Anugita explains, says Arjuna Mishra, pranayama, or regulation of the breath in yoga practices. This mode, however, without the previous acquisition of, or at least full understanding of, the two higher senses, of which there are 7, as will be shown, pertains rather to the lower yoga. The hatha, so-called, was and still is discountenanced by the arhats. It is injurious to the health and alone can never develop into Raja Yoga. This story is quoted to show how inseparably connected in the metaphysics of old are intelligent beings, or rather intelligences, with every sense or function, whether physical or mental. The occult claim that there are 7 senses in man and in nature, as there are 7 states of consciousness, is corroborated in the same work, chapter 7, on Pratyahara, the restraint and regulation of the senses, pranayama being that of the vital winds, or breath. The Brahmana, speaking of the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests, Khotris, says, quote, the nose and the eye, and the tongue, and the skin, and the ear, as the 5th, or smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing, mind, and understanding are the 7 sacrificial priests separately stationed, which, dwelling in a minute space, still do not perceive each other. On this sensuous plane, none of them except mind. For mind says, the nose smells not without me, the eye does not take in color, etc., etc. I am the eternal chief among all elements, that is, senses. Without me the senses never shine, like an empty dwelling, or like fires the flames of which are extinct. Without me all beings, like fuel half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects, even with the senses exerting themselves. This, of course, only with regard to mind on the sensuous plane. Spiritual mind, the upper portion or aspect of the impersonal manas, takes no cognizance of the senses in physical man. How well the ancients were acquainted with the correlation of forces, and all the recently discovered phenomena of mental and physical faculties and functions, and with many more mysteries also, may be found in reading chapters 7 and 8 of this priceless work in philosophy and mystic learning. See the quarrel of the senses about their respective superiority, and their taking the Brahman, the lord of all creatures, for their arbiter. Quote, you are all greatest and not greatest, or superior to objects, as Arjuna Mishra says, none being independent of the other. You are all possessed of one another's qualities, all are greatest in their own spheres, and all support one another. There is one unmoving life wind or breath, the yoga inhalation so called, which is the breath of the one or higher self. That one is my own self, accumulated in numerous forms." End quote. This breath, voice, self, or wind, pneuma, is the synthesis of the seven senses, nominally all minor deities, and esoterically the septenary and the army of the voice. B. Next, we see cosmic matter scattering and forming itself into elements, grouped into the mystic four within the fifth element, ether, the lining of Akasha, the anima mundi, or mother of cosmos, dots, lines, triangles, cubes, circles, and finally spheres. Why, or how? Because, says the commentary, such is the first law of nature, and because nature geometrizes universally in all her manifestations, there is an inherent law not only in the primordial, but also in the manifested matter of our phenomenal plane, by which nature correlates her geometrical forms and later also her compound elements, and in which also there is no place for accident or chance. It is a fundamental law in occultism that there is no rest or cessation of motion in nature. That which seems rest is only the change of one form into another, the change of substance going hand in hand with that of form. So at least we are taught in occult physics, which thus seems to have anticipated the discovery of the conservation of matter by a considerable time. Says the ancient commentary to stanza 4, quote, "The mother is the fiery fish of life. She scatters her spawn, and the breath, motion, heats and quickens it. The grains of spawn are soon attracted to each other and form the curds in the ocean of space. The larger lumps coalesce and receive new spawn in fiery dots, triangles, and cubes, which ripen, and at the appointed time some of the lumps detach themselves and assume spheroidal form, a process which they effect only when not interfered with by the others, after which law number blank comes into operation, motion, the breath, becomes the whirlwind and sets them into rotation." End of section 11, read by Czandra. Section 12 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 4, Part 2. 5. The Oi-Ha-Hu, which is darkness, the boundless or the no number, Adi Nidana Swabhavat, the circle. 1. The Adi Sanat, the number, for he is one. A. 2. The voice of the word, Swabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these 3 enclosed within the circle are the sacred 4, and the 10 are the Arupa, universe. B. Then come the suns, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker. C. A. Adi Sanat, translated literally, is the first or primeval ancient, a name which identifies the Kabbalistic Ancient of Days and the Holy Aged, Sephirah and Adam Kadmon, with Brahma, the Creator, called also Sanat among his other names and titles. Swabhavat is the mystic essence, the plastic root of physical nature, numbers when manifested, the number in its unity of substance on the highest plane. The name is of Buddhist use and a synonym for the fourfold anima mundi, the Kabbalistic archetypal world, from whence proceed the creative, formative, and material worlds, and the scintillae, or sparks, the various other worlds contained in the last 3. The worlds are all subject to rulers or regents, rishis and pitris with the Hindus, angels with the Jews and Christians, gods with the ancients in general. B. Circle. This means that the boundless circle, the zero, becomes a number only when one of the other 9 figures precedes it, and thus manifests its value and potency. The word, or logos, in union with voice and spirit, the expression and source of consciousness, standing for the 9 figures, and thus forming with the cipher the decad which contains in itself all the universe. The triad forms the tectratus, or sacred 4, within the circle, the square within the circle being the most potent of all the magical figures. C. The one rejected is the sun of our system. The exoteric version may be found in the oldest Sanskrit scriptures. In the Rig Veda, Aditi, the boundless or infinite space, translated by Professor Max Müller, quote, the invisible infinite visible by the naked eye, ! Marks, the endless expanse beyond the earth, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, unquote, is the equivalent of Mother Space, coeval with darkness. She is very properly called the Mother of the Gods, Deva Matri, as it is from her cosmic matrix that all the heavenly bodies of our system were born, sun and planets. Thus she is described allegorically in this wise, quote, 8 sons were born from the body of Aditi. She approached the gods with 7, but cast away the 8th, Martanda, our son. The 7 sons called the Adityas are, cosmically or astronomically, the 7 planets, and the sun being excluded from their number shows plainly that the Hindus may have known, and in fact knew, of a 7th planet, without calling it Uranus. But esoterically and theologically, so to say, the Adityas, in their primitive most ancient meanings, are the 8 and 12 great gods of the Hindu pantheon. The 7 allow the mortals to see their dwellings, but show themselves only to the Arhats, says an old proverb, their dwellings standing here for the planets. The ancient commentary gives the following allegory and explains it. Quote, 8 houses were built by Mother, 8 houses for her 8 divine sons, 4 large and 4 small ones, 8 brilliant sons according to their age and merits. Bali Lu Martanda was not satisfied, though his house was the largest. He began to work as the huge elephants do. He breathed, drew into his stomach the vital airs of his brothers. He sought to devour them. The larger 4 were far away, far on the margin of their kingdom. They were not robbed, affected, and laughed. "Do your worst, sir, you cannot reach us," they said. But the smaller wept. They complained to the Mother. She exiled Bali Lu to the center of her kingdom, from whence he could not move. Since then he only watches and threatens. He pursues them, turning slowly round himself, they turning swiftly from him, and he following from afar the direction in which his brothers move on the path that encircles their houses. From that day he feeds on the sweat of the Mother's body. He fills himself with her breath and refuse. Therefore she rejected him. End quote. Thus the rejected son, being our sun, evidently, as shown above, the sons refer not to our planets, but to the heavenly bodies in general. Surya himself, only a reflection of the central spiritual sun, is the prototype of all those bodies that evolved after him. In the Vedas he is called Loka Chakshu, the eye of the world, our planetary world, and he is one of the 3 chief deities. He is called indifferently the son of Dayus, or of Aditi, because no distinction is made with reference to or scope allowed for the esoteric meaning. Thus he is depicted as drawn by 7 horses, and by 1 horse with 7 heads, the former referring to his 7 planets, the latter to their one common origin from the one cosmic element. This one element is called, figuratively, fire. The Vedas teach that fire, verily, is all the deities. The meaning of the allegory is plain, for we have both the Zayan commentary and modern science to explain it, though the 2 differ in more than one particular. the occult doctrine rejects the hypothesis born of the nebular theory that the 7 great planets have evolved from the sun's central mass, of this our visible sun at any rate. The first condensation of cosmic matter, of course, took place about a central nucleus, its parent sun, but our sun, it is taught, merely detached itself earlier than all the others, as the rotating mass contracted, and is their elder, bigger brother, therefore not their father. The 8 Adityas, the gods, are all formed from the eternal substance, cometary matter, the mother, or the world stuff, which is both the 5th and the 6th cosmic principle, the upadi, or basis of the universal soul, just as in man, the microcosm, manas, is the upadi of buddhi. There is a whole poem on the pre-genetic battles fought by the growing planets before the final formation of cosmos, thus accounting for the seemingly disturbed position of the systems of several planets. The plane of the satellites of some, of Neptune and Uranus, for instance, of which the ancients knew nothing, it is said, being tilted over, thus giving them an appearance of retrograde motion. These planets are called the warriors, the architects, and are accepted by the Roman Church as the leaders of the heavenly hosts, thus showing the same traditions. Having evolved from cosmic space, the sun, we are taught, before the final formation of the primaries and the annulation of the planetary nebulae, drew into the depths of his mass all the cosmic vitality he could, threatening to engulf his weaker brothers before the law of attraction and repulsion was finally adjusted, after which he began feeding on the mother refuse and sweat. In other words, on those portions of ether, the breath of the universal soul, of the existence and constitution of which science is as yet absolutely ignorant. As a theory of this kind has been propounded by Sir William Grove, who theorizes that the systems, quote, are gradually changing by atmospheric additions or subtractions, or by accretions and diminutions arising from nebular substance, and again that the sun may condense gaseous matter as it travels in space, and so heat may be produced, end quote. The archaic teaching seems scientific enough even in this age. Mr. W. Mathieu Williams suggested that the diffused matter or ether, which is the recipient of the heat radiations of the universe, is thereby drawn into the depths of the solar mass, expelling thence the previously condensed and thermally exhausted ether. It becomes compressed and gives up its heat, to be in turn itself driven out in a rarefied and cooled state, to absorb a fresh supply of heat, which he supposes to be in this way taken up by the ether and again concentrated and redistributed by the suns of the universe. This is about as close an approximation to the occult teachings as science ever imagined, for occultism explains it by the dead breath given back by Martanda and his feeding on the sweat and refuse of Mother Space. What could affect Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter but little would have killed such comparatively small houses as Mercury, Venus, and Mars. As Uranus was not known before the end of the 18th century, the name of the 4th planet mentioned in the allegory must remain to us so far a mystery. The breath of all the 7 is said to be Bhaskara, the light maker. Because they, the planets, were all comets and suns in their origin, they evolve into manvantaric life from primeval chaos, now the noumenon of irresolvable nebulae. By aggregation and accumulation of the primary differentiations of eternal matter, according to the beautiful expression in the commentary, thus the sons of light clothe themselves in the fabric of darkness. They are called allegorically the heavenly snails on account of their, to us, formless intelligences inhabiting unseen their starry and planetary homes, and so to speak, carrying them as the snails do, along with themselves in their revolution. The doctrine of a common origin for all the heavenly bodies and planets was, as we see, inculcated by the archaic astronomers before Kepler, Newton, Leibniz, Kant, Herschel, and Laplace. Heat, the breath, attraction and repulsion, the three great factors of motion, are the conditions under which all the members of this primitive family are born, develop, and die, to be reborn after a night of Brahma, during which eternal matter relapses periodically into its primary undifferentiated state. The most attenuated gases can give no idea of its nature to the modern physicist. Centers of forces at first, the invisible sparks or primordial atoms, differentiate into molecules and become suns, passing gradually into objectivity, gaseous, radiant, cosmic, the one whirlwind or motion finally giving the impulse to the form, and the initial motion, regulated and sustained by the never-resting breaths, the Dhyan Chohans. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected sun is one. The sons are countless. The Lipika, from the word lipi, writing, means literally the scribes. Mystically, these divine beings are connected with karma, the law of retribution, for they are the recorders or annalists who impress on the, to us, invisible tablets of the astral light, the great picture gallery of eternity, a faithful record of every act and even thought of man, of all that was, is, or ever will be in the phenomenal universe. As said in Isis Unveiled, this divine and unseen canvas is the book of life, as it is the Lipika who project into objectivity from the passive universal mind the ideal plan of the universe, upon which the builders reconstruct the cosmos after every pralaya. It is they who stand parallel to the 7 angels of the presence, whom the Christians recognize in the 7 planetary spirits, or the spirits of the stars. And thus it is they who are the direct amanuensis of the eternal ideation, or as Plato calls it, the divine thought. The eternal record is no fantastic dream, for we meet with the same records in the world of gross matter, as Dr. Draper says, quote, "A shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace, which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes. The portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or glassy surface until, by our necromancy, we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exist the vestiges of our acts, silhouettes of whatever we have done." End quote. Drs. Jevons and Babbage believe that every thought displaces the particles of the brain, and setting them in motion scatters them throughout the universe. They also think that, quote, "each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened." End quote. Thus the ancient doctrine has begun to acquire rights of citizenship in the speculations of the scientific world. The 40 assessors who stand in the region of Amenti as the accusers of the soul before Osiris belong to the same class of deities as the Lipika, and might stand as parallels were not the Egyptian gods so little understood in their esoteric meaning. The Hindu Chitragupta, who reads out the account of every soul's life from his register, called Agra Santani, the assessors who read theirs from the heart of the defunct, which becomes an open book before either Yama, Minos, Osiris, or Karma, are all so many copies of and variants from the Lipika and their astral records. Nevertheless, the Lipika are not deities connected with death, but with life eternal. Connected as the Lipika are with the destiny of every man, and the birth of every child, whose life is already traced in the astral light, not fatalistically, but only because the future, like the past, is ever alive in the present, they may also be said to exercise an influence on the science of horoscopy. We must admit the truth of the latter, whether we will or not, for as observed by one of the modern professors of astrology, quote, Now that photography has revealed to us the chemical influence of the sidereal system, by fixing on the sensitized plate of the apparatus milliards of stars and planets that had hitherto baffled the efforts of the most powerful telescopes to discover, it becomes easier to understand how our solar system can, at the birth of a child, influence his brain, virgin of any impression, in a definite manner and according to the presence on the zenith of such or another zodiacal constellation. End quote. End of section 12, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Section 13 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 5, Part 1. 1. The primordial seven, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce, in their turn, from their holy circumgyrating breaths, the fiery whirlwind. This is, perhaps, the most difficult of all the stanzas to explain. Its language is comprehensible only to him who is thoroughly versed in Eastern allegory and its purposely obscure phraseology. The question will surely be asked, do the occultists believe in all these builders, Lipika, and sons of light as entities, or are they merely imagery? To this the answer is given as plainly. After due allowance for the imagery of personified powers, we must admit the existence of these entities, if we would not reject the existence of spiritual humanity within physical mankind. For the hosts of these sons of light, the mind-born sons of the first manifested ray of the unknown all, are the very root of spiritual man. Unless we want to believe the unphilosophical dogma of a specially created soul for every human birth, a fresh supply of these pouring in daily, since Adam, we have to admit the occult teachings. This will be explained in its place. Let us see, now, what may be the meaning of this occult stanza. The doctrine teaches that, in order to become a divine, fully conscious God, aye, even the highest, the spiritual primeval intelligences must pass through the human stage. And when we say human, this does not apply merely to our terrestrial humanity, but to the mortals that inhabit any world, that is, to those intelligences that have reached the appropriate equilibrium between matter and spirit, as we have now, ever since the middle point of the 4th root race of the 4th round was passed. Each entity must have won for itself the right of becoming divine through self-experience. Hegel, the great German thinker, must have known or sensed intuitionally this truth when he said that the unconscious evolved the universe only, quote, in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness, end quote. In other words, of becoming man. For this is also the secret meaning of the oft-recurring Puranic phrase of Brahma being constantly moved by the desire to create. This explains also the hidden Kabbalistic meaning of the saying, the breath becomes a stone, the stone a plant, the plant an animal, the animal a man, the man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The mind-born sons, the rishis, the builders, and so forth, were all men of whatever forms and shapes, in other worlds and in preceding Manvantaras. This subject being so very mystical, it is most difficult to explain it in all its details and bearings, for the whole mystery of evolutionary creation is contained therein. A sentence or two in the shloka vividly recalls to mind similar sentences in the Kabbalah and in the phraseology of the king psalmist. Both, when speaking of God, show him making the wind his messenger and his ministers a flaming fire. But in the esoteric doctrine, it is used figuratively. The fiery whirlwind is the incandescent cosmic dust, which only follows magnetically, as the iron filings follow the magnet, the directing thought of the creative forces. Yet this cosmic dust is something more. For every atom in the universe has the potentiality of self-consciousness in it, and is, like the monads of Leibniz, a universe in itself and for itself. It is an atom and an angel. In this connection, it should be noted that one of the luminaries of the modern evolutionist school, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection as the sole factor in the development of physical man, practically concedes the whole point here discussed. He holds that the evolution of man was directed and furthered by superior intelligences, whose agency is a necessary factor in the scheme of nature. But once the operation of these intelligences is admitted in one place, it is only a logical deduction to extend it still further. No hard and fast line can be drawn. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. A. The Dizyu becomes Vohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lepika, runs circular errands. Vohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds. B. Takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks and joins them together. C. A. This shows the primordial 7 using for their vehicle Vahana, or the manifested subject, which becomes a symbol of the power directing it. Vohat, called in consequence the messenger of their will, the fiery whirlwind. B. Drizyu becomes Vohat. The expression itself shows it. Drizyu is the one real, magical knowledge, or occult wisdom, which, dealing with eternal truths and primal causes, becomes almost omnipotence when applied in the right direction. Its antithesis is Drizyu Mi, that which deals with illusions and false appearances only, as in our exoteric modern sciences. In this case, Drizyu is the expression of the collective wisdom of the Dhyana Buddhas. As the reader is supposed not to be acquainted with the Dhyana Buddhas, it is as well to say at once that, according to the Orientalists, there are 5 Dhyanas who are the celestial Buddhas, of whom the human Buddhas are the manifestations in the world of form and matter. Esoterically, however, the Dhyana Buddhas are 7, of whom 5 only have hitherto manifested, and 2 are to come in the 6th and 7th root races. They are, so to speak, the eternal prototypes of the Buddhas who appear on this earth, each of whom has his particular divine prototype. So, for instance, Amitabha is the Dhyana Buddha of Gautama Shakyamundi, manifesting through him whenever this great soul incarnates on earth, as he did in the Tsongkhapa. As the synthesis of the 7 Dhyana Buddhas, Avalokiteshvara was the first Buddha, the Logos, and Amitabha is the inner god of Gautama, who, in China, is called Amida Buddha. They are, as Professor Rice-Davids correctly states, the glorious counterparts in the mystic world, free from the debasing conditions of this material life, of every earthly mortal Buddha, the liberated Manusha Buddhas appointed to govern the earth in this round. They are the Buddhas of contemplation, and are all Anupadaka, parentless, that is, self-born of the divine essence. The exoteric teaching, which says that every Dhyana Buddha has the faculty of creating from himself an equally celestial son, a Dhyana Bodhisattva, who, after the decease of the Manusha Buddha, has to carry out the work of the latter, rests on the fact that, owing to the highest initiation performed by one overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, who is credited by the Orientalists with having created the 5 Dhyana Buddhas, a candidate becomes virtually a bodhisattva, created such by the high initiator. C. Fohat, being one of the most, if not the most, important character in esoteric cosmogony, should be minutely described. As in the oldest Grecian cosmogony, which differed widely from the latter mythology, Eros is the third person in the primeval trinity, Chaos, Gaia, Eros, answering to the Kabbalistic trinity, Ansaf, the boundless all, for chaos is space, from kaino, to open wide, to be void, Shekinah, and the Ancient of Days, or the Holy Ghost. So Fohat is one thing in the yet unmanifested universe, and another in the phenomenal and cosmic world. In the latter, he is that occult, electric, vital power, which, under the will of the creative Logos, unites and brings together all forms, giving them the first impulse, which in time becomes law. But in the unmanifested universe, Fohat is no more than this. Then Eros is the later brilliant winged Cupid, or love. Fohat has not to do with Cosmos yet, since Cosmos is not born, and the gods still sleep in the bosom of Father-Mother. He is an abstract philosophical idea. He produces nothing yet by himself. He is simply that potential creative power, in virtue of whose action the noumenon of all future phenomenon divides, so to speak, but to reunite in a mystic, supersensuous act, and emit the creative ray. When the divine sun breaks forth, then Fohat becomes the propelling force, the active power which causes the one to become 2 and 3 on the cosmic plane of manifestation. The triple one differentiates into the many, and then Fohat is transformed into that force which brings together the elemental atoms and makes them aggregate and combine. We find an echo of this primeval teaching in early Greek mythology. Erebus and Nux are born out of chaos, and under the action of Eros, give birth in their turn to Ether and Hemera, the light of the superior and the light of the inferior, or terrestrial, regions. Darkness generates light. Compare in the Puranas Brahma's will or desire to create, and in the Phoenician cosmogony of Sanchuniathon, the doctrine that desire, pothos, is the principle of creation. Fohat is closely related to the One Life. From the unknown One, the infinite totality, the manifested One, or the periodical manvantaric deity, emanates, and this is the universal mind, which, separated from its fountain source, is the demiurge or the creative logos of the Western Kabbalists and the four-faced Brahma of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed in the esoteric doctrine, from the standpoint of manifested divine thought, it represents the hosts of the higher creative Dyanchoans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind, the concealed wisdom of the Adi Buddha, the one supreme and eternal, manifests itself as the Avalokiteshvara, or manifested Ishvara, which is the Osiris of the Egyptians, the Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the heavenly man of the Hermetic philosophers, the Logos of the Platonists, and the Atman of the Vedantins. By the action of the manifested wisdom, or Mahat, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos, the reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation, and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Fohat of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Fohat, running along the 7 principles of Akasha, acts upon manifested substance, or the one element, as declared above, and by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution, which, in obedience to the ideation of the universal mind, brings into existence all the various states of being in the manifested solar system. The solar system, brought into existence by these agencies, consists of 7 principles, like everything else within these centers. Such is the teachings of the Trans-Himalayan esotericism. Every philosophy, however, has its own way of dividing these principles. Fohat, then, is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles, on an immense scale, that of a living force created by will in those phenomena where the seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective and propels it to action. Fohat is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultists as an entity, the forces it acts upon being cosmic, human, and terrestrial, and exercising their influence on all these planes respectively. On the earthly plane, its influence is felt in the magnetic and active force generated by the strong desire of the magnetizer. On the cosmic, it is present in the constructive power that, in the formation of things, from the planetary system down to the glowworm and simple daisy, carries out the plan in the mind of nature, or in the divine thought, with regard to the development and growth of a particular thing. It is, metaphysically, the objectivized thought of the gods, the Word made flesh on a lower scale, and the messenger of cosmic and human ideation, the active force in universal life. In its secondary aspect, Fohat is the solar energy, the electric vital fluid, and the preserving fourth principle, the animal soul of nature, so to say, or electricity. In 1882, the president of the Theosophical Society, Colonel Olcott, was taken to task for asserting in one of his lectures that electricity is matter. Such, nevertheless, is the teaching of the occult doctrine. Force, energy, may be better names for it, so long as European science knows so little about its true nature. Yet matter it is, as much as ether is matter, since it is as atomic, though indeed several removes from ether. It seems ridiculous to argue that because a thing is imponderable to science, therefore it cannot be called matter. Electricity is immaterial in the sense that its molecules are not subject to perception and experiment, yet it may be, and occultism says it is, atomic. Therefore it is matter. But even supposing it were unscientific to speak of it in such terms, once electricity is called in science a source of energy, energy simply, and a force, where is that force or that energy which can be thought of without thinking of matter? Maxwell, a mathematician and one of the greatest authorities upon electricity and its phenomena, said years ago that electricity was matter, not motion merely. Quote, "If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions, which behave like atoms of electricity." End quote. We will go further than this and assert that electricity is not only substance, but that it is an emanation from an entity, which is neither God nor devil, but one of the numberless entities that rule and guide our world according to the eternal law of karma. To return to Fohat, it is connected with Vishnu and Surya in the early character of the former god, for Vishnu is not a high god in the Rig Veda. The name Vishnu is from the root vish, to pervade, and Fohat is called the pervader and the manufacturer because he shapes the atoms from crude material. In the sacred texts of the Rig Veda, Vishnu is also a manifestation of the solar energy and is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps. the Vedic god having little in common with the Vishnu of later times. Therefore, the two are identical in this particular feature, and one is the copy of the other. The 3 and 7 strides refer to the 7 spheres inhabited by man in the esoteric doctrine, as well as to the 7 regions of the earth. Notwithstanding the frequent objections made by would-be Orientalists, the 7 worlds or spheres of our planetary chain are distinctly referred to in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. But how strangely all these numbers are connected with like numbers in other cosmogonies and with their symbols can be seen from the comparisons and parallelisms made by students of old religions. The 3 strides of Vishnu through the 7 regions of the universe of the Rig Veda have been variously explained by commentators as meaning fire, lightning, and the sun cosmically, and as having been taken in the earth, the atmosphere, and the sky. More philosophically, and in the astronomical sense very correctly, they are explained by Arunavab as being the various positions of the sun, rising, noon, and setting. Esoteric philosophy alone explains it clearly, though the Zohar has laid it down very philosophically and comprehensively. It is plainly demonstrated therein that, in the beginning, the Elohim, Alhim, were called Achad, one, or the deity, one in many, a very simple idea in a pantheistic conception, pantheistic in its philosophical sense, of course. Then came the change. Jehovah is Elohim, thus unifying the multiplicity and taking the first step towards monotheism. Now, to the query, how is Jehovah Elohim? The answer is, by 3 steps from below. The meaning is plain. The steps are symbols and emblematic, mutually and correlatively, of spirit, soul, and body, man, of the circle transformed into spirit, the soul of the world and its body, or earth. Stepping out of the circle of infinity that no man comprehendeth, Ein Sof, the Kabbalistic synonym for para-Brahman, for the Zero Ana Akerna of the Mazdians, or for any other unknowable, becomes one, the Ahad, the Eka, the Ahu, then he, or it, is transformed by evolution into the one in many, the Dhyana Buddhas, or the Elohim, or again, the Ameshaspens, his 3rd step being taken into the generation of the flesh, or man. And from man, or Jehovah, male-female, the inner divine entity becomes, on the metaphysical plane, once more the Elohim. The numbers 3, 5, and 7 are prominent in speculative masonry, as shown in Isis Unveiled. A mason writes, "There are the 3, 5, and 7 steps to show a circular walk. The 3 faces of 3, 3, 5, 3, and 7, 3, and so forth and so on. Sometimes it comes in this form: 753 divided by 2 equals 376.5, and 7,535 divided by 2 equals 3,817.5, and the ratio of 20,612 divided by 6,561 feet for cubit measure gives the Great Pyramid measures. 3, 5, and 7 are mystical numbers, and the last and the first are as greatly honored by Masons as by Parsis, the triangle being a symbol of deity everywhere. As a matter of course, doctors of divinity, Cassell, for instance, show the Zohar explaining and supporting the Christian Trinity. It is the latter, however, that had its origin from the triangle in the archaic occultism and symbology of the heathen. The 3 strides relate metaphysically to the descent of spirit into matter, of the Logos falling as a ray into the spirit, then into the soul, and finally into the human physical form of man, in which it becomes life. The Kabbalistic idea is identical with the esotericism of the archaic period. This esotericism is the common property of all, and belongs neither to the Aryan fifth race nor to any of its numerous sub-races. It cannot be claimed by the Turanians, so-called, the Egyptians, Chinese, Chaldeans, or by any of the 7 divisions of the fifth root race, but really belongs to the 3rd and 4th root races, whose descendants we find in the seed of the 5th, the earliest Aryans. The circle was, with every nation, the symbol of the unknown, boundless space, the abstract garb of an ever-present abstraction, the incognizable deity. It represents limitless time in eternity. The Zarawana Akarna is also the boundless circle of unknown time, from which circle issues the radiant light, the universal sun, or Ormazd, and the latter is identical with Kronos in his Aeolian form, that of a circle, for the circle is Sar and Saros, or cycle. It was the Babylonian god whose circular horizon was the visible symbol of the invisible, while the sun was the one circle from which proceeded the cosmic orbs, of which he was considered the leader. Zirawana is the chakra, or circle, of Vishnu, the mysterious emblem which is, according to the definition of a mystic, quote, a curve of such a nature that as to any, the least possible part thereof, if the curve be protracted either way, it will proceed and finally re-enter upon itself, and form one and the same curve, or that which we call the circle. End quote. No better definition could thus be given of the natural symbol and the evident nature of deity, which, having its circumference everywhere, the boundless has, therefore, its central point also everywhere. In other words, is in every point of the universe. The invisible deity is thus also the Dayanchoans, or the Rishis, the primitive 7 and the 9 without, and 10, including their synthetical unit, from which it steps into man. Returning to Commentary 4 of stanza 4, the reader now will understand why, while the Trans-Himalayan chakra has inscribed within it triangle, first line, square, second line, and a pentacle with a point in the center, either thus, 5-point star with middle dot, or some other variation, the Kabbalistic circle of the Elohim reveals, when the letters of the word Alhim or Elohim are read numerically, the famous numerals 1, 3, 5, 1, 4, or anagrammatically 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, the astronomical pi, or the hidden meaning of the Dayan Buddhas of the Gerbers, the Gabirim, the Kabiyeri, and the Elohim, all signifying great men, titans, heavenly men, and on earth, giants. The 7 was a sacred number with every nation, but none applied it to more physiologically materialistic uses than the Hebrews. With them, 7 was preeminently the generative number, and 9 the male causative one, forming, as shown by the Kabbalists, the Otz, or the tree of the Garden of Eden, the double hermaphrodite rod of the 4th race. This was a symbol of the Holy of Holies, the 3 and the 4 of sexual separation. Nearly every one of the 22 Hebrew letters are merely phallic symbols. Of the 2 letters as shown above, one, the ayin, is a negative female letter, symbolically an eye. The other, a male letter, tsa, a fishhook or dart. Whereas with the Hindus and Aryans generally, the significance was manifold and related almost entirely to purely metaphysical and astronomical truths. Their rishis and gods, their demons and heroes, have historical and ethical meanings. Yet we are told by a Kabbalist, who, in a work not yet published, contrasts the Kabbalah and Zohar with Aryan esotericism that, quote, the Hebrew, clear, short, terse, and exact, modes far and beyond measure, surpass the toddling word talk of the Hindus. Just as by parallelisms, the psalmist says, my mouth speaks with my tongue. I know not thy numbers. Psalm 71, verse 15. The Hindu glyph shows by its insufficiency, in the large admixture of adventitious sides, the same borrowed plumage that the Greeks, the lying Greeks, had, and that Masonry has, which, in the rough monosyllabic and apparent poverty of the Hebrew, shows the latter to have come down from a far more remote antiquity than any of these, and to have been the source, or nearer the old original source, than any of them. This is entirely erroneous. Our learned brother and correspondent judges the Hindu religious systems, apparently by their Shastras and Puranas, probably the latter, and in their modern translations, moreover, which disfigure them out of all recognition. It is to their philosophical systems that we have to turn, to their esoteric teaching, if we would make a point of comparison. No doubt the symbology of the Pentateuch, and even of the New Testament, comes from the same source. But surely the Pyramid of Cheops, whose measurements are all found by Professor Piazzi Smith, repeated in Solomon's alleged and mythical temple, is not of a later date than the Mosaic books. Hence, if there is any such great identity as is claimed, it must be due to servile copying on the part of the Jews, not on that of the Egyptians. The glyphs of the Jews, and even their language, the Hebrew, are not original. They are borrowed from the Egyptians, from whom Moses got his wisdom, from the Coptic, the probable kinsman, if not parent, of the old Phoenician, and from the Hyksos, their alleged ancestors, as Josephus shows. Ay, but who are the Hyksos shepherds? And who the Egyptians? History knows nothing of the question, and speculates and theorizes out of the depths of the respective consciousnesses of her historians. Comism, or Old Coptic, is from Western Asia, and contains some germ of the Semitic, thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Aryan and Semitic races, says Bunsen, who places the great events in Egypt 9,000 years B.C. The fact is that in archaic esotericism and Aryan thought we find a grand philosophy, whereas in the Hebrew records we find only the most surprising ingenuity in inventing apotheoses for phallic worship and sexual theogony. That the Aryans never made their religion rest solely on physiological symbols, as the old Hebrews have done, may be seen in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. That these accounts also are blinds is shown by their contradicting each other, a different explanation being found in almost every Purana and epic poem. Read esoterically, however, they will all yield the same meaning. Thus, one account enumerates 7 worlds, exclusive of the nether worlds, also 7 in number. These 14 upper and nether worlds have nothing to do with the classification of the septenary chain, and belong to the purely ethereal, invisible worlds. These will be noticed elsewhere. Suffice it for the present to show that they are purposely referred to as though they belonged to the chain. Quote, another enumeration calls the 7 worlds earth, sky, heaven, middle region, place of birth, mansion of the blessed, and abode of truth, placing the sons of Brahma in the 6th division, and stating the 5th, or Jana Loka, to be that where animals destroyed in the general conflagration are born again. End quote. Some real esoteric teaching is given in the subsequent chapters on symbolism. He who is prepared for it will understand the hidden meaning. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. Wheels, as already explained, are the centers of force, around which primordial cosmic matter expands, and passing through all the 6 stages of consolidation, becomes spheroidal and ends by being transformed into globes or spheres. It is one of the fundamental dogmas of esoteric cosmogony that during the kalpas, or eons, of life, motion, which, during the periods of rest, pulsates and thrills through every slumbering atom, assumes an ever-growing tendency from the first awakening of cosmos to a new day, to circular movement. The deity becomes a whirlwind. It may be asked, as the writer has not failed to ask, who is there to ascertain the difference in that motion, since all nature is reduced to its primal essence, and there can be no one, not even one of the Dian Choans, who are all in nirvana, to see it? The answer to this is, everything in nature has to be judged by analogy. Though the highest deities, archangels, or Dhyana Buddhas, are unable to penetrate the mysteries which lie too far beyond our planetary system and the visible cosmos, yet there were great seers and prophets in olden times who were enabled to perceive the mystery of breath and motion, respectively, when the systems of worlds were at rest and plunged into their periodic sleep. The wheels are also called rota, the moving wheels of the celestial orbs participating in the world's creation, when the meaning refers to the animating principle of the stars and planets, for in the Kabbalah they are represented by the Ophanim, the angels of the spheres and stars, of which they are the informing souls. This law of vortical movement in primordial matter is one of the oldest conceptions of Greek philosophy, whose first historical sages were nearly all initiates of the mysteries. The Greeks had it from the Egyptians, and the latter from the Chaldeans, who had been the pupils of Brahmins of the esoteric school. Leucippus and Democritus of Abdera, the pupil of the Magi, taught that this gyratory movement of the atoms and spheres existed from eternity. Hycetus, Heracleides, Ecphantus, Pythagoras, and all his pupils taught the rotation of the earth, and Arabhata of India, Aristarchus, Seleucus, and Archimedes calculated its revolution as scientifically as the astronomers do now, while the theory of elemental vortices was known to Anaxagoras and maintained by him 500 years BC, or nearly 2,000 years before it was taken up by Galileo, Descartes, Swedenborg, and finally, with slight modifications, by Sir W. Thomson. All such knowledge, if justice only be done, is an echo of the archaic doctrine, an attempt to explain which is now being made. How men of the last few centuries have come to the same ideas and conclusions that were taught as axiomatic truths in the secrecy of the Adya dozens of millenniums ago is a question that is treated separately. Some were led to it by the natural progress in physical science and by independent observation. Others, such as Copernicus, Swedenborg, and a few more, their great learning notwithstanding, owed their knowledge far more to intuitive than to acquired ideas developed in the usual way by a course of study. That Swedenborg, who could not possibly have known anything of the esoteric ideas of Buddhism, independently came near the occult teaching in his general conceptions, is shown by his essay on the vortical theory. In Clissold's translation of it, quoted by Professor Winchell, we find the following resume. The first cause is the infinite or unlimited. This gives existence to the first finite or limited. The Logos in its manifestation, and the universe. That which produces a limit is analogous to motion. See stanza 1 above. The limit produced is a point, the essence of which is motion, but being without parts, this essence is not actual motion, but only a conatus to it. In our doctrine, it is not a conatus, but a change from eternal vibration in the unmanifested to vortical motion in the phenomenal or manifested world. From this first proceed extension, space, figure, and succession, or time. As in geometry, a point generates a line a surface, and a surface a solid. So here the conatus of the point tends towards lines, surfaces, and solids. In other words, the universe is contained in ova, in the first natural point. The motion toward which the conatus tends is circular, since the circle is the most perfect of all figures. Quote, "The most perfect figure of the motion above described must be the perpetually circular. That is to say, it must proceed from the center to the periphery, and from the periphery to the center." End quote. This is occultism, pure and simple. By the 6 directions of space is here meant the double triangle, the junction and blending together of pure spirit and matter, of the arupa and the rupa, of which the triangles are a symbol. This double triangle is a sign of Vishnu. It is Solomon's seal and the Shriyantara of the Brahmins. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis Part 1. Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries. Stanza 5, Part 2. 4. Fohat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. A. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle. The Lapika in the middle wheel. B. They say, "This is good. The first divine world is ready." The first, the second. Then the divine Arupa reflects itself in the Chayaloka, the first garment of the Anu Padaka. C. A. This tracing of spiral lines refers to the evolution of man's as well as of nature's principles, an evolution which takes place gradually, as does everything else in nature. The 6th principle in man, Buddha, the divine soul, though a mere breath in our conceptions, is still something material when compared with the divine spirit, Atma, of which it is the carrier or vehicle. Fohat, in his capacity of divine love, Eros, the electric power of affinity and sympathy, is shown allegorically, trying to bring the pure spirit, the ray, inseparable from the one absolute, into union with the soul, the two constituting in man the monad, and in nature the first link between the ever unconditioned and the manifested. The first is now the second world of the Lapikas, has reference to the same. B. The army at each angle is the host of angelic beings, Dayan Chowans, appointed to guide and watch over each respective region, from the beginning to the end of a Manvantara. They are the mystic watchers of the Christian Kabbalists and alchemists, and relate symbolically as well as cosmogonically to the numerical system of the universe. The numbers with which these celestial beings are connected are extremely difficult to explain, as each number refers to several groups of distinct ideas, according to the particular group of angels which it is intended to represent. Herein lies the notice of the study of symbology, with which so many scholars, unable to untie it, have preferred dealing as Alexander dealt with the Gordian knot, hence erroneous conceptions and teachings as a direct result. C. The first is the second, because the first cannot really be numbered or regarded as such, for the first is the realm of noumena in its primary manifestation, the threshold to the world of truth, or sat, through which the direct energy that radiates from the one reality, the nameless deity, reaches us. Here again, the untranslatable term sat, beingness, is likely to lead to an erroneous conception, since that which is manifested cannot be sought, but is something phenomenal, not everlasting, nor, in truth, even sempiternal. It is coeval and coexistent with the one life. Secondless, but as a manifestation, it is still a Maya, like the rest. This world of truth, in the words of the commentary, can be described only as a bright star dropped from the heart of eternity, the beacon of hope, on whose 7 rays hang the 7 worlds of being. Truly so, since these are the 7 lights whose reflections are the human immortal monads, the Atma, or the irradiating spirit of every creature of the human family. First, this septenary light, then the divine world, the countless lights lit at the primeval light, the Buddhas, or formless divine souls, of the last Arupa, formless world, the sum total, in the mysterious language of the old stanza. In the Catechism, the master is made to ask the pupil, "Lift thy head, O Lanu! Dost thou see one, or countless lights above thee, burning in the dark midnight sky?" "I sense one flame, O Gurudiva. I see countless undetached sparks shining in it." "Thou sayest well. And now look around and into thyself. That light which burns inside thee, dost thou feel it different in any wise from the light that shines in thy brother men?" It is in no way different, though the prisoner is held in bondage by karma, and though its outer garments delude the ignorant into saying, "Thy soul," and "my soul." The radical unity of the ultimate essence of each constituent part of the compounds in nature, from star to mineral atom, from the highest dianchoan to the smallest infusorium, in the fullest acceptation of the term, and whether applied to the spiritual, the intellectual, or physical worlds, this unity is the one fundamental law in occult science. The deity is boundless and infinite expansion, says an occult axiom. Hence the name of Brahma, as previously remarked. There is a deep philosophy underlying the earliest worship in the world, the worship of the sun and of fire. Of all the elements known to physical science, fire is that which has ever eluded definite analysis. It is confidently asserted that air is a mixture containing the gases oxygen and nitrogen. We view the universe and the earth as matter composed of definite chemical molecules. We speak of the primitive 10 earths, endowing each with a Greek or Latin name. We say that water is, chemically, a compound of oxygen and hydrogen. But what is fire? It is the effect of combustion, we are gravely answered. It is heat and light and motion, and a correlation of physical and chemical forces in general. And this scientific definition is philosophically supplemented by a theological one in Webster's dictionary, which explains fire as, quote, "the instrument of punishment, or the punishment of the impenitent in another state," end quote. The state, by the by, being supposed to be spiritual. But alas, the presence of fire would seem to be a convincing proof of its material nature. Yet, speaking of the illusion of regarding phenomena as simple because they are familiar, Professor Bain says, quote, "Very familiar facts seem to stand in no need of explanation themselves, and to be the means of explaining whatever can be assimilated to them. Thus, the boiling and evaporation of a liquid is supposed to be a very simple phenomenon, requiring no explanation, and a satisfactory explanation of rarer phenomena. That water should dry up is to the uninstructed mind a thing wholly intelligible, whereas to the man acquainted with physical science, the liquid state is anomalous and inexplicable. The lighting of a fire by a flame is a great scientific difficulty, yet few people think so." End quote. What says the esoteric teaching with regard to fire? Fire is the most perfect and unadulterated reflection, in heaven as on earth, of the one flame. It is life and death, the origin and the end of every material thing. It is divine substance. Thus, not only the fire worshipper, the Parsi, but even the wandering savage tribes of America, which proclaim themselves born of fire, show more science in their creeds and truth in their superstitions than all the speculations of modern physics and learning. The Christian who says God is a living fire, and speaks of the Pentecostal tongues of fire and the burning bush of Moses, is as much a fire worshipper as any other heathen. Among the mystics and Kabbalists, the Rosicrucians were those who defined fire in the most correct way. Procure a sixpenny lamp, keep it only supplied with oil, and you will be able to light at its flame the lamps, candles, and fires of the whole globe without diminishing that flame. If the deity, the radical one, is an eternal and infinite substance, never consumed, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, then it does not seem reasonable that the occult teaching should be held as unphilosophical when it says, "Thus were formed the Arupa and Rupa worlds. From one light, 7 lights. From each of the 7, 7 times 7, and so forth and so on." 5. Fohat takes 5 strides, A, and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies, B. A. The strides, as already explained in the last commentary, refer to both the cosmic and the human principles, the latter of which consist, in the exoteric division, of 3, spirit, soul, and body, and in the esoteric calculation, of 7 principles, 3 rays of the essence, and 4 aspects. Those who have studied Mr. Sinnett's Esoteric Buddhism will easily grasp the nomenclature. There are 2 esoteric schools beyond the Himalayas, or rather one school, divided into 2 sections, one for the inner Lanus, the other for the outer or semi-lay Chelas, the first teaching a septenary, the other a 6-fold division of the human principles. From a cosmic point of view, Fohat taking 5 strides refers here to the 5 upper planes of consciousness and being, the 6th and 7th, counting downwards, being the astral and the terrestrial, or the 2 lower planes. B. 4 winged wheels at each corner, for the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. These are the 4 Maharashas, or great kings of the Dhyan Chowans, the Devas who preside each over one of the 4 cardinal points. They are the regents, or angels, who rule over the cosmical forces of north, south, east, and west, forces having each a distinct occult property. These beings are also connected with karma, as the latter needs physical and material agents to carry out its decrees, such as the 4 kinds of winds, for instance, professedly admitted by science to have their respective evil and beneficent influences upon the health of mankind and every living thing. There is occult philosophy in the Roman Catholic doctrine which traces the various public calamities, such as epidemics of disease and wars and so on, to the invisible messengers from north and west. The glory of God comes from the way of the east, says Ezekiel, while Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the psalmist assure their readers that all the evil under the sun comes from the north and the west, which, when applied to the Jewish nation, sounds like an undeniable prophecy. And this accounts also for St. Ambrose declaring that it is precisely for this reason that, quote, we curse the north wind, and that during the ceremony of baptism we begin by turning towards the west, sidereal, to renounce the better him who inhabits it, after which we turn to the east, end quote. Belief in the four Maharajas, the regents of the four cardinal points, was universal, and is now that of Christians, who call them, after St. Augustine, angelic virtues and spirits, when enumerated by themselves, and devils, when named by pagans. But where is the difference between pagans and Christians in this case? Says the scholarly Vossius, quote, though St. Augustine has said that every visible thing in this world had an angelic virtue as an overseer near it, it is not individuals, but entire species of things that must be understood, each species having indeed its particular angel to watch over it. He is at one in this with all the philosophers. For us, these angels are spirits separated from objects, whereas for the pagan philosophers, they were gods. End quote. Considering the ritual for the spirits of the stars, established by the Roman Catholic Church, these look suspiciously like gods. But they were no more honored or worshipped by the ancient, nor are they by the modern, pagan rabble, than they are now at Rome by the highly cultured Catholic Christians. Following Plato, Aristotle explained that the term stoicheia was understood only as meaning the incorporeal principles placed at each of the four great divisions of our cosmical world to supervise them. Thus, no more than Christians do pagans adore and worship the elements and the imaginary cardinal points, but the gods that respectively rule over them. For the Church, there are two kinds of sidereal beings, angels and devils. For the Kabbalist and occultist, there is but one class, and neither occultist nor Kabbalist makes any difference between the rectors of light and the rectores tenebrarum, or cosmocrators, whom the Roman Church imagines and discovers in the rectors of light, as soon as any one of them is called by another name than the one she addresses him by. It is not the rector or the Maharaja who punishes or rewards, with or without God's permission or order, but man himself, his deeds or karma, attracting individually and collectively, as in the case of whole nations sometimes, every kind of evil and calamity. We produce causes, and these awaken the corresponding powers in the sidereal world, which are magnetically and irresistibly attracted to, and react upon, those who produce such causes, whether such persons are practically the evildoers, or simply thinkers who brood mischief. For thought is matter, we are taught by modern science, and every particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened, as Messrs. Jevons and Babbage, in their Principles of Science, tell the profane. Modern science is, every day, drawn more and more into the maelstrom of occultism, unconsciously, no doubt, still very sensibly. Thought is matter, not, of course, however, in the sense of the German materialist Molenschott, who assures us that thought is the movement of matter, a statement of almost unparalleled absurdity. Mental states and bodily states are utterly contrasted as such, but that does not affect the position that everyday thought, in addition to its physical accompaniment, brain change, exhibits an objective, though to us supersensuously objective, aspect on the astral plane. The two main theories of science as to the relations between mind and matter are monism and materialism. These two cover the whole ground of negative psychology, with the exception of the quasi-occult views of the German pantheistic schools. The views of our present-day scientific thinkers as to the relations between mind and matter may be reduced to the following two hypotheses. These show that both views equally exclude the possibility of an independent soul, distinct from the physical brain through which it functions. They are 1. Materialism, the theory which regards mental phenomena as the product of molecular change in the brain, for example, as the outcome of a transformation of motion into feeling. The cruder school once went so far as to identify mind with a peculiar mode of motion, but this view is now happily regarded as absurd by most of the men of science themselves. 2. Monism, or the single substance doctrine, is the more subtle form of negative psychology, which one of its advocates, Professor Bain, ably terms guarded materialism. This doctrine, which commands a very wide assent, counting among its upholders such men as Lewes, Spencer, Ferrier, and others, while positing thought and mental phenomena generally as radically contrasted with matter, regards them as the two sides or aspects of one and the same substance in some of its conditions. Thought as thought, they say, is utterly contrasted with material phenomena, but it must also be regarded as only the subjective side of nervous motion, whatever our learned men may mean by this. To return to the commentary on the four Maharajas, however, in the Egyptian temples, according to Clemens Alexandrinus, an immense curtain separated the tabernacle from the place for the congregation. The Jews had the same. In both, the curtain was drawn over 5 pillars, the pentacle, symbolizing our 5 senses and 5 root races esoterically, while the 4 colors of the curtain represented the 4 cardinal points and the 4 terrestrial elements. The whole was an allegorical symbol. It is through the 4 high rulers over the 4 points and elements that our 5 senses may become cognizant of the hidden truths of nature, and not at all, as Clemens would have it, that it is the elements per se that furnished the pagans with divine knowledge or the knowledge of God. While the Egyptian emblem was spiritual, that of the Jews was purely materialistic, and indeed honored only in the blind elements and the imaginary points. For what was the meaning of the square tabernacle raised by Moses in the wilderness, if it had not the same cosmical significance? Thou shalt make a hanging of blue, purple, and scarlet, 5 pillars of shittim wood for the hanging, 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof, boards of fine wood for the 4 sides, north, south, west, and east of the tabernacle, with the cherubims of cunning work. The tabernacle and the square courtyard, cherubim and all, were precisely the same as those in the Egyptian temples. The square form of the tabernacle meant just the same thing as it still means to this day in the esoteric worship of the Chinese and Tibetans. The 4 cardinal points signifying that which the 4 sides of the pyramids, obelisks, and other such square erections mean. Josephus takes care to explain the whole thing. He declares that the tabernacle pillars were the same as those raised at Tyre to the 4 elements, which were placed on pedestals whose 4 angles faced the 4 cardinal points, adding that the angles of the pedestals had the 4 figures of the zodiac on them, which represented the same orientation. The idea may be traced in the Zoroastrian caves, in the rock-cut temples of India, and in all the sacred square buildings of antiquity that have survived to this day. This is shown definitely by Layard, who finds the 4 cardinal points and the 4 primitive elements in the religion of every country under the shape of square obelisks, the four sides of the pyramids, and so forth and so on. Of these elements and their points, the four Maharajas were the regents and directors. If the student would know more of them, he has but to compare the vision of Ezekiel with what is known of Chinese Buddhism, even in its exoteric teachings, and examine the outward shape of these great kings of the Devas. In the opinion of the Reverend Joseph Edkins, they preside each over one of the four continents into which the Hindus divide the world. Each leads an army of spiritual beings to protect mankind and Buddhism. With the exception of favoritism towards Buddhism, the four celestial beings are precisely this. The Hindus, however, happen to divide the world into 7 continents, exoterically as well as esoterically, and their 4 cosmic devas are 8, presiding over the 8 points of the compass and not over the continents. The 4 are the protectors of mankind and also the agents of karma on earth, whereas the Lapika are concerned with humanity's hereafter. At the same time, they are the 4 living creatures who have the likeness of man of Ezekiel's vision, called by the translators of the Bible cherubim, seraphim, and so forth, by the occultists winged globes, fiery wheels, and in the Hindu pantheon by a number of different names. All these Gandharvas, the sweet songsters, the Asuras, the Kinnaras, and Nagas, are the allegorical descriptions of the 4 Maharajas. The seraphim are the fiery serpents of heaven, which we find in a passage describing Mount Meru as the exalted mass of glory, the venerable haunt of gods and heavenly choristers, not to be reached by sinful men, because guarded by serpents. They are called the Avengers and the Winged Wheels. Their mission and character being explained, let us see what the Christian Bible interpreters say of the cherubim. The word signifies in Hebrew fullness of knowledge. These angels are so called from their exquisite knowledge, and were, therefore, used for the punishment of men who affected divine knowledge, interpreted by Cruden in his Concordance from Genesis chapter 3, verse 24. Oh, very well. And vague as the information is, it shows that the cherub placed at the gate of the Garden of Eden after the fall suggested to the venerable interpreters the idea of punishment connected with forbidden science or divine knowledge, one that generally leads to another fall, that of the gods or God in man's estimation. But as the good old Cruden knew naught of karma, he may be forgiven. Yet the allegory is suggestive. From Meru, the abode of gods, to Eden, the distance is very small, and from the Hindu serpents to the Orphic cherubim, the third out of the 7 of which was the dragon, the separation is still smaller, for both watched the entrance to the realm of secret knowledge. Ezekiel, moreover, plainly describes the 4 cosmic angels. I looked, and behold, a whirlwind, a cloud and a fire enfolding it. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces and 4 wings, the face of a man, and the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. Now, as I beheld the living creatures, behold, one wheel upon the earth, with his 4 faces, as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheel. There are 3 chief groups of builders, and as many of the planetary spirits and the Lapika, each group being again divided into 7 subgroups. It is impossible, even in such a large work as this, to enter into a minute examination of even the 3 principal groups, as it would demand an extra volume. The builders are the representatives of the first mind-born entities, therefore of the primeval Rishi Prajapati, also of the 7 great gods of Egypt, of which Osiris is the chief, of the 7 Ameshaspends of the Zoroastrians, with Ormuds at their head, of the 7 spirits of the face, of the 7 Sephiroth separated from the first triad, and so forth and so on. They build, or rather rebuild, every system after night. The second group of the builders is the architect of our planetary chain exclusively, and the third, the progenitor of our humanity, the macrocosmic prototype of the microcosm. The planetary spirits are the informing spirits of the stars in general, and of the planets especially. They rule the destinies of men, who are all born under one or other of their constellations. The second and third groups, pertaining to other systems, have the same functions, and all rule various departments in nature. In the Hindu exoteric pantheon, they are the guardian deities who preside over the 8 points of the compass, the 4 cardinal and the 4 intermediate points, and are called Lokapalas, supporters or guardians of the world in our visible cosmos, of which Indra, east, Yama, south, Varuna, west, and Kuvera, north, are the chief. Their elephants and spouses, pertaining of course to fancy and afterthought, though all of them have an occult significance. The Lapika, a description of whom is given in Commentary 6 of stanza 4, are the spirits of the universe, whereas the builders are only our own planetary deities. The former belong to the most occult portion of Cosmogenesis, which cannot be given here. Whether the adepts, even the highest, know this angelic order in the completeness of its triple degrees, or only the lower one, connected with the records of our world, is something which the writer is unprepared to say, and she would rather incline to the latter supposition. Of its highest grade, one thing only is taught. The Lapika are connected with karma, being its direct recorders. The symbol for sacred and secret knowledge in antiquity was universally a tree, by which a scripture or a record was also meant. Hence the word Lapika, the writers or scribes, the dragons, symbols of wisdom, who guard the trees of knowledge, the golden apple tree of the Hesperides, the luxuriant trees and vegetation of Mount Meru, guarded by serpents. Juno's giving Jupiter on her marriage a tree with golden fruit is another form of Eve offering Adam the apple from the tree of knowledge. 6. The Lapika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. A. It is the ring called pass not for those who descend and ascend, who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day, be with us. B. Thus were formed the Arupa and the Rupa. From one light, 7 lights. From each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. The stanza proceeds with a minute classification of the orders of the angelic hierarchy. From the group of 4 and 7 emanates the mind-born groups of 10, of 12, of 21, and so forth. All these divided again into subgroups of heptads, enneads, docedads, and so on, until the mind is lost in this endless enumeration of celestial hosts and beings, each having its distinct task in the ruling of the visible cosmos during its existence. A. The esoteric meaning of the first sentence of the shloka is that those who have been called Lapikas, the recorders of the karmic ledger, make an impassable barrier between the personal ego and the impersonal self, the noumenon, and the parent source of the former. Hence the allegory. They circumscribe the manifested world of matter within the ring of pass not. This world is the objective symbol of the one divided into the many, on the planes of illusion, of Adi, the first, or of Eka, the one, and this one is the collective aggregate or totality of the principal creators or architects of this visible universe. In Hebrew occultism, their name is both Akath, feminine, one, and Achad, one again, but masculine. The monotheists have taken, and are still taking, advantage of the profound esotericism of the Kabbalah to apply the name by which the one supreme essence is known to its manifestation, the Sephiroth Elohim, and call it Jehovah. But this is quite arbitrary and against all reason and logic, as the term Elohim is a plural noun, identical with the plural word Shem, often compounded with it. The sentence in the Sefer Yetzirah and elsewhere, Akath Ruach Elohim Shem, denotes the Elohim as androgynous at best, the feminine element almost predominating, as it would read, "One is she, the spirit of the Elohim of life." As said, Akath or Ichath is feminine, and the Achad or Ichad masculine, both meaning one. Moreover, in occult metaphysics, there are, properly speaking, two ones. The one on the unreachable plane of absoluteness and infinity, on which no speculation is possible, and the second one on the plane of emanations. The former can neither emanate nor be divided, as it is eternal, absolute, and immutable. But the second being, so to speak, the reflection of the first one, for it is the Logos, or Ishvara, in the universe of illusion, can do so. It emanates from itself, as the upper Sephirothal triad emanates the lower seven Sephiroth, the seven rays or Dian Choans. In other words, the homogeneous becomes the heterogeneous, the prolite differentiates into the elements. But these, unless they return to their primal element, can never cross beyond the laya, or 0 point. This metaphysical tenet can hardly be better described than in T. Suba Rowe's Bhagavad Gita lectures. Mula Prakriti, the veil of Brahma Brahman, acts as the one energy through the Logos, or Ishvara. Now, Para-Brahman is the one essence from which starts into existence a center of energy, which I shall for the present call the Logos. It is called the Verbum by the Christians, and it is the divine Christos, who is eternal in the bosom of his Father. It is called the Avalokiteshvara by the Buddhists. In almost every doctrine, they have formulated the existence of a center of spiritual energy, which is unborn and eternal, and which exists in the bosom of Para-Brahman at the time of Pralaya, and starts as a center of conscious energy at the time of cosmic activity. For, as the lecturer premised by saying, Para-Brahman is not this or that, it is not even consciousness, as it cannot be related to matter or anything conditioned. It is not ego, nor is it non-ego, nor even Atma, but verily the one source of all manifestations and modes of existence. Thus, in the allegory, the Lipika separate the world, or plane, of pure spirit from that of matter. Those who descend and ascend, the incarnating monads, and men striving towards purification and ascending, but still not having quite reached the goal, may cross the circle of pass not only on the day be with us, that day when man, freeing himself from the trammels of ignorance, and recognizing fully the non-separateness of the ego within his personality, erroneously regarded as his own, from the universal ego, anima supramundi, merges thereby into the one essence, to become not only one with us, the manifested universal lives which are one life, but with that very life itself. Astronomically, the ring pass not, that of the Lepika, trace round the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle, to circumscribe these figures, is thus again shown to contain the symbols of 31415, or the coefficient constantly used in mathematical tables, the value of pi. The geometrical figures standing here for numerical figures. According to the general philosophical teachings, this ring is beyond the region of what are called nebulae in astronomy. But this is as erroneous a conception as that of the topography and descriptions given in Puranic and other exoteric scriptures about the 1,008 worlds of the Devaloka, worlds and firmaments. There are worlds, of course, in the esoteric as well as in the profane scientific teachings, at such incalculable distances that the light of the nearest of them, though it has only just reached our modern Chaldees, may have left its luminary long before the day on which the words, "Let there be light," were pronounced. But these are not worlds on the Devalokic plane, but in our cosmos. The chemist goes to the laya, or 0 point of the plane of matter with which he deals, then stops short. The physicist or the astronomer counts billions of miles beyond the nebulae, and then he also stops short. The semi-initiated occultist also will represent this laya point to himself as existing on some plane which, if not physical, is still conceivable to the human intellect. But the full initiate knows that the ring pass not is neither a locality, nor can it be measured by distance, but that it exists in the absoluteness of infinity. In this infinity of the full initiate, there is neither height, breadth, nor thickness, but all is fathomless profundity, reaching down from the physical to the para-metaphysical. In using the word down, essential depth, nowhere and everywhere is meant, not depth of physical matter. If one carefully searches through the exoteric and grossly anthropomorphic allegories of popular religions, even in these, the doctrine embodied in the circle of pass not, guarded by the Lepika, may be dimly perceived. Thus, one finds it, even in the teachings of the Vedantan sect of the Vish-Ishtadvaita, the most tenaciously anthropomorphic in all India. For we read of the released soul that, after reaching moksha, a state of bliss, meaning release from bandha, or bondage, bliss is enjoyed by it in a place called Paramapada, which place is not material, but made of Sudasattva, the essence of which the body of Ishvara, the Lord, is formed. There, muktas, or jivatmas, monads, who have attained moksha, are never again subject to the qualities of either matter or karma. But if they choose, for the sake of doing good to the world, they may incarnate on earth. The way to Paramapada, or the immaterial worlds from this world, is called Devayana. When a person has attained moksha, and the body dies, quote, the jiva, soul, goes with Shukshma Sharira from the heart of the body to the Brahmaranda in the crown of the head, traversing Shushumna, a nerve connecting the heart with the Brahmaranda. The jiva breaks through the Brahmaranda and goes to the region of the sun, Surya Mandala, through the solar rays. Then it goes through a dark spot in the sun to Paramapada. The jiva is directed on its way by the supreme wisdom acquired by yoga. The jiva thus proceeds to Paramapada by the aid of Athivakas, bearers in transit, known by the names of Arkihas, Aditya, Prajapati, and so forth. The archis, and so forth, here mentioned, are certain pure souls, and so forth. End quote. No spirits except the recorders, Lapika, have ever crossed the forbidden line of this ring, nor will any do so until the day of the next pralaya, for it is a boundary that separates the finite, however infinite in man's sight, from the truly infinite. The spirits referred to, therefore, as those who ascend and descend, are the hosts of what is loosely called celestial beings. But they are, in fact, nothing of the kind. They are entities of higher worlds in the hierarchy of being, so immeasurably high that, to us, they must appear as gods, and collectively God. But so must we, mortal men, appear to the ant, which reasons on the scale of its special capacities. The ant may also, for all we know, see the avenging finger of a personal God in the hand of the urchin who, under the impulse of mischief, destroys in one moment its ant-hill, the labor of many weeks, long years in the chronology of insects. The ant, feeling it acutely, may also, like man, attribute the undeserved calamity to a combination of providence and sin, and see in it the result of the sin of its first parent. Who knows, and who can affirm or deny? The refusal to admit in the whole solar system of any other reasonable and intellectual beings than ourselves on the human plane is the greatest conceit of our age. All that science has the right to affirm is that there are no invisible intelligences living under the same conditions as we do. It cannot deny point blank the possibility of there being worlds within worlds, under conditions totally different to those that constitute the nature of our world, nor can it deny that there may be a certain limited communication between some of these worlds and our own. The greatest philosopher of European birth, Immanuel Kant, assures us that such a communication is in no way improbable. I confess I am much disposed to assert the existence of immaterial natures in the world, and to place my own soul in the class of these beings. It will hereafter, I know not where or when, yet be proved that the human soul stands, even in this life, in indissoluble connection with all immaterial natures in the spirit world, that it reciprocally acts upon these and receives impressions from them. To the highest of these worlds, we are taught, belong the 7 orders of the purely divine spirits. To the 6 lower ones belong the hierarchies that can occasionally be seen and heard by men, and that do communicate with their progeny of the earth, a progeny that is indissolubly linked with them, each principle in man having its direct source in the nature of these great beings, who furnish us respectively with the invisible elements in us. Physical science is welcome to speculate upon the physiological mechanism of living beings, and to continue her fruitless efforts in trying to resolve our feelings, our sensations, mental and spiritual, into functions of their organic vehicles. Nevertheless, all that will ever be accomplished in this direction has already been done, and science can go no farther. She is before a dead wall, on the face of which she traces, as she imagines, great physiological and psychic discoveries, every one of which will be shown later on to be no better than cobwebs, spun by her scientific fancies and illusions. The tissues of our objective framework alone are subservient to the analysis and researches of physiological science. The 6 higher principles in them will evade forever the hand that is guided by an animus, which purposely ignores and rejects the occult sciences. All that modern physiological research in connection with psychological problems has, and owing to the nature of things, could have shown, is that every thought, Sensation and emotion is attended with a remarshaling of the molecules of certain nerves. The inference drawn by scientists of the type of Buchner, Voigt, and others, that thought is molecular motion, necessitates the fact of our subjective consciousness being made a complete abstraction. The great day, be with us, then, is an expression, the only merit of which lies in its literal translation. Its significance is not so easily revealed to a public unacquainted with the mystic tenets of occultism, or rather of esoteric wisdom, or Buddhism. It is an expression peculiar to the latter, and as hazy for the profane as that of the Egyptians, who called the same the day "come to us," which is identical with the former, although the word be, in this sense, might be still better replaced with either of the two terms remain or rest with us, as it refers to that long period of rest which is called paranirvana. Le jour devient à nous, c'est le jour où Osiris a dit au soleil, viens, je le vois reconnaître le soleil dans la mente. The sun here stands for the Logos, or Christos, or Horus, as the central essence synthetically, and as a diffused essence of radiated entities, different in substance, but not in essence. As expressed by the Bhagavad Gita lecturer, it must not be supposed that the Logos is but a single center of energy, which is manifested by the Para Brahman. There are innumerable others. Their number is almost infinite in the bosom of Para Brahman. Hence the expressions, the day of come to us, and the day of be with us, and so forth. Just as the square is the symbol of the four sacred forces or powers, tetractis, so the circle shows the boundary within the infinity that no man, even in spirit, or diva, or Dayanchoan, can cross. The spirits of those who descend and ascend during the course of cyclic evolution shall cross the iron-bound world only on the day of their approach to the threshold of paranirvana. If they reach it, they will rest in the bosom of Parabrahman, or the unknown darkness, which shall then become for all of them light during the whole period of Mahapralaya, the great night, namely 311,040,000,000,000 years of absorption in Brahman. The day of be with us is this period of rest, or paranirvana. It corresponds with the day of the Last Judgment of the Christians, which has been sorely materialized in their religion. As in the exoteric interpretation of the Egyptian rites, the soul of every defunct person, from the Hierophant down to the sacred bull Apis, became an Osiris, was osirified. The secret doctrine, however, teaching that the real osirification was the lot of every monad only after 3,000 cycles of existences. So in the present case, the monad, born of the nature and the very essence of the seven, its highest principle becoming immediately enshrined in the seventh cosmic element, has to perform its septenary gyration throughout the cycle of being and forms, from the highest to the lowest, and then again from man to God. At the threshold of paranirvana, it reassumes its primeval essence and becomes the Absolute once more. End of section 14.